timeline. That's it, a work in progress, as I said, and I will put in this part, and let's say for example I will use this part here. I will click in this clip to inspect it in the inspector, and for some reason, let's say I want in this part the clip to give a zoom and rotate, for example, or to say an animation, and we can use keyframes to create animations. That's the work of keyframes, to make animations. So in this case that we want to zoom and rotate our image, our video, we need to go to one part of the video to set one keyframe for each of that parameters. So the zoom, we need to go here in the diamond button, that's the keyframe button, and set a keyframe in this part of the video. So I will click here to set a keyframe, and the same thing with the rotation angle. And now I'm telling with this to DaVinci Resolve that I want exactly in this point, in this frame, those values for the zoom and this value for the rotation angle, because I have set a keyframe for those values. So first of all, the keyframe tells the software that in that point, in that frame, in the parameter that you had set a keyframe, you want exactly that value. If you want to change the value here, you can do this, and you will have that parameter set to that frame. But keyframes doesn't work alone. It always needs two keyframes to make an animation, because we need to go from one value to another value to make a zoom or to make a rotation or any other parameter of any other type. So now I need to tell my software in another frame, another point here, for example, that I want another keyframe. And this time I don't need to click anymore here in the keyframe button, because I have set a keyframe before in this parameter. So if I change now the value of this parameter here, I will set automatically a keyframe for this frame. So I will change here to make a zoom, and as you can see, it turns red, indicating that exactly at that point we have another keyframe that holds this value for the zoom X and Y attribute, and we can do the same thing for the rotation angle. We can change the value slightly, for example, and now we have a new keyframe set for exactly this frame, the 10 seconds and 70 frames, to the rotation angle and to the zoom. And as you can see, if we go scrubbing from this position, the 9 seconds and 20 frames, we go from those values that we have set in those keyframes to, as you can see here in the inspector, to the other keyframe with the other value. We have passed that keyframe, but we can click here in these buttons to navigate through keyframes. So I will go to the last keyframe by clicking here for this attribute. And now we are over this frame that have the keyframes in it. And interpolation, what is it? Interpolation is just the values that the software creates, as you can see here and here, between those two keyframes. The software creates intermediate values for those frames between the two keyframes that we have set. So the keyframes have the value that we have set, one for the zoom attribute in this case, in the first keyframe, and 1.410 for this next keyframe. And between those keyframes we have interpolated values, intermediate values. So that's interpolation. And those two concepts makes our animation. If we play here, we have some zoom in that part. A bit of zoom, we can zoom more. For example, if you want to zoom more than 2 times, we put here 2 point something to zoom more, and then we have interpolated values between those two keyframes. If we play, we can see it zooms much more than before. So this way we can use keyframes to create animations, always putting a keyframe in a point of the video and the other keyframe in another point of the video with a different value for that attribute. That's the most basic way to create animations of all types. So any attribute that has a keyframe button here can be animated using keyframes. And that's it. That's the most basic way to make animations, and it is very powerful. And just a last thing here, if you want to remove a keyframe, you can navigate to that keyframe, for example this one, in this position, and you just click obviously here in the keyframe button of this attribute, and you take out, you remove that keyframe, and you lose that value that you have changed by doing this. Let's go now to make the animations with OpenFX, and to do so I will go here to the timeline that I have already made the editings. Just to remember to have those tabs of timelines, you need to go here and activate the display stacked timelines. So let's take a look now in the end of our timeline where we have the effects. I will press Shift Z just to see my entire timeline and to show you how to know if a clip has OpenFX to it. We can see here in the left corner of this clip that we have the effects icon that indicates to us that this clip has OpenFX applied and the other clips doesn't have OpenFX because they don't have the effects icon. So we have OpenFX only in this clip, and I will take a look here. I will press Shift Z again to see it more zoomed, or hold Alt and turn your mouse wheel, and I will play until here. I have split it to don't have OpenFX before this part of the clip, so I will play to see what we have here. As you can see, we have some OpenFX making a nice editing. We are going to open the inspector and select this clip to see the effects here in the effects tab. And as you can see, we have the radial blur applied to this clip and the camera shake. I will talk about the camera shake later. So now we are going to talk about the radial blur, and that effect is the effect that is making that some type of beating here. And here again, and here again. And we are also using some animation in the video tab with the zoom attribute. So let's go here to the drone is from zero timeline to make those effects. We need first to find the bits that we want. So I will jam here and let's go to this part. I want those bits. Let's zoom in here. I will press now Shift S to activate the audio scrubbing. That means that if I scrub, I can hear the audio. As you can see, to find the bits that I want. So let's here. I want this bit to make my editing. So first thing, I will split this clip in this part, some frames before this bit, by pressing Ctrl B or C if you have assigned the C key. Let's go to the Effects tab. I will grab here from the beginning the radial blur to this clip. Let's go to this bit, or just a frame before the start of this bit. Let's zoom in more. I will put a keyframe in the radial blur and I will make it somewhat more strong, like 0.500 and so. And 2 frames before, I want to make it 0 strength. Let's go to the next keyframe by pressing here. I will click here in the timeline to give focus, and I will press +H enter to move my playhead 8 frames to the right, and I want to go back to 0 here. So let's see what we have. It's nice, and now I want to repeat that effect to the next bit that's equal to this bit. So let's here we have. So here I want the effect to be the max strength. I will repeat that process in each beat of the music to the right. So I will go back 2 frames. We have the 0 here. I will put a keyframe now. I will go forward 2 frames again, and I will put 0.500 and so. I will click here, plus H, enter, and I will go back to 0. And let's repeat that process to each beat. I will fast forward here the video to show you the next step that we are going to make. So do this to each beat. And now let's see what we have here. From here. And I want to use also the video tab to make an animation with the zoom, so I will go here to this beat. I will go back 2 frames. Let's go here to the effects tab, and I will go to the first frame of this attribute of the open effects. Then go back to the video tab. I will put a keyframe in the zoom option, and 2 frames forward. I will make the zoom a bit bigger. I will ease in and I will ease out in the first keyframe. I will click here and then plus H, enter to go to the right 8 frames, and here I will go back by double clicking the zoom attribute to 0. I will ease in this keyframe too, and let's see what we have. I want some more zoom, so I will go here to this keyframe of the middle of the beat, and I will make it somewhat more zoomed. And let's see now what we have, if we like our editing. Very nice. I will click here to copy and paste those keyframes because the animations of the video tab are possible to copy and paste. So I will select those animations. I will go here to the effects tab. I will go to the next beat where we have the keyframe of the radial blur. I will click in the clip and I will press Ctrl V to paste. Again, we are going to the next and next and next keyframe. I will click in the clip and I will paste with Ctrl V. Again, next, 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 click in the clip, Ctrl V. And again, next, 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 click in the clip, Ctrl V. Let's see what we have now. Very nice. We can do another one here at the end if we like. I will leave it as it is. And that's it. We have the main animation of the open effects using the radial blur and the video tab. And we are going to finish the animations of the open effects with the camera shake in this end of our image, in this fade out, in the next lesson. Now in this lesson, you already have the dance timeline imported to your project as a reference for the new one that you will make the editings. So I will create a new timeline, and to do this I will select those 2 clips with the people dancing and the music. I will right click in any of those 2 clips and then create new timeline using selected clips. I will name this timeline as dance editing and I will hit create. Now I have this, I can grab this clip to this part. I can trim this one with the music. I will press N to snap and I will press Shift Z to fit to the space of my timeline. Let's dim the playback of the music to play with a lower volume, and I will play this to see what we have now. So as you can see, we have this beginning of the music that I don't want to use, so I will slip this clip of the music inside itself by pressing G. Now I'm in the trim edit mode. I can go to this clip with the cursor of the mouse like so, and I will slip this clip until we have the start of the clip with those higher peaks of volume. I will hold the Shift and turn my mouse wheel to make it bigger, to see better the beats of the song. Let's play in this part to see if those beats are the beats that I want. That's not the beat that I want, so I will sleep more. I want this one. Yes. I will put here in the start of my timeline, and let's say I want this first beat, higher beat, 3 seconds after the beginning of my timeline. So I will position my playhead at the beginning, I will click here to deselect the clip, and I will press +3 period, and then hit enter. Now I'm with the playhead at the 3 seconds position. I will sleep this clip until here, because I want the first beat to start at this point, after 3 seconds of the beginning of the timeline. I will make a fade in this clip. I will grab this little dot here to change the shape of the fade in. So here we have less volume and here we have more volume. This curve of volume, not a linear volume change. And let's see what we have. So in this first beat, I want to insert an OpenFX to make an animation, and I will use the OpenFX Zoom Blur. So I will go to Effects, OpenFX Filters, I will search for the Zoom Blur, and it is here. So I will put in this clip. I will go to the inspector. Let's zoom in here in the timeline by holding Alt and turning the mouse wheel. And I will change the zoom amount to make more of the effect. I want it this way, for example, and I want this to be the max effect in our animation when we have exactly the beat of the song that is here. So I will put a keyframe in the zoom amount here. I will tap 3 times in the left arrow to go back 3 frames, and then I will put the zoom amount at 0. Now we have this. Okay, and let's say to the end of this beat here, for example, I want the zoom amount to go back to 0, so I will double click here and put 0, then enter. So now we have this. Okay, let's use another OpenFX to make our animation even nicer. So I will search for the Prism Blur. Let's search it here, Prism Blur. I will put it in the clip, and then again I will put my playhead here at the beat, and I will use the attribute aberration distance, and this one aberration strength. I will make it higher, so I will put a keyframe for the aberration distance here at the beat, and also to the blur strength. The position of the center, I will leave it at the default center, that is at the center of the video. Then I will go back 3 frames, and now I will put the blur strength at 0 and the aberration distance at 0 too. Now we have this. Again, we need to put until here the animation back to 0, so I will put the blur strength to 0 again. The same thing with the aberration distance, so we have this now. Let's say I want it back to 0 before the other one, the zoom blur, so I will position my playhead before the end of the animation of the zoom blur, that is at about here, and then I will put it at 0, those 2 parameters, and then I will go to the next keyframe and I will take out the keyframes, and now we have this. It's always a good idea to review and change the animation at your will to make the best animation that you can. And the last animation that I will make here is the animation with the didnt OpenFX. I will search here for didnt. I will put it in the clip, and here at the strength, I want some strength here, but before I need to change the type to a type that I like, that is the type 2. As you can see, we have the effect here in the center of the image. I will make make it bigger to affect all the image. I will change it here. I don't want so much of this. Let's see without the dent and with dent. I want it less. So I will put a keyframe here at the beat of the song. I will go back 3 frames and then I will put the strength at not 0 because I don't know why it's not 0 for this one. So a tip for you is that this one needs to have the strength at 0.333 to make it like the normal image. So now we have this. Then at the end here, in this position, I will again put the strength at 0.333 to make the image to go back to the normal image. And then we have this. You can play with the parameters to make the best animation that you can. But now let's say we want to copy those open effects and paste at the next bit that is equal to this one, that is this one here. Let's play. We always have those bits repeating, and I want to copy and paste those animations at the other bits. But to do this, if you click here, let's go to the selection mode. If you click here at the keyframe button, you can't see anything. Nothing appears here for you to copy and paste. And here, if you click here, you can see by going here, you can see the strength parameter. You can access the keyframes here to change, but if you select those keyframes and try to paste in another place, for example here, if I press Ctrl V, nothing is pasted. So as you can see, it's impossible to copy keyframes and paste when you have an animation of the open effects. And I will show in the next lesson a workaround to copy and paste animations in the other bits of the music. So you don't need to make all the animations again and again and again. You just need to copy and paste after you make the first animation to make your work much easier. Now in this lesson, let's see how we can do this type of thing to cut out a video with some shape, like this text. We have a sunset here in the background, and in the foreground, inside the text, we have another video, as we can see here. And to do this, we need to learn about the composite modes: foreground, alpha, inverted alpha, luminance or luma, and inverted luma. Let's take a look. First of all, let's delete it and put this clip here. I have obviously put this clip in the video 3 track and this one in the video 1. We need 3 video tracks to use properly the composite modes that we are going to see in this lesson. So I will put this clip in the video 3 track, the other one in the video 1 track, the sunset, and I will leave the video 2 track with a space to use another clip or another thing that's a text to make our composition. I will go here to bring the text in the effects toolbox. I can expand it and go to titles, and then I will grab a text plus. Don't worry about the titles because I will teach you everything about titles in a further lesson. Here in this lesson we are just going to use this text because it has an alpha channel in it. So I will grab this text here to my timeline. I will trim it to expand. I need to select this text. I will go to the video tab, then title. I will type some text here like happy, for example. I will disable this track to see my text. I will click in my text again to customize it. I will change the font. I liked this one. I will make the text bigger to appear better. And then now I will enable again this clip by selecting it and pressing G. And the first thing that I need to do to cut out this clip with the text is by going in the composite mode with this clip selected. I will change from the normal, that's where it is by default, and I will go to the foreground, because always in this type of compositions the clip above needs to be the foreground. The clip in the middle, we need to make it now as alpha or inverted alpha. So we selected this title or text plus clip, then I will go to the inspector here in the settings tab to go to the composite modes, and I will choose alpha if I want the video of the foreground to be inside the text, or I can choose the inverted alpha if I want the foreground video to be outside of the text. This way, I'm using the alpha channel of the text to cut out this video that is in the foreground, or to say the foreground composite mode. And what we have in the background is just this clip with the normal composite mode. So this one above needs to be in the foreground composite mode. This one in the middle, that is the clip that cut out the foreground, needs to be in the alpha or inverted alpha mode, composite mode. And that's because we have alpha channel in this clip of the text. But if I want to use the luminance information, if the clip doesn't have an alpha channel in it, we should use the luminance and inverted luminance composite modes. Let's see here, for example, if I grab another clip here, I will go here to photos. No, I will go here to the match, overlay match. And let's say this one, for example, if I grab this one here and I put this clip over here, I will make here a transition of those two clips. So I need this one to be in the foreground composite mode. Now this one in the middle, let's see it. This one doesn't have an alpha channel, it is just a clip that goes from black to totally white. So I will use the luminance information of this clip, because we have it starting from totally black going all the way up to totally white, so totally low in luminance information to totally high in luminance information. So I can enable this clip again. This one is already the foreground. This one will be then the luminance or the inverted luminance. Let's see. In this case, I want this one to be the first clip, of course, and this one the second clip. So I need, as you can see here, I need to have the luminance. Then we have this transition. And if I had this clip under here going from the totally white to totally black, let's see it. Here it goes from totally black to totally white. But if we had it the opposite way, for example, if I go here and change the speed of it backwards, we will see this in a further lesson, how to do speed changes, much more in details. Now I have the clip going backwards, or to say from totally white to totally black, and in this case I need to use the inverted luminance composite mode for this clip for my transition to work the way I want. So we have this transition, very nice. Using the luminance or the inverted luminance information, that is the black and white information, how bright or how dark this clip is, to determine what should appear from the foreground and what should not appear in the foreground. Let's take in this lesson the first look into DaVinci Resolve. So when you open DaVinci Resolve, you have, for the first time, this window, that's the project manager. Of course, you don't have this bunch of things, you just have the untitled project. Those are all projects that I have created. And when we have some projects, we can open it by double-clicking in that project. And if you want to create new projects, we go to the New Project button. We can put a name to our project here. Let's say First Project, and we click Create. We can also open an untitled project and save it later with the traditional keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S in Windows or Command+S in the Mac. So let's create it here. Now we are into the main DaVinci Resolve screen, so let's understand how it works here. Down here we have all the pages that we will need to make our works, and each page has its own purpose. The first page is the media page, that have the purpose of importing and organizing medias. We can also import and organize medias in other pages. But if you have a bunch of media to work with, it's recommended that you import here in the media page and you organize it into here. After the media page, you have the cut page, where you will make a fast assembly of your video. It don't have so much resources to edit your video like in the edit page, so the cut page is fitted to make fast and simple editings. In the edit page, like I said, it's the main edit page where you will make your editings with the match tools that DaVinci Resolve offers you. In the Fusion page, we can make advanced visual effects and motion graphics. In the Color page, the most famous page of DaVinci Resolve, we do color correction and color grading. In Fairlight page, we can do advanced works with audio. It's like a DAW, digital audio workstation. And here in the Deliver page, the last page, we have all the options to make the deliver of our video, or to say to export our video and have a final file to distribute. So that's an overview of the DaVinci Resolve pages. And speaking some more about the pages, about the layout of DaVinci Resolve, you can see in all the pages that we have some tabs over here in the left and in the right. Some of them, like the media pool, will be in the majority of the pages, and we will learn much more in details about those tabs throughout this course. And of course, all the panels and all the tools that we have in each page. Let's take a look in this lesson how we can import media here in the cut page, because it's possible to import media in the cut page, in the edit page, not just in the media page. Everywhere that you have a media pool, and that's from the media to the Fairlight page, just not in the Deliver page, it's possible to import your media. And if you have a small project, or to say few media to import, it's probably a better idea to import directly in your cut page or edit page. It's no need to change to the media page to make this import. And how can we do that? To do that, there are many ways. One way is to go to File menu, choose Import, then Import Media. You can even import a bin from a folder. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+I, or in the Mac Command+I. Another way to import your media is to right-click in an empty space in the media pool, and you have also the option Import Media. As you can see, it's the same option of the File menu, because you have the same keyboard shortcut here, and by clicking in the Import Media option, we open a Explorer of your system. You select the medias that you want to import and click in the Open button. I will click Cancel. I don't want to import those media now. And I want to show that it's possible to open a file explorer of your system. For example, I have opened this explorer in my media folder. I will select these two clips and I can just drag those two clips over the media pool here in an empty space of the media pool and release, and I have those medias imported to the media pool. I will delete it to show you another way. Let's go to our File Explorer. It's also possible if DaVinci Resolve is not opened in the background. For example, let's open here another thing, the course curriculum, and let's say I have opened our File Explorer and you want to drag our media into DaVinci Resolve. It's also possible to make it this way. I can drag the media in my bar, in my taskbar, over DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve will open and I can drag it to the media pool. One thing to consider here is that we need to have the media pool opened to make it this way, to import media by dragging from the folder, because if I don't have the media pool opened, for example, if I have the effects tab opened, I cannot drag my media and put in the media pool over here, for example, because the media pool won't open this way, and I cannot even release my media over the effects tab because it won't be in the media pool. So those are some ways that we can use in the media pool. Here in the cut page or in the edit page too, it's possible in the same way to import our media without the need to go to the media page. But the media page has the media storage, the favorites, and it can save you some time if you need to use those features. We are now going to see how to work with the edit page, that's the main page for editing here in DaVinci Resolve, and later on we are going to continue where we have stopped learning about the attributes that we have here in the inspector to change the attributes and to make animations with the clips. We have stopped in the composite section. And after you are more used to the edit page, we will start again here in the speed change section, okay? I want to show you really fast in this lesson some things about the organization of the media pool here in the edit page. So let's go. First thing, here in the thumb mode, we can go to this slider and make our media appear bigger or smaller. If we want to see more media, we go to the smaller option. And if we want to see bigger thumbnails, we go to the right. In this side we have the bins that we can hide and show, as you already know. If you want to create another bin, I can right click in the bin where I want to create that new bin and go to the new bin. I will rename it my bin, for example, enter. I can even drag one bin to another bin by going here and dragging over another bin, for example, this bin to the sports bin. Now it's in the sports bin. I can shrink or expand the list of bins inside this bin. And if I click here in this bin, I can delete it by pressing backspace or delete. We can also select our media and drag to another bin here to move from a bin to another. Here we have three presentation options. This one is the thumb mode or thumbnail. Here we have the list mode where we have a bunch of informations in columns about our media. We also can go to the header of the columns and right click to access more options of columns that we can go down here to see even more options. As you can see, we have here a arrow, and if we click here in the checkbox of a column, we have added this column data level, for example. Let's see where is it. It's here, data level, and if I right click here again and uncheck this one, it disappears from the columns that we have here. Let's click out. This presentation option shows metadata. As you can see, if I hover the mouse here, we see scene. That's not a metadata that I have in my clips here. Here we have a shot, here we have camera, here we have it take. Let's go back to the thumbnail mode. The search options you have already seen before. We have also the sorting option that's very useful sometimes, like for example, you can sort your media by date added. If you have added medias in different dates, in different times, you can know which medias were added before or later. You can also sort by type, duration and much more. Here you have the option, the menu of the media pool. You have some options here that you can try. So for example, this option does exactly what it says, show smart bins. We have the smart bins here, or the show power bins that we are going to learn in further lessons, what power bins are and how to use it. So let's hide it again. And another thing that I want you to know is that this menu of the viewer here that's related to something in our media pool, that's the live media preview. You can't see the live media preview here at this time, and that's because we have the timeline loaded in the viewer. If you want to see the live media preview option here, you can load a media from the media pool by double clicking it. Now we go here to the three dots and we have the live media preview option. It's checked already, so I can click here to close that menu, and if I hover over our clips, I can preview them in the viewer with the live media preview. If I double click in a clip, I fix it to the viewer and I can go here and scrub and play this clip to review and so on. So that's an overview of the organization that we can make here in the media pool in the edit page. Now in this lesson we are going to talk about resetting an attribute and removing all the keyframes of that attribute. So the first thing that I want you to note is that if I go here to navigate to my previous keyframe, I don't have a keyframe in this position because it is gray, so I will click in this button that indicates that we have a keyframe in a position to the left. If we had a keyframe to the right, we would have a arrow here in the right too. So now I'm in a position that I have a keyframe, and if I double click here in the name of my parameter, I will reset this parameter, this attribute, to the default value, in this case 1, that means 1 time the original size of this clip. But as you can see, we haven't deleted the keyframe in that position. It's red, so we have still the keyframe there, and we have the keyframe before this one because we have this arrow in the left. We can go to the previous keyframe by clicking here, so now we are in that position that you have the first keyframe. And now I want to show you what happens if we click in this circular arrow to the side of each parameter. This arrow removes all the keyframes that we have to this parameter in this clip that we have selected. So if I click here, now you don't see any arrows to the side of this keyframe button, and you don't see it in red because it don't have any keyframes anymore in that parameter for that clip. So take care, if you click in this button and you don't want to remove the keyframes, you will press Ctrl Z to undo that action, and you have again your keyframes in the place. So that's the difference that I have told you before in another lesson between double clicking in the parameter name and clicking here. If you don't have keyframes, it will be the same thing because you reset the parameter by clicking here and by double clicking the parameter name. But if you click here, you delete all the keyframes for that parameter. And you can remove also all the keyframes for that section by clicking this button over here. So if you click here, you delete all the keyframes of all parameters in the transform section. Same thing with the other sections. If you click in this button with the plus inside in the cropping section, you delete all the keyframes that you eventually have in the cropping section. Another thing that you can do is to add keyframes for all parameters of that section by clicking in the button of the keyframe over here to the side of the name of that section. So you add keyframes for all parameters of that section, and if you go to another part of the video and you change any of those parameters, as you can see, we have now new keyframes for that parameters in that position. It is just needed to change the value of the parameter to make another keyframe if you already have a keyframe before. But I don't want this animation that I have made here, so I will click in this button over here to delete all the keyframes from the cropping section from this clip. Hi again, people. One knowledge that is very nice for you to know that can be missing for you is the knowledge about the focus of your panels inside DaVinci Resolve. What's focus? And how can you know which panel or which window is focused at the moment? So focus means the active panel at the moment. So if you click in a panel, for example here in the viewer, everything here in the interface we are calling a panel. Now I have the focus in the viewer. If I press any keyboard shortcut, it will apply to the viewer. If I click here in the space of my timeline, for example, now I have the focus in the timeline space, and if I press any keyboard shortcut, it will apply to my timeline. Same thing with the media pool, for example. If I click here, now I have the focus here in the media pool panel, and if I press any keyboard shortcut, it will apply to the media pool. That's a thing that can confuse some people, because when you have focus in other panel, for example here in the inspector, and you press a key combination expecting to make something in the media pool, you won't get to make this. So that's what is the focus. You need to have the focus in that panel to use the key combinations, the keyboard shortcuts, to work in that panel. But you have a way to show in your interface of the DaVinci Resolve, if you like, what's the panel that is focused at the moment. And to do this, I will go to the DaVinci Resolve menu, Preferences, and then User tab, and then you check this option, Show Focus Indicators in the user interface. Now I will save, and as you can see, we have a indicator, a red line here, indicating that this is the panel that is focused at the moment. And if I click in the viewer, for example, I have the focus indicator over here. If I click in the inspector, I have the focus indicator here. Same thing with the timeline, and same thing with the effects panel here. So if you like, you have this option to know what's the panel that you have the focus at the moment, and if the panel that you want to have the focus don't have it, you just click in that panel and the focus goes to that panel. So now, people, in this lesson I wanna show you an OpenEffects, that's the Transform OpenEffects, and how to use it. And I'm gonna show you in the next lessons of this section some of the OpenEffects, just to give you some examples of using OpenEffects, how some of the attributes of them work. So let's go. The Transform OpenEffects is at the end of the OpenEffects. We can find it in the Resolve Effects Transform category, or you can search for it. So I will put the Transform OpenEffects in this clip in my timeline. timeline, and let's take a look in the attributes that we have to understand how this OpenFX works. The transform OpenFX is something like the transform of the video tab, the transform section, but it has more options and more control. It gives to you more control. So for example, here we have almost the same thing as we have in the video tab in the transform section, like the zoom, the position X and Y, the rotation, but we have in a different manner. For example, the position X and Y. Here are two different parameters, not only one like this one, and that allows you to make animations separately, because you can put keyframes for this parameter and the other keyframes for this parameter. Here you have the zoom and you have the width and the height separately. Then you can also animate and adjust the zoom separately from the width and the height, differently from what we have in the video tab, where the zoom X and Y works as width and height, the width being the X value and the height being the Y value. And under here we have some interesting attributes to change. Let's take a look in the image adjustments. You can crop and uncrop, like in the video tab we have the cropping options, but here we have the edge round option. For example, we can round the edge, it's not present in the video tab. We also have the advanced options that allows you to change the edge behavior. That's a very good thing that is not present in the video tab. So let's take a look. If you just change the zoom here in the video tab, you will have a black area around your clip, and you can change it here in the video tab. Let's reset it. Because the edge behavior here is always the same. The edges will be transparent if you reduce the zoom of the clip, or if you rotate the clip you have a black area, or better, it's a transparent area, because if you have something below this clip it will appear in this black area. And here in the transform OpenFX you can change it from transparent to reflect, for example. So if I change the zoom here, instead of having the black area around the clip, we have something like a mirror. We have reflections of the clip around itself. We have other options, for example, the wrap around that repeats the clip around itself, and the replicate option just replicates the edge pixels to the edge of the screen. So if you, for example, rotate or change the zoom, you always have that edge behavior, and you also have the global blend option here. Let's reset it. I will reduce the zoom just to show you the global blend. Let's change here the edge behavior to reflect to make a mirror. And here in the blend option, we can adjust or animate this blend option to make it totally not applied this OpenFX, or you can apply halfway or totally applied, and that's animatable, like I said. So the transform OpenFX gives you more control and more options when you need to make transformation of your clip here in the edit page. Now we are going to make 2 steps of the drones project that I have shown you before. This project here that is already edited here, but we are going now to make it from zero, and I want you to follow along with me to practice the knowledges and the skills of video editing in DaVinci Resolve that you have already learned. So now I will go to the drone bin. We have here 3 drone clips. I will close this bin list, And the first thing is to make the assembly of this video. This is the first step. We are going to make this step in this lesson. So I will double click in this first clip to see what we have. We have this clip here. I want this one to be the first clip. Let's make it bigger to see better here. We can hover over the clips to see which clip each one is. So I want this one, so I have loaded it here. I will get this one from the beginning, so I don't need to put an in point here. I will scrub here through this point because I want a transition between this clip and the next clip in this point where the clip goes closer to the water to make a transition that the movement matches. That's called a match transition. So I will grab here through this part and I will press the O key to mark an out point. Now I will create my timeline with this portion of my clip, so I will right click here and in the first option I will create the timeline with this clip. I will name it drones from 0 and hit enter. Now I have my clip inside this new timeline with that part of the clip. Now I will load this clip to the viewer and I will see exactly here when the drone goes near to the river. I will press the I key to mark an in point. I will press +4 period enter to go 4 seconds forward. So I will press the O key to mark an out point, and I will press F10 to put my clip in the timeline to append. Now this last clip I will load in the viewer, and I want from this part, I will press I to this part. I will press O, then F10, and now I have the 3 clips in the timeline. I will press Shift Z to fit to the screen. Now let's watch what we have here, the first assembly of our timeline, the rough assembly. So I will play. So as you can see, we have here the final of the video. As you can see here, we have a nice match of the images because the movement of the drone, but I will go further and make a transition in a further lesson. That's a zoom transition between those 2 clips. And this one, this transition, this cut, I will put another transition, a rotation transition, that we are going to learn in another lesson. Here, if you want, you can trim your clips by pressing T to go to the trim edit mode. Then you can click in the start or in the end of any clip and drag to see where you have the starting point of this clip. You can see it in the viewer now at the right, and you can see in the left the last frame of the clip before this one. Same thing here, you can grab here and you can make it match even better with those clips. So this, for example. And if you want, you can select an edit point like this one that is selected because it is green now, and you can press period or comma to trim 1 frame at a time, or you can press plus or minus and a number of frames and enter, for example +5 enter to extend 5 frames in this clip, or -5 enter to reduce this clip by 5 frames, and this way you can adjust the position of the start and the end of each clip in your timeline. Now people, in this lesson, I want to show you the drop shadow open effects. That's very useful to stylize your clips and to integrate it better with the clip below the clip that you are putting the drop shadow. So to use the drop shadow open effects, I will go to my photos bin because I want my little b over this clip. Just as an example, I will go here, my little b is here, let's put it over here. Let's hold shift and turn my mouse wheel to make it smaller so I can see better. My little b is actually not so little, so I will click here and zoom out. I go to Effects to find my Drop Shadow Open Effects, so I will search here for Drop Shadow, then I will put it in the B clip, and now as you can see the little B has a shadow around itself. I can turn off and on the shadow to see the difference, and we can change here the shadow strength, it becomes more strong as the name says. We have the drop angle of the shadow, we have the drop distance. If you want the shadow just around the image, you can put the drop distance to 0, and you can change the blur of the shadow. You can also change the color of your shadow, so for example, it starts by default as black, because shadows usually are black. But if for some reason you want a different color for your shadow, you can change it. So for example, if I want to put a blue here, I can change it to blue. So I can make my little bit shining blue here, for example. That's very nice. And that's it. The drop shadow effect is very simple, but very useful to integrate an image with a clip below it. And let's take a look at another example that we can have. So I will delete this little b. I will make a copy of this clip by holding Alt and dragging, and let's say I want to make this clip smaller here and position it over here, for example, and I can drag the drop shadow to this over clip and have a shadow to stylize the positioning of this clip over this one. So this is the before and this is the after. It becomes very nice. I can even use the drop distance as 0 again if I like. I like it so, for example. And now we have before this and after this. And just a thing to note is that let's delete it, and I will delete this clip and put this drop shadow in this clip. So as you can see, if you don't have any transparent area to drop the shadow on, it's not possible to make any shadow inside the clip. So for example, if I change the parameters here, that's not possible to see anything different here, because the shadow is dropped only in the transparent areas. We don't have any transparent area here, so that's the reason we can't see any shadow being dropped. Let's take a look in this lesson in the options that we have in the viewer here in the edit page, how it works here, because it's a bit different from the viewer of the cut page. So let's see the options that we have here. First, this one is the zoom of the viewer. So if, for example, we use this option feature or press the Z key on the keyboard, the image will fit to the space of our viewer, and if I drag the line down or up, the image will still fit to this space. As you can see, the zoom here changes with the size that we have here, because we are fitting, and that's different from choosing this option 50%, because that's not fitted to our space. So if I drag it down or up, the image doesn't fit in this space. So I will press the Z key on the keyboard to fit again. Another option that we have here is the actual size of our footage. So now we have a timeline with full HD resolution, and with this option 100%, we can see the actual size of our timeline. Let's press Z again. Here we have a list of the timelines that we have last opened. It's limited to 10 timelines. Here we have the duration of our timeline that says 51 seconds and 16 frames. And if I mark an endpoint in my timeline by pressing the I key on the keyboard and the O key in another part, we have now an endpoint and an out point. And now it here is the duration between the in point and the out point. Let's press Alt X to take out our in point and the out point, and we can see again the duration of the timeline. Here in the right, we have the actual position of our playhead on the timeline. So if I drag it here, you can see there that it's changing to reflect the current position of your playhead. And one thing that we can do that's very interesting in the viewer here in the edit page that is not possible in the cut page is to resize, as you have seen here. But instead of clicking here, I will zoom in with the mouse wheel by going forward or backward. I can also use the mouse wheel by clicking it to drag my viewer to any side that I want. I will press Z again to fit again. We have here the jog wheel to scrub more finely in our timeline. We have the transport controls to play our timeline, like you already have seen in the media page and in the cut page. And here we have some options of screen controls that you can activate by clicking this button or by going in the list and choose what control do you want to activate on the screen. For example, now we have the crop controls, so if I drag this one, I can crop the image accordingly. So I will drag it again to here, and I will disable this screen control by clicking here again to hide it. And those are the options that we have in the viewer here in the edit page. It's more flexible than the viewer of the cut page. It has much more options, as you can see, like the zoom to see a detail in your image, like the pan and tilt option, and so on. And now let's go to finish this section with the camera shake here in the end of this clip with some animation. So I will search here for shake of camera shake, that's it, I will put it here. And first I need to change the motion scale to 0, because if I don't change it, I will have a motion scale throughout this entire clip. So if you see, we have here a camera shake. If you like, you can leave it. So, but I want it only in the end, so I'll put it here at the beginning of the fade out. I will take out the motion scale, so now we don't have any motion of the camera shake. I will put a keyframe, and to the end, I will take out this fade out just to see the result of changing the motion scale. So I will change here just a little bit the motion scale. I don't want it so fast, so I will change the speed scale without put a keyframe. I don't want it so tilted, so I will take out the tilt amplitude to something like the pan amplitude. I want some more rotation, and let's see what we have with the fade out again. We have this, not so much, so I will change the motion scale again to something like this. Let's see. Let's make it faster. Now we have some camera shake that's visible, and I want you also to make some zoom at the end, so I will go here to the video tab. I will click here where we have the start of our fade out, where we are going to put the start of our fade out. We have already a keyframe here, so no problem, we are going to leave this keyframe here. If you would like to begin from here, for example, you would need to put another keyframe, and then to the end until here, for example, I will make it a little bit zoomed, not so much. I will go back to this keyframe and I will right click, and I want to easy in and out because I have already eased in, so now I want to easy out too. So to not take out the easy in by clicking the easy out, I need to go to the option easy in and out. And the next one I want to easy in too, and let's see what we have with the fade out again. Very nice, so let's see the entire editing of this clip of the end of the drone's timeline without the didnt to avail our entire editing. So let's see in full screen. Very nice. I have saw some problem here at the beginning. Let's see. We have something here. Let's press N to don't snap here. Let's take a look in the effects. if we see some change in the parameters. I will press Shift S to take out the audio scrubbing. I don't want to hear the audio while I'm scrubbing now. Let's go to the video tab, because here in the effects we don't see nothing different in the beginning of the clip. And here what we see. Okay, we need to change the camera shake attribute of zooming. That's the problem here. So let's go to the effects tab. I will open the camera shake and I need to take out the zoom to crop attribute. So now we have any problem here? We haven't any problem. And we need some zooming here at the end, because the camera shake makes the clip shaky and have some black areas around it, or transparent areas to say better. So I will make from here the zoom to crop to be 0 to here like 0.05, or I will double click to make it goes to the default value. So let's see what we have. And very nice. And that's it. We have made the second step of the drones project. I hope that you follow along with me, because the purpose of those projects is to improve your editing skills by making some nice editings with the knowledge that I have passed to you. So I always encourage you to follow along with me. Now we are in the third guided exercise of our course, and this one is for you to practice and remember and to get used with the most useful keyboard shortcuts that we have to zoom in and out our timeline in every way. I want to know if you remember the shortcuts. That's not only keyboard shortcuts, but we also use the mouse for that shortcuts. So let's go. I will ask you, you can pause it to answer my questions, and then I will come back to give you the right answer. Let's go. First one, we have here a timeline. Let's say I want to see my entire timeline. How can I do this? Answer to me. So to do this, to see my entire timeline with a keyboard shortcut, I can press Shift Z. It's much used, it's very useful keyboard shortcut to see my entire timeline. I can even see that I have an audio going much more than my video, so I will trim here. And I can press again the Shift Z to see it fit to my screen. And my next question to you is, as you can see, we have here many video tracks with solids that I have put here, and I want to see all the tracks at once here in the space of my timeline. Let's say I want to put all the tracks vertically smaller here. How can I do that? Let's go. Answer to me. So, have you answered? To make this, I will use the keyboard shortcut with the mouse, Shift and mouse wheel, so I can make the tracks altogether smaller in size, and now I can see all my video tracks. Oh, not all, but if it's smaller, I can see much of my video tracks. I can grab those, and now I can see all my video tracks. Okay, I can do the same by going here in the timeline view options and tweaking this video track height. Now let's say I want to zoom in this part to edit with more precision, to focus in this part very fast. How can I do that? Let's go. Answer to me. And now we are back to the answer. To do this very fast, we can grab this little dot, and now we have our timeline more zoomed here, or we can use the keyboard shortcut Alt and mouse wheel for less zoom or more zoom, but it is slower. And then if I want to click here, for example, I can zoom out or in much faster. Now let's say I want to change the height of the audio tracks, not the video tracks. How can I do that? Answer to me. So I hope you have the right answer. To do this is very simple. I just need to go with my mouse cursor over the audio tracks here, and I do the same thing as I have made in the video tracks by holding Shift and mouse wheel. Now with this zoom of the audio tracks, I can't see the audio waveforms, so if I want to see the audio waveforms, I need some more zoom, and that's it. But if I want to see a bunch of audio tracks, I can zoom out all the way down, and now I can see many audio tracks. And that's it, that's our third guided exercise for you to get used with those shortcuts that we have to speed up your editing process. Hi people, in this lesson we will take a look in how the navigation of the bins works here in the cut page, and how we can move bins and media from a bin to another. So first thing, I have this sound here. I can even double click here to open it in the viewer. It's possible also to see the audio waveform in the viewer and to play it, but that is not the thing here. And I want to put this audio inside the sound effects bin that's inside the audios bin. How can I do that? I can open the bin list here to see that the audios bin have the music bin and sound effects bin inside, but if I drag my audio trying to put inside the sound effects bin, it's not here anymore. The list disappears. To make the list appear again, I can just hover over this icon and the bin list opens. I can go to my audio bins. If I hover over this audios bin, the bins inside it will expand to show, and I can drag over this sound effects bin and release my mouse button. Now inside the sound effects bin, we have the sound that I have dragged inside this bin. To navigate through bins here, we can use the bin list. As you can see, I can open the master bin, another bin, I can expand the bins inside another bin and click the one we want, and we can also navigate through those names that we have here. Here it says that we have the master bin and we are inside the drone bin. And to go to the master bin again, I can click in the master bin name here, and now I am in the master bin again. Let's say I go by double clicking here in the audios bin and then the sound effects bin. Now I have two layers of bins, one inside the other, and if I want to go to the master bin directly from the sound effects bin, I can click in the master name, or if I want to go back from the sound effects bin to the audios bin, I click in the audios name. For example, I go here, now I came back to the audios bin. If I want to go directly to the master bin, I click in the name master and I'm back to the master bin. And to move bins inside or outside another bin, it's the same thing as the media. For example, if I want to take the sound effects bin outside the audios bin, I can open the audios bin. Now I have here the sound effects bin. I can drag over this icon and then drag over the master bin, for example, and now I go to the master bin and I have the sound effects bin moved to the master bin. Let's put it again in the audios bin, and that's it. Some things about the navigation through bins and how to move media and bins here in the cut page. In this lesson, let's configure our project settings and preferences. To go to the project settings, we can go to the file menu, and down here we have project settings, or you can press Shift+9, or another way to go to the project settings is under here in this little gear. And now we have opened the project settings panel or window, and the main configurations that you can do here that we will need you to do is the timeline resolution, that's the resolution of your video. The standard for internet nowadays is still 1920 by 1080 or Full HD, or you can use also the Ultra HD or 4K resolution, that's the double of the Full HD resolution. I will use here the Full HD resolution. If you want a vertical resolution for social media, for example, you can click here, use the vertical resolution. Now we have the opposite of what we had before. We have 1080 by 1920, but now I will use Full HD with a horizontal resolution. Here we have the timeline frame rate, or the frames per second that we have in our video. The standard for internet is 30. We can use up to 60 here in DaVinci Resolve 3. I will use 30. The playback frame rate is just the, like the name says, the frame rate of your playback here in the viewer. Now we go down here to configure our optimized media and render cache and our proxy medias. We will have a section where I will teach you what's proxy media and render cache, all the details about this, but here we will just configure it to use it throughout our course to make our media to play back more smoothly in our editings. So here in proxy media resolution, I will leave in the option choose automatically. In proxy media format, I will put GNX HRHQ. If you are on the Mac, you have also the option to put in ProRes. Those are the codecs that you have to choose to make the proxy medias. Those two over here, H.264 and H.265, is not a good option because it won't play smoothly like we want. So we will choose DNX HR or ProRes. And those options of DNX HR are ordered from the most quality configuration to the less quality, but where we have the most quality we have the larger file size, and the one with less quality makes the smallest file size. So I will stick here in DNX HRHQ for a very good quality and not so big file size. I will make the same thing for optimized media, DNX HRHQ, and for render cache. I will hit save, and now we'll go to the preferences menu. To make it, we'll go to the DaVinci Resolve and Preferences, and in this window we go to the User tab, so we go to the Project Save and Load, and if you don't have marked down the live save, you will mark it. It will save your project in every change that you make. So hit save and we are done for now. We have made the configuration of our project, and every new timeline that we create here will have those options that we will have put in the project settings. To explain, a timeline is just the sequence of your final video. So when we have a timeline, we export that timeline in the end, and we have a video file. If you have 10 timelines, we can export those timelines and we will have 10 video files, and so on. So the timeline is the assembly of your video. And further on, we will see how to create timelines and make the assembly of our video. Hi people, let's start this lesson where I will teach you about the speed change options that we have here in the inspector, some details that we have in those options. So I will create a new timeline here with those two clips, this one and this one. And as you can see, those are vertical clips, vertical resolution. If you have any doubt, you can click here in the information button and you can see here 1080 by 1920. So I will select those two clips, right click, create new timeline using selected clips, and now I will put here speed change, and I will not use the project settings because the format of our timeline would be a horizontal resolution. So I will click here in the use vertical resolution to make it 1080 by 1920. I will click create. And here is our timeline, and let's see this clip that we have here, the guy backflipping from the wall. I will select this clip, and here in the speed change options we have the direction, so this is the default, or to say the forward direction. Just place the clip forward, and if I click this one, you already know that we are going to have a reversed clip. We can go back to the normal forward clip by clicking here. Before I do this, you can see here that the speed is now minus 100. That means that we have the normal clip speed reversed. So I will click here to make it again goes to 100 speed. This option is the freeze frame. I will use it later. I will show you how to use it properly. So before I will talk about the speed is not much tricky. You just make it faster in percent or make it slower. So if you want, for example, a clip 2 times faster, you put here 200 and you have a clip 2 times faster. You can also use the frames per second. This clip has 25 frames per second, as you can see here in the file tab. So if you have 50 frames per second, you have twice the speed. And let's see what the option ripple timeline does. I will make it go again to the 100%. I will trim this clip until here. And as you can see, if I make this clip faster without this option, I will leave a gap there, or if I close this gap by deleting this gap, and if I make this clip slower, the clip remains with the same duration here. And let's say I don't want it, let's make it again to 100%. If I click here in the ripple timeline option and I change it to make it faster, for example, it will ripple the rest of my timeline and change the duration of my clip. And if I want the clip to be slower, for example 53%, my timeline is rippled, it's pushed to the right, and the duration of the clip now is longer. So my clip ends at the same frame as before if I have the option ripple timeline checked, and the rest of my timeline is rippled. It is pushed if I make the clip slower, or it's grabbed to the left if I make my clip faster. And how to use this option, that's the freeze frame option. This option is to freeze a frame like the name says. So if I go here to this frame, for example, and I want to freeze this frame for a second, then I go here to the freeze frame option. I will click here. It will split at that position, the clip, and then we have here a freeze frame, and let's say I want exactly 1 second, so I will press N to go to this edit point. With nothing selected, I will press +1 period, enter, and then I will split the clip pressing C or Ctrl B and select this clip to continue our clip. So from the freeze frame option, I will go back to the forward option, and we have the continuation of our clip here after 1 second. So I will play to see our freeze frame. And that's it. And this option, the pitch correction, is an option for when we have an audio attached to our video. So for example, I will put in my timeline this lesson 38 that has an audio track. So I will click in this and press F10. I will select any part here. For example, this one, I will split here, delete this one with the delete key. I will split here again with the C key and select this one and press backspace. I will press Shift Z, and let's watch this part. Let's hear the viewer here in the, let's trim this part a bit. The viewer here in the edit page, how it works here. So let's say I want this part of the clip to be half the speed, and let's say I don't have the speed correction checked, so I will put here the 50% with the ripple timeline checked to make my clip longer, and let's see what we have now.
The viewer here in the edit page.
As you can see, our audio had the pitch changed to a very low pitch. That's not what I want, so I will undo by pressing Ctrl Z, and I will check this pitch correction for my audio. Don't change the pitch when I change the speed of the clip. So I will again put here 50%. And now let's see what we have here. In the viewer here in the edit page, how it works here. And now with the pitch correction option checked, I can change the speed to 50% like I have made, for example, and the audio remains with the same pitch. Same thing happens if I want the clip to be faster. If I don't have the pitch correction option checked, I will make my audio to be with a pitch very high, and if I have the pitch correction checked, the pitch will be corrected to match the same pitch of the original audio with the original speed. So those are the options that we have to make speed changes here in the inspector, but we have much more options to make speed changes with speed points, for example, using the real-time controls that we are going to see in a further lesson. Now in this lesson we are going to know the adjustment clips and use those adjustment clips to make copies of the OpenFX animations to other parts of our editings. But first of all, what's an adjustment clip? It's just a clip that we put over other clips and make all types of changes that's possible to do in a clip, and those changes or animations or effects will be reflected in the clips behind that adjustment clip. Let's make an example here. To put an adjustment clip in our timeline, we go to the Effects tab, then again in Effects, and the first option is the adjustment clip. We grab it to the timeline, over the clip that we want to make the adjustment, then I will put my playhead over the adjustment clip, and here with the adjustment clip selected, I will make some changes to it. So for example, if I change the zoom of my adjustment clip, I'm changing the zoom of the clip behind the adjustment clip. If for example I go and put an OpenFX here, let's put the mosaic blur here for example, it will be reflected in the clip behind the adjustment clip. If we have many clips under the adjustment clip, it will reflect in every clip behind, and if you have a clip over the adjustment clip, it will not be reflected in that clip. So the adjustment clip only affects the clips that are behind it. If I grab the playhead out of the adjustment clip, we can't see anymore that adjustment that it applies to the clip behind it. And we are going to use this adjustment clip to make the animations with the OpenFX, the same animations that we have made in this clip, but this time we are going to copy the adjustment clip to the other bits where we want to have the same animations. That's a very good workaround for the fact that we can't copy the keyframes of the OpenFX, so let's do it. I will align my adjustment clip here to the first bit, that is this one that I can see by the waveform. I need to align at least 3 frames before the bit, so I will put the playhead over the start of the bit. I will press 3 times to the left, 1, 2, 3, so we have it covering this region, and I don't want to go past the next bit, so I will grab here to trim this adjustment clip before the next bit of the song. Now I need to disable the OpenFX that I have put in this clip, so I will click to select this one. I will go to the inspector in the Effects tab, and I will click here in this red dot to disable each of the open effects in this clip. Click again in the clip to give focus in the timeline area, and then I will just press Ctrl C or Command C in the Mac to copy the attributes of the clip, because I don't want to grab again the open effects from the effects tab. I will click in the adjustment clip and press Alt V. Just a quick and useful tip for you: if you want to select or deselect all the attributes here in the Paste Attributes window, you don't need to go clicking one by one, you just need to click here to select all or click again to deselect all. Now I will leave all the attributes deselected and just select the plugins, because the open effects are plugins, and then hit apply. Now I have the same open effects in the adjustment clip. I will activate them here. I will click in this arrow to reset the zoom blur, the prism blur, and the didnt. So I have deleted the animations that I had because they were not at the right place, and I will make the animations again. Let's put the playhead at the start of the beat. Let's go back 3 frames. Let's put a keyframe in the zoom amount. Then let's grab here to the left to make less zoom. In the prism blur, I will put a keyframe just in the aberration distance. I will make higher the aberration strength. Let's put the aberration distance bigger here in this keyframe. I will take out something of the blur. Then in the didnt, I will put in the type 2. I will grab the size all the way to the right, and the strength I will put something like this, 14. And I need to put a keyframe here too in the strength, I have forgotten. And now I go back 3 frames to the left, 1, 2, 3, and I need to put the strength to .333, enter. In the prism blur I need to go all the way down to 0 here in the aberration distance, and the zoom blur I need to put the zoom amount in 0 too. Remember, I need to reset the zoom that I have made here in the video tab, so I will click in this arrow. And now let's see what we have here. I also need to make the effects going back to the normal, so I will go again to the effects. I will put my playhead at the end of this beat. I will go to didnt. Let's change again the position of the playhead to update the values here. Then here I will put it again in .333, enter. In the prism blur again I will put it to 0 aberration distance, and in the zoom blur I need again to put the zoom amount to 0. And that's it. Let's see what we have. And that's it, the animation is made in the adjustment clip. If you need to make any changes, I recommend you to make changes in the parameters to see what will look better for you in your animation. And when you are done, we need to make copies of the adjustment clip. To make those copies, we need just to hold Alt in the keyboard or Option in the Mac and drag the adjustment clip to make a copy. And let's put it here in the next bit that's equal to this bit. This one is different. And I think that we need to know is that if we click here in this keyframe button in the adjustment clip, it's not possible to see the keyframes now, but let's make the other thing, that is clicking here in the curves panel to activate the curves panel. So now we can see the keyframes here to align with the beat. So I will align the playhead with the beat, and then we need to move the adjustment clip to have this keyframe aligned with the playhead that's aligned with the start of our beat. To make this, we can just grab the clip if we want, or if you like, you can press comma or period to move the clip just 1 frame to the left with comma or to the right with period. And that's it, it's aligned. We can click here to close this panel, and let's play again to see what we have. And you can make the same thing with this next bit by holding Alt and copying the adjustment to each of the bits that you want to have that animation. And now we are going to make the animation of the opening of the drones project. If you remember, we have an animation in the start of the drone project that is the animation of opening the screen. So before I do this, I will delete those empty audio clips that we have here. We don't need it because it is empty, but as you can see, we have the chain icon in those clips indicating that we have a link between the audio clip and the video clip. So to select only the audio clips, I hold Alt or Option in the Mac, and I will select those audio clips without selecting the video clips. I will press backspace, not the delete key, because I don't want to ripple my timeline. Now I will zoom in this part of my timeline because I want to focus my attention at the start of my timeline. So I will hold Alt or Option and turn my mouse wheel to zoom in. I will click to select this clip, then I will go to the inspector and I need to crop both the top and the bottom of my clip to make the animation of the screen opening. So if you crop here part of the video in the top and another part at the bottom, you need to be exactly at the center, because if you pass, you don't crop that part that passes. And how do you know exactly where you should be with those values? To be exactly at the center of the video, with the video totally closed in black. As I said before, the crop attributes are measured by pixels, so we have here, if you go all the way up to the right, you see that we will have 1080 pixels vertically, so you just need to go and divide that value. It's not hard. If you need a calculator, you can open your calculator and make the division by 2. 1080 divided by 2 is 540, so I will put here 540 to crop exactly at the center, and here again I will put the same thing, 540, and now we have it closed in the center. And now to make the animation, we need to be in the first frame of our timeline. We need to set a keyframe for each of that parameters to animate them, and let's say I want to go with my animation until 2 seconds of my timeline. So I will click in an empty space of the timeline because I want to move my playhead, not my clip that was selected. So I will press +2 period. We can see here that we have +2 seconds and 0 frames, and when I press enter, I go with my playhead 2 seconds forward. And now I select again my clip, and I can set the crop top attribute and the crop bottom to the 0 to create another keyframe for each one with the value 0, the screen totally opened. And let's play that start of our timeline to see what we have. We have now the screen opening, that animation, but we can do better. I want to use the softness to not have just that hard edge that we have here. And if you drag the softness to the right, you can see that now you have some softness here in the edges. It looks nicer to me, but we have a problem. If you go here to the start of your timeline, you can see that now with the softness option or softness attribute not at the 0, you have the screen opened in the start of your timeline. I don't want it, so I will make a different thing. I will go to this point, for example, let's say here, where the screen is not yet totally opened. I will set a keyframe for my softness attribute. I will put it in the start of my timeline, and I will double click in the softness parameter to reset it, creating another keyframe at the start with the value 0. So I will start with my screen totally closed, no problem here, and when we go further, the edges becomes more soft, because we are animating the softness parameter. Now let's see what we have. We have a nice opening of our drones video to start with. So that's our first animation in our drones project, and in further lessons we are going to see how to make transitions and the other stuff here to make our timeline nicer. Hi people, in this lesson I will teach you everything about the header of the audio tracks, and in the next lesson I will teach you about the header of the video tracks. So let's go. What we need to know about the audio tracks. I will make it bigger and make more space here to look closer to our audio tracks. I will close the media pool and the inspector. The first thing that we have here are the mute of our track and the solo. The mute, you know, that's to mute our track. Obviously you won't hear any sound from this track when it is muted. So let's play this track unmuted. And if I mute this track, obviously I won't hear it. But as you can see, I can hear the other tracks that aren't muted, and that's different from muting the playback in DaVinci Resolve, because this mute goes to your final export. If you export the video with this track muted, this track won't be included in your final export, differently from muting from here. If you mute from here and not here, you will have in your final export all the sounds of all audio tracks that you have. And the solo option is the opposite of mute. So if you solo this track, you hear only this track. So I will play here where we have this sound effect and this music, and we will hear only the music. If I want to hear two tracks at a time, I can solo both of the tracks, and now I can hear the A2 track and the A1 track. Let's make it bigger to see the real name of the tracks, the audio 1 and the audio 2, and I will not hear the other tracks. A nice thing to do here is to use the shift shortcut, so I can click in the mute of any track and I can toggle the mute of all the tracks at once. If I want to mute some tracks and not others, I can do this, and then if I want to unmute all the tracks, I hold shift and click in any one, and now I don't have any tracks muted. Same thing with the other options that we have here. We can hold shift and we have all solid, so I can unsolo those ones, and now I will play the audio 3 and the audio 4 tracks and not the other ones. So for example, if I play here, I don't hear those tracks because it's not solid. And I can hear this track, this clip from the audio 3 track, because it is solid here in the track header. Other option that we have here is the lock track. When I lock a track, I can't move a clip or trim or make anything to that clip. Even in the inspector, if I select the clip, I can't change any option, any attribute of that clip in the inspector because it is locked. If I want to lock the track to not accidentally change anything in that track, I can do this, especially if I have already ended the editing process of that track. Another option that we have is the auto track selector that you have already know before. That's useful for some things like pasting a clip. You can select a clip here, copy with Ctrl+C, and if you want to paste in the audio 4 track, for example, you can hold shift, deselect all the tracks, the auto track selector of all tracks, and you click here in the auto track selector of the audio 4 and you paste with Ctrl+V. And you can deselect it and hold Shift and click again to activate all the auto track selectors. The same thing applies for the trimming. So if you want to trim a clip and you don't want, for example, to ripple the rest of your timeline when you are in the trim edit mode, if you deselect this track, for example, you can trim here. Let's make it bigger. If you trim here, this track is not being rippled because it is not activated with the auto track selector. If I activate it and I trim, you can see that this clip that is after this point that I'm trimming will ripple to maintain the synchronization of the rest of my timeline. Let's see in this lesson some zoom options that we have in the edit page that are not present in the cut page, because we have just two zoom options in the cut page, this one under here and this one over here. So let's go to the edit page. First, I will present to you the buttons that you can access to change the zoom, and then I will teach you the keyboard shortcuts. That is a very good idea to use keyboard shortcuts to speed up your editing process. So let's go. We have here in this part the options to make zooms. This one is an option that you can drag to zoom out your timeline or to zoom in to see in more details. As you can see, this time indicator over here is expanding or shrinking. If I go all the way up to the right, here we have some markers that indicates each frame of our timeline. So this one is one frame, this one is another frame, this one is another, and so on. I can also click in those buttons to make zoom out or zoom in. You can see where the slider is going to. And I can even click in some part of the slider to bring that dot, that ball, to that part to make exactly that level of zoom that you can know that's a good zoom for you. Those options, this full extent zoom, makes the timeline fits the space that we have here in the screen, so you can see the entire timeline to access any part of it. These options goes back to the previous zoom that you had. So if you had this zoom, now I had this zoom before, so it goes back to here. If I change the zoom to this and I click in the full extent zoom, then I click in the custom zoom, we go back to that level that we had before. And this option, the detail zoom, is a predefined zoom with detail. So let's say we have this, for example, to see my entire timeline, and I click here in the detail zoom. I can now have a detailed zoom of my timeline. That's a predefined zoom in DaVinci Resolve. We have also some options to zoom vertically, not only horizontally, and those options are here in the timeline view options. We can drag the slider of the video tracks to make the video tracks smaller or bigger. If we had here multiple tracks, this slider would change the size of those tracks altogether, and the same thing for the audio tracks. We can even change the size, the vertical zoom of our tracks by dragging the line here. So now I'm changing individually this track. If we have another video tracks here, like this one, the video 2 for example, let's make more space here to see the video tracks better. Now we have the video 1 track much bigger than the video 2 for example, but if I go here and drag again this slider, now all the tracks will have the same size again. And now let's see the keyboard shortcuts that we have to zoom in and out our timeline. The first one, that is a very good one, is the Alt or Option. So you hold Alt and you roll forward the mouse wheel and you can zoom in horizontally your timeline, or you roll backwards the mouse wheel to zoom out your timeline. Another very good option that I use many times is the Shift Z. The Shift Z is the full extent zoom. So if I have more zoom here, I press Shift Z to see my entire timeline. So I can access another part of my timeline, for example, this part, and I can press again Shift Z for the custom zoom. So I go back to the previous zoom that I had, and now I can scrub it through my timeline with more detail, with more precision. And if I want to go to the end of my timeline again, for example, I can press Shift Z, go to the end of my timeline, and I press Shift Z again, and I have again more precision in my scrubbing. And the vertical zoom has the following options of keyboard shortcuts. We have the Shift and the mouse wheel. We can roll forward to make it bigger, all the tracks, we make all the tracks bigger, or if we roll backwards, we make the tracks smaller. So those are the options that we have to zoom in and out horizontally and vertically our timeline here in the edit page. And that's another thing that's not possible in the cut page that makes the edit page more flexible. Okay, let's go. Now in this lesson, it's a very special lesson that we will see how to create new timelines here in DaVinci Resolve. As I said before, timelines is your final video, is the assembly of your video with your edits, with your transitions, with everything that your video will have when you export it. You have saw before that we created this timeline one by dragging one clip to the empty space of the timeline, but now we have a timeline, we don't have an empty space anymore. And to create new timelines, if you want another videos in our project, like I said before, it's possible. And to do that, I will right click in the media pool, and we have the option to create a new timeline, or you can use the shortcut Ctrl N or Command N in the Mac. That's just one way to create a new timeline. Let's make it. We have this window to configure our timeline. Let's put a name here, for example, drones. I can choose the number of video tracks that the timeline starts with and the audio tracks too. It can be changed after by creating or deleting video tracks or audio tracks. That's no problem to make it with such number. Same thing with the audio track type, that we can have a stereo audio track or a mono audio track, but this can be changed after also. And here we have this option that says use project settings. Do you remember that we have made a project settings here in the files menu, project settings, or this little gear under here? We have set the timeline resolution, the timeline frame rate, and that's what we will have when we create another timeline, a new timeline, using the project settings. If you don't want to create with the project settings, you uncheck this, and you can change the settings of your new timeline by going in format, for example. You can change here the timeline resolution by choosing a resolution from the list, or by manually typing the resolution here in the boxes. You can use the vertical resolution, you can change the frame rate of your timeline, and you have other options in the other tabs that we won't explore in this time because it's more advanced. So let's stay with the project settings by checking this and create new timeline. That's one way to create a timeline. We have now a empty timeline. We can see that it's opened because it's marked here in our media pool with this check. We have the other timeline, timeline 1 here, that's not opened anymore. We can open this timeline by double clicking here, and we can know what's a timeline in our media pool because we have this little icon here that indicates that it is a timeline. When we have a video, it can be a video without audio, so it will have no icon here, or a video with audio will have a audio icon here. And if we have, for example, photos, we have this icon of a photo here in this space. If we have a audio, we have the waveform of the audio in the thumbnail mode. And that's the way we know which type of media we have in our media pool. Another way to create a timeline, instead of creating an empty timeline, is to create a timeline with clips in it. For example, let's create in this bin, not in this bin, with this bin. I will select some media here, for example, those media, these 4 media, and I can right click in any of these medias that I have selected, and I go to the option Create New Timeline using selected clips. This window appears again. I can put here, for example, people. I can change the settings, like you know, and I go to create. And now we have opened this timeline people with the clips that I have put in the timeline. And obviously that's changeable. We can put any clips that we want in the timeline. We can delete those ones and put another clips, change the order, change everything, as we can do in the empty timeline. Another way to create a timeline is by opening a bin from where we want to get all the clips to create a timeline. We don't need this time to select all clips. If I want all clips in my timeline, I just right click in an empty space of that bin and go to the second option, Create New Timeline using selected bin. In this option, I can put here, for example, the name photos, and I will hit enter. And now we have the timeline photos created in the master bin. It always creates in the master bin. I can put it in the photos bin if I want, just by dragging it. And we have here a timeline with my photos added to it. Just a thing to know here is that every time we add a photo to a timeline, by default the photo we have 5 seconds of duration, and obviously we can change this duration anytime we want. And that's it. That's the way we have to create timelines here in DaVinci Resolve. And one of the most personalized way is the way to create an empty timeline like we have made in the first option by right clicking here and create new timeline, or by pressing Ctrl N or Command N like we have made in this drone's timeline. And why is it more personalized, more customizable? That's because we can add our media to the timeline using in and out points, like we will do in a further lesson, with just the part of the clip that we want, with much more control and ease in the assembly of our video. And just a final word, to delete a timeline from our media pool, we can select it and press delete or backspace. DaVinci will ask for a confirmation. I will confirm, and my timeline is deleted. I will also delete this one. I could select both of them and delete both at a time. So now we have opened the drone's timeline where we are going to work on. Now in this lesson we are going to make the opening distortion of the clip and the fade in. To make this we are going to use the didnt OpenFX again, but I don't want all this time of clip before the first beat. Let's see. I want to cut something like here, for example. I want the clip to start here, so I will press T to go to the trim edit mode, and I will grab here to trim this clip and ripple the rest of my timeline, and that's it. I will go back to the selection mode by pressing A. I will grab again this fading of the music, and before making the fading of the clip, I will activate the didnt. So I have selected this clip. I will click here to activate again the didnt OpenFX. I will reset it by clicking here. I will open the didnt. I will again use the type 2 option. Just a thing, I'm using the OpenFX in this clip and not in an adjustment clip, because now I don't want to make any copies of the animation. I just want the animation in the beginning of the clip, so it's okay to use here directly in the clip. So now let's make again the size with the value 1. Let's make the strength negative, like so. That's not negative, but we know that our .333 is like the 0, so now we are pushing the image back when we have a value lower than .333. We need to put a keyframe here in the beginning of the clip. We can also choose which edge behavior we want. I like the reflect edge behavior. If you like, you can use, for example, the replicate or the wrap around. The wrap around is not so good in this case. Let's stick with the reflect edge behavior, and we just need to go until here, for example, to make our animation. And now the strength, I will put another keyframe with the value .333. And now to make the fade in, we are going to grab this thing here until the playhead, and let's play to see what we have now. That's not so good because we need some easing of this animation, it ends so abruptly. And to make this easing, we have two options. The first option is if you have already installed the DaVinci Resolve 19 public beta version, you can make the easing of the animations of your Open Effects here in the curve panel, the same way that you make with the keyframes of other panels like the video panel, for example. But we need to go here to the beginning, and we need to click in the didnt to show the didnt here. We need to now go to this arrow and click in the strength attribute to show the strength keyframes here in this panel. And now I will select those keyframes and press this button to make it smoother. Now I will select only this one to change this handle up. I will change up to make it faster at the beginning, and then it will go decelerating to the end of the animation. And let's see what we have. It's nice. If you want, you can change the parameters and make the animation your way, but I like it so. I will close this panel. And the other option, if you don't have the DaVinci Resolve 19, if you have already installed DaVinci Resolve 18, I will teach you how to make this easing of the animation in a further lesson, because in DaVinci Resolve 18 it's not possible to make the easing of the animations of the Open Effects. It's possible for the video effects, for example, but for the Open Effects it's not possible. If you come here to this curve panel and try to make this easing of the keyframes of the animation in DaVinci Resolve 18, it's not possible, and I will teach you in a further lesson how to make this easing using the Fusion page of DaVinci Resolve 18. And that's it, our animation of the opening, the distortion animation, is done. Slow motion style editing. That's what we are going to talk about in this lesson. So we have seen the speed change options to change the speed of the clips, and we can make slow motion clips. And we have three options of slow motion modes in DaVinci Resolve. To access the slow motion modes, we go here in the retime and scaling section, and then in the retime process. Here we have the three options that we have, that is the nearest, the frame blend, and the optical flow. And the project settings just gets the option that's set in the project settings. As you can see here in the little gear, we go here in the master settings, we go to the bottom of the master settings, and then we have the frame interpolation section with the retime process that has the same options as we have here. And here, for example, we have set the nearest as the project setting for the retime process. So when we have here the project settings for retime process, we get the option nearest in this case. So what we have in each option of these modes of slow motion. To look this, I will mute the playback here in DaVinci Resolve. We have here a clip of cars making drift. Let's watch it. And I have already set it to slow motion at 50% of the speed, of the original speed. And as you can see, we have some stuttering in this slow motion. And that's because we are using the default slow motion, that's the nearest, that's the most basic, most simple slow motion mode that we have, that only makes new frames to create the illusion of slow motion. So for example, if we have here 20% of the speed, DaVinci Resolve to create this slow motion clip will replicate the nearest frames to create that slow motion. So if I press the arrow here, for example the right arrow to go forward, I'm changing to the next frame, the next, and as you can see, we have a frozen image, and when I press again, we have the new image, the new frame. I will press the right arrow again, and again, and again, and we have the frozen frames replicated from the nearest frame to create the slow motion. And then in some time, in some position, we are going to change the frame to the next. So that's the option nearest, that's what it does to create the slow motion inside DaVinci Resolve. The other option that we have is the frame blend. As the name says, it just blends the frames to create the slow motion. It blends the current frame, the last frame, and the next frame. So if you play here, for example, let's play in the frame blend option, you can see some different motion here. It looks more fluid most of the time in most of the clips. And if we stop here, you can see, for example, that we have some ghosts here and here, for example, here again. And that's because DaVinci Resolve is blending the frames to create new frames. If I press here the right arrow, we go to the next frame, and next, and next, and next. And we have some different frame for each new frame that we have. And that's why the frame blend option looks more fluid than the option nearest. So that's the frame blend option of slow motion. It blends frames to create new frames to make the illusion of slow motion when you speed down a clip. And the last option that we have is the optical flow. It's a special option that uses artificial intelligence that's inside DaVinci Resolve to create new frames between the original frames. Let's see it here in action. So that's the optical flow option. But as you can see here, we have some problems sometimes with the optical flow option. That's not the best option every time. In this clip, for example, you can see that it is not a very good option. And that happens because we have much motion here, much changing motion, and some high speed, and that is what causes a problem with the optical flow option. In this clip, for example, we don't have much motion, much difference from a frame to the other, and we don't have so much details here. And then if I go in this clip, I have already set it to 25%, and I use the optical flow option. It will be much better than this clip with the optical flow. Let's see. We can see a perfect motion here applied, and it is very fluid with the optical flow option. If I go to the nearest option, you will see that it's stuttering. It's not so good. If I go here again to the optical flow, you will see the difference. It becomes much more fluid. Another example where the optical flow won't be very good is this one. Let's zoom in. Let's play this clip to see. you can see that we have a very fast movement of the cars passing in front of the camera, so we can predict that the optical flow won't be a good option to this clip. So let's see, let's make this clip slow motion. So I will change here to 25%, for example. Let's play with the project settings option, that's the nearest option. You can see that the cars stutters in this slow motion option, and now I will use the optical flow option, and let's see what we have. When the cars comes very close, it becomes distorted. As you can see, it's not so bad here when the cars are at a distance, but when it comes near to the camera, it passes very fast, and then the optical flow can make some distortions. As you can see here, if we stop here, sometimes it's not so bad, but you decide if you like the distortion created in each clip. And in the next lesson, we are going to talk about the motion estimation option that works together with the optical flow option. It only works when you have applied the optical flow in a clip, and those options can make the optical flow work much better in some situations. In this lesson, let's take a look in the interface of the media page. That's the first page to import our medias and to organize them. First of all, we have here a viewer. Obviously, this is the viewer that's present in the majority of pages that we have, and also here in the media page, where we can see our medias like a video, like a photo, like an audio, and so on. Here in this side we have the media storage panel, that's like an explorer where we can find in the disk our files to import to our project to work with. We can navigate through folders here, and we can even favorite our favorite folders. Under here we have all this thing here is the media pool panel. That's much important because here is the panel that we will use to import our medias to work with in our project. So when we will import our medias, it's always here in the media pool. The media pool is present in the majority of pages too. Here in the media page, in the cut page, in the edit page, in the fusion page, in the color page, and in the fairlight page. It's not present only in the deliver page. So everything like a video, like a photo or an audio, you need to import here to the media pool to work in your project. A detail here about the media storage panel is that we can expand it by clicking here or shrink it clicking here again. Here we have also another tabs to use, like the audio tab, where we have some meters to measure our audio levels and do another works. We can open and close it like you saw. We have the metadata tab, where we can see and set the metadata of our files, or to say our medias. We have another very important panel here that's called the inspector. The inspector shows all the parameters that we have in our medias. You will do many works in the inspector, like animations, change parameters, compositions, and much more. When we have the inspector opened, we can also shrink it to the middle of the screen, just the upper part of the screen, or to expand it like in the media storage panel. And then that's the overview of our media page interface, and we will start to work with the media page in the next lessons to get a better understanding of the functionalities that we have here. Another open effects that we have that's not so trivial to understand how it works is the video collage. So I will explain you how to use the video collage and to give another example of using open effects in your timeline. So let's go. First of all, when I hover my mouse over the video collage open effects, I can see in the viewer that we have 4 black areas and a clip behind, and that gives us a tip of what we can have with a video collage. We can have 4 videos or another number of videos in the foreground and another video in the background, and that's the reason we have here in our timeline 3 videos, because I'm gonna use the video collage to make a collage with 2 videos in the foreground and 1 video in the background. And to do so, I need to put the video collage open effects in each of these clips and configure them, but instead of dragging the video collage from here to each clip, I will first put the video collage in the video above, I will configure the video collage, and then I will copy and paste the video collage to the other clips, because as you can see by default we have 4 videos in the foreground, and in my case I want to make with 2 videos in the foreground and just 1 video in the background, so we need to change the settings. Now with this clip selected, I will go to the inspector in the effects tab and I will change the number of rows to have only 2 videos in the foreground with 1 row and 2 columns. Note that I'm changing a configuration of the globals tab, not the tiles tab. And then now I will go back and click here to give focus in my timeline. So with this clip selected, I will press Ctrl C or Command C in the Mac to copy the clip attributes, and then I will select those 2 clips and press Alt V or Option V. I will select only the plugins option in this window and apply. Now I have the video collage open effects in the 3 clips with the same configuration. Now I need to go to the first clip, and let's say I want the first clip to be in this place. So let's go here in the inspector, and I need to change this list from create background to create tile, because I want this clip to be a tile and not the background. And to configure this tile, I need to go to tiles. It's already in the tile 1, that is this one. The tile 2 is the second one, so I want this one in the first tile, and I want to reposition my tile or my clip inside the tile to center the woman here. So I will go to resize content, I will pan the clip a little bit to the center, and that's it. If I tilt the clip, it will be yellow here because I don't have more clip under here. You can feel free to explore the other parameters that you have here to stylize more your video collage. Here I'm teaching you the basics of using the video collage, how it works. So I will go to the next clip to make it the second tile. So with this clip selected, I will go to the inspector. Again, I will put the list to create tile. I will go to the tiles again, the tiles tab, and this one I need to be the second tile, so I will put the tile 2 option. I will resize my content to pan to the center. Let's see if we can tilt it down. We can't. And the third clip, this clip in the background, is already configured to be the background, to create the background, so it will be the background of our collage. So that's how the video collage open effects works, and you can feel free to go to each of the videos and change the other options that we have. I encourage you to explore it. And if you had, for example, a collage with 4 videos, for example, you would need to put each tile in the right place, so you would have here the tile 1, tile 2, tile 3, tile 4, and remembering that you need, if you change the number of tiles or the style of each tile, you need to go to each clip that is a tile and change the configuration to be the same. Or if you change the configuration in one clip, you can click in that clip, copy the attributes with Ctrl C, and with with Alt V, paste the attributes in the other clips. And then you need to change again the active tile for each clip, for each one to be in the right place, and that's it. Hi people, let's go to another lesson where we're gonna see the options that we have to remove and insert media in our timeline here in the edit page. I will change my timeline by going in this list that shows the last timelines that I have opened. I will go to the people timeline because I don't want to find the people timeline here in the media pool, just by case it's here. So let's see what we have here. We have a lion in a people timeline, and that lion is in the wrong place. It's not a people, so I want to delete first of all this lion from this timeline. I will select this clip, and we have two options to delete this clip from this timeline: the backspace key and the delete key. The backspace key will just delete that clip and leave a gap. We can still select this gap by clicking here and press backspace again to delete that gap. I will press Ctrl Z and Ctrl Z again to undo those actions. And let's see the delete option. I selected the clip here, and if I press the delete key, I can delete the clip and it ripples the rest of my timeline all at once. So that's a good option if you don't want to leave a gap in your timeline, because that gap will be just a black screen. You can press the delete button to ripple the rest of your timeline. And now let's see how we can insert media in our timeline here in the edit page. It has some different options from the cut page. So I will go here to the people bin. I will click in this bin list button to close it, to hide it, to make more space for my media. And let's say I want to insert this media, or this one. I want this one because this one has, as you can see here, it has an audio track attached to it. So let's double click in this clip to load it to the viewer. I will scrub through it to review my material. I will mark an in point and an out point with the I and O keys. And we still have the option to use the F10 and F9 options that you have already learned. So the F10 will append to the end of my timeline, as you can see. I will delete it. And the F9 option with the clip selected in the media pool will insert, for example here, it will split the other clip and insert this clip between those two pieces. Let's press Ctrl Z, or if I am with the playhead in an edit point, I will press F9 and I will insert my clip in that edit point. But as you can see, we have an audio track here that doesn't have audio because it doesn't have any audio waveform. It's totally empty here. So I want to delete this audio clip without deleting the video. Let's see, if I select the audio track, not the track, instead I'm selecting the clip, the audio clip, I'm also selecting the video clip with the audio because it's linked. As you can see here, it has a chain symbol indicating that those two clips are linked, and that's the reason both are selected when I click one or the other. And if I delete this clip now by pressing the backspace, I delete both of the clips, the video clip and the audio clip. I don't want this, I want to delete only the audio. So to select only the audio when it is linked to the video, I will hold the Alt key, so I'll select only the clip that I have clicked, and then I will press the backspace, not the delete key, because it will cause a problem with the ripple. I will press the backspace key and I can delete only the audio. And other options that we have here, let's press the Shift Z, is by dragging our media. So for example, if I load this media to the viewer by double clicking, we can mark an in and out point and drag it from here, or we can drag it from the media pool, or we can drag it from those buttons that we have here. This one drags only the video, and this one drags only the audio. As you can see, the audio track has nothing in it again. So I will drag only the video to our timeline with this option. Another option that we have here to insert our media in the timeline, because the DaVinci Resolve has so many options for all the things that you can do here, is by clicking this button that you already know that makes both of the viewers appear, and now you can drag from this viewer to this viewer, that is the timeline viewer, and you have those options. As you can see, when I drag here, we have those options. The insert option is the same thing as the F9 key. The append at the end is the same thing as the F10 key. It will append it to the end of the timeline. And we have the overwrite. I will reposition the playhead here to you to see what the overwrite really does. So I will drag here and put it over the overwrite button. And as you can see, it overwrites all the clips in that part. And the other options, you can even try those other options there. They are very easy to understand, like the ripple overwrite, to just replace our clip with the other clip and ripples the rest of our timeline. Let's press Ctrl Z. We can even drag from those buttons to drag only the video and make an insertion with those options, or only the audio. But another interesting thing that you can do here is to select the destination track of your insertion. As you can see, we have here a red rectangle in this first track, and we can click here in the V2, for example, and now the V2 is my destination track for videos. And if I go here and select a clip in the media pool and click in the overwrite button that we have here too, I will insert my media in this track that is selected as the destination. Let's undo by pressing Ctrl Z. And when I go back to the video 1, now the video 1 is my destination track. Now I want to introduce you a new project that we have here to practice more many of the things that you have learned before, and that's the dramatic elephant, or the elephant dramatic timeline. Let's play it to see. I will put it in full screen mode, and let's play to see what we have. So we have the elephants there. Then we have an animation of the zoom, some cropping in the top and in the bottom. We have this grayscale image that changed from the color image to the grayscale. And we have a speed change, so I will go out of the full screen. We have here the continuation of this timeline. And then we have this, the other clip, the Lions clip, with the same editing in it. We have there exactly the same thing, as you can see here and here, and we are going to make this editing in the next lessons, and I want you to make it together with me to practice even more the knowledge that you already have, to make it a more solid knowledge. And what we have here? We have here some things that you have learned before, like the animation of the zoom attribute, the cropping attribute, another type of animations that is not made with keyframes. That's the fade-in animation that I will teach you too. We have a change in the speed using speed points, so from here to here we have a change in speed, as you can see. We have also some new techniques with the composite modes to learn. And lastly, we have a new thing to learn, that is how to easily use the same editing that you have made before in another clip. Like this, you don't need to make every editing here again. You have a way to copy and paste that type of editings very easily. And I will teach you in the last lessons of this sequence of lessons about this timeline that we are going to make together. Now this is the second part of the lesson about the track header of the audio tracks here. So another thing that we have here is the option to change the level of the audio of an entire track. So I will go to the inspector, and if I click here in this clip, for example, I have the option in the audio tab to change the volume of this clip individually. So if I change it here, for example, I'm changing the volume of this clip and not this one. I will reset, but if I click here in the track header in an empty space, you can see that the inspector has changed. It says audio 2, the name of this audio track, and now I'm inspecting this audio track, so I can change the volume of the entire track, and now I have changed the volume by -6.7 decibels of all the clips that I put here in this audio 2 track. Don't worry now with the dialogue leveler, because we are going to have a lesson entirely about this feature. So now let's go to another thing that we have in the track header. That's the type of audio, or to say better, the type of audio track that we have. It's indicated here with the 1.0 or 2.0. Those are the most common types of audio tracks, and that means that 1.0, as you can see when I put my mouse over here, it's a track of type mono, and this one with 2.0 is a track with type stereo. What's mono and stereo? Mono and stereo means a track when it's mono that the audios can only have one channel, and the channel is like a track inside the track. If you have just one channel, that channel in the mono track will play in both sides. If you have a stereo device to play your audio, for example a headphone, the mono track will play that channel, that one channel, in both of the sides of the headphone. If you have a stereo speaker, it will play that one channel from the mono track in both sides, in both speakers of your stereo speaker. And when we have a stereo track, it has two channels, so one channel is for the left side of your headphone and the other channel is for the right side of your headphone, so you can have two slightly different sounds in only one audio track when you have an audio track of the type stereo. You can also change the type of your track by right-clicking the track and going to change track type to mono stereo, or you can change it to another less common types that are available for you too. Another nice thing that you can do here with the track header is to change the position of the track header by right-clicking and moving the track up or down. In the case of audio tracks, it is just for your organization. It doesn't change the final mix, the final sound that you have, differently from the video tracks. If you have different orders in your video tracks, you will have a different result. Now in this lesson, to finish our editing, we are going back to the dance timeline to see what we have here. And as you can see over here, we have some overlays like this one. That's the matrix letters overlay. It appears and then disappears, fades out. Here we have another overlay that's a glitch overlay. And all of those overlays we use with the composite mode screen that's supposed to be used in every image or video of overlays that has black areas that should be transparent like this. And we have other overlays here like this one, that's the same thing as this one. We have a light leak here. As you can see, if I disable this clip, it disappears. To see what we have different here. And this one that I'm using as a transition between those two scenes, the zoomed and cropped scene and the normal scene, again with the composite mode screen. So let's go to the dense editing timeline to make those editings. I will go to the overlay bin, or better than this, I will go to the dense material that has all those overlays separated for us to use easily. And I will grab this one, the numbers overlay over here. Oh, no. Let's make it smaller here. I will put it from here. I will press I, and then I want it until here. I will create a new track to put this overlay, so I will go here and add track. I will select the V3 track to make it as the destination track, and with this clip selected, I will click in this button to put this clip only here. Let's see what we have here. As you can see, we have the beginning of the clip here, so I will slip the clip to a further part. So I will press T to go to the trim edit mode, then with this cursor in the middle, in the center of the clip, I will slip it. I can see there in the viewer the first and the last frame of this clip, but we have a problem here. As you can see, mistakes happens, and here I have added the clip with the audio, and the audio has overwritten our music. So I will press Ctrl Z to undo, and again. Now to put only this clip without the audio, by pressing here, I can do this in two ways. One way is to close the inspector and open both of the viewers, and here I can load this and grab it from this button, that's the button of the image only, over the viewer of the timeline, and then overwrite with the V3 track as the destination track, or I can go back here and deselect the audio 1 track to not have any audio destination track, and then with this clip selected, I will click in overwrite or press F8. And then we have only the image. Now I will slip the clip inside itself again. That's it, that's good. A good start with many letters. I will make the composite mode as screen. The opacity I will change it to something like this. I will zoom in a little bit, and I will make a fade in and a fade out of the clip. Let's see what we have now. But now, as you can see, it doesn't integrate very well with the video, so I will make from here the start an animation with the zoom from this value until here, the end, to something like 90 or so. And let's see now what we have. We have this, it's better. I want some more adjustments here. I will use another Open Effects, so I will go to Effects, Filters. I want here a radial blur. I will put it here. I can turn off and on to see what difference it makes. And I also want the Gaussian blur in the clip. Let's see what you have now. I will grab this fade in and fade out. I will make the clip more transparent here. And let's see again. It's nice for me now. Let's grab the other overlays to other parts, like this one, that's the glitch overlay. We can put it here, for example. And trim, I will press N to snap. Let's say I want it only in this part, so I will put the screen mode here. And we have this. I will fade out here. And now I invite you to be creative and make the other editings that we have in this dense timeline. As you can see, let's see here, we have some solid colors here. It's like this red solid color that I have put here, that I used with the composite mode soft light and the opacity of 43%. You can use another adjustment clips like this one that I have used to make some zoom and some cropping, as you can see. if I disable this clip, we don't have the zoom and cropping that we see here. This one that I have used to make some other editings as the rotation angle and the zooming and some effects that I have put here. That's the same effects, the zoom blur, the prism blur, the dent. Here we have again some light leaks used as overlays with the composite mode screen. I have also animated the opacity, as you can see, the parameter changing from the beginning to the end. And here I have used that transition that I said to you, this light leak with the screen composite mode as a transition. And what we have here, for example, we have some copies of the clip here. Those copies are like ghosts that I have made here and here, changing the zoom and the position of the clip using the screen composite mode and lowering the opacity. As you can see, we have it all animated. If I disable this clip, it's the face of the woman in this part, and this one is the face of the woman in this part, as you can see. So we have this animation. And that's it. I invite you to be creative with those knowledges that you have already learned to finish those editings with the dense editing timeline. In this lesson, let's see how we can import medias here in DaVinci Resolve to our project to make our first assembly, the first assembly of our video. That's an exciting moment where we will start to have our medias in our project so we can make our video. So we have many ways to do this here to import our medias to the media pool. We can also import our medias in the media pool on the other pages that the media pool is present, like the cut page, edit page, fusion page, color page, and fairlight page. And if you don't have a bunch of medias to import and organize, I really recommend you to import it on the other pages, like in the edit page, for example. That will be much easier. You don't need to change to the media page to import and organize your medias. But what's the advantage of importing and organizing our medias here in the media page? One advantage is that we have the media storage here, so we don't need to open the Explorer of our system to bring our media in. Another advantage here is that we have the metadata panel. If we have a bunch of medias, it's important to put some metadata in our medias to identify it, to organize it, and we will see how to do that in further lessons. Another advantage that we have here in the media page is that we have the option to access the favorites. It's the favorite folders that we can save here to easy access. So let's see how we can import our medias here in the media page. I will go here and expand this SSD, and I will search for this folder here where I have my medias in the media folder. And then I will click in the media folder to open it, and we have two options here. One option is to open the folders to import our medias, like here in the animals folder. We can select the medias that we want to import to our media pool. Let's say I want to import all the medias in the animals folder, so I select the medias and drag them to the media pool panel. In the first time that we do that, DaVinci Resolve will ask if you want to change the project frame rate to match our media's frame rate. It's a good idea to change, so I will click in the change button, and now we have our medias imported here in the media pool. So under here they are in our project, and over here they are not in our project. I will show to you soon the other option to import medias to the media pool, but first let's organize our medias here, and to do this we will create bins. Let's take a look at this side. We have here the master. The master is always here. That's the root of our project bins, and we can create another bins on the master bin. To create another bin, we can right-click in this space and go in New Bin. That's the only option that we have here. Or you can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Shift-N, or in the Mac, Command-Shift-N. I created a bin. I can rename it now. If I click outside it, I can rename it by double-clicking here in the name, or by right-clicking here and choose the option Rename Bin. Let's put the name Animals and enter. You can see that your media that you imported is not showing up here because you are in the Animals bin. You need to go back to the master bin to see your media. You select all your medias here, clicking the first, hold down the Shift key and click in the last, and drag the medias to the Animals bin. Now the medias are inside the Animals bin. It's too big here for me, so I will click in this little ball and drag it to the left to make it smaller. We can make it even bigger if you want. And now let's see the other way that we have, the other option to import medias here to our project. Instead of going inside our folder and bring the medias directly to the master, we can just bring our folder directly to our master, and now we have a bin created with the same structure of our audios folder. And now all the medias that's inside the audios folder are inside the bins folder here in the media pool, and that is the sound effects folder with sound effects, and the músicas or music folder with 3 musics. So to recap, we can open the folder here and import our medias directly to the master bin or to another folder that we have, or we can import the complete folder and we will have a bin with the same name of the folder with all the medias that is in that folder. And to put a folder to the favorites, to easy access, we can right click here. I want to put this media folder in the favorites, so I will right click here and choose the option Add Folder to Favorites. Now it's in the favorites here. If we don't have it open here, I can click in the media folder here and now it's open. So as I have all the folders organized here to just import to my project, I will click in the master bin. I will select my folders, the cars, the drone, overlay, people, photos, professional organic light leaks, scene cut detection, sports, stabilization, subtitles, and televerage, that's the green screen, and bring it directly here to our master. And now I'm done importing my medias to the media pool, and I can start to work with those medias in the other pages, like the cut page and the edit page. Let's go, people. Let's see how we can insert our medias here in the timeline. Of course, you have seen that we can just drag our media to the timeline. Even we can select several media and drag all the medias to the timeline. But it doesn't offer us much control over the part of our video that goes to the timeline. The video just goes from start to end every time. Of course, we can trim our clip later, but it is a very good idea to insert our clips to the timeline with just a portion of the clip that we want to use to make our assembly. So let's delete those ones. I will select it and press backspace, and I will show you a better way to select what portion of the clip you will put in the timeline. So let's click in this clip. I will double click it to load it to the viewer, because we had the timeline loaded to the clip, so we needed to double click first in a clip in the media pool, and after I double click I can just click in another one to load it to the viewer. So let's say I will scrub through this clip and I want, for example, to insert my clip from this part to my timeline going to this part. How can I do that? I will use in and out points. To mark an in point in my clip, I will position the playhead in the part of the clip that I want to mark in my in point and press I in the keyboard. Now I have a in point here, indicated by this bar, and I will go to the position where I want the out point to be marked in, and I will press the O button of the keyboard. So now I have an out point here. So as you can see, we have the indication of the portion of the clip that will be inserted in our timeline now. Before this we had all the clips selected, and now we have just this portion. We can drag it from the viewer directly to our timeline, and that's it. Or I will press Ctrl Z or Command Z to undo this action. I can also drag from the media pool. It is the same thing as dragging from the viewer to my timeline. Now I have just that portion that I selected of my clip in the timeline. Let's load another clip here, this one, by double clicking, and let's see another thing, another option that we have here instead of just dragging. So first of all, we will mark a in point, some part here. Let's say in this part I will press I in the keyboard, and I will go to this part and I will press O to mark an out point, and instead of dragging the clip, I can just click in this button, that is the append button, that inserts or appends this portion of our clip, our selected clip, at the end of our timeline. So every time that we have one or more selected clips in the media pool, we can use the append button to insert those clips or that clip to the end of our timeline. So I will click, and now we have this clip in the end of the timeline. We can even go to this bottom presentation of the timeline, right click in the clip and change the clip color to better identify this clip. And we can even change the clip color here in the media pool. I will right click in this one that I will add next, and I will change the clip color to violet, for example. Now I will double click in this one. Let's see another way to insert media into our timeline. I will select some part here from this part to this moment, press O, press I, press O, and then instead of inserting my media in the end of the timeline, let's say I want to put my media here between one and other clip. And instead of just dragging the clip there, that can be a bit problematic. As you can see, I need to drag. DaVinci needs to identify that I'm putting the media there, and I will release. Let's make another thing. I will press Ctrl Z. My clip is already selected here in the media pool. I will use this button, the Smart Insert button. What that does? As you can see, we have here an arrow pointing down to this edit point. This is what we call a edit point. Every time you have a cut between a clip and other, we have an edit point. And this arrow indicates that the Smart Insert button, that is this one, will insert this clip that is selected in this edit point, or to say between the blue clip and the yellow clip. So I will click it, and my violet clip goes between the yellow one and the blue one. I can see it here. My in and out point is applied. Just a portion of the clip that I selected goes to the timeline. And now let's say we want to change this clip by another clip. We don't want this clip anymore. How can we change this clip by another clip? To make this, I will go to another bin here to choose just a clip, just to put it here. And let's say I will want this clip, double click. I will play this clip, this is a short clip. And to change this clip of the drone by this clip, I can just use this third button, the ripple overwrite button, with this clip selected. And now we have changed the clip in our timeline. we could have selected the in and out points for our clip, like we have made before. But this one I wanted it to put the entire clip because it's a short clip, so that's okay. So in a first view, those are good options that we have to insert our media in our timelines here in DaVinci Resolve. But in further lessons, I will teach you how to insert medias with much more speed and to review your material much more faster, and what shortcuts you can use to make a faster assembly of your timeline. Now in this lesson, let's take a look in the motion estimation options that we have in DaVinci Resolve that works to make better optical flow slow motions. So here, when we have the project settings, as you know, we are getting the option from the project settings. So let's take a look in the project settings what we have. The motion estimation mode is the standard faster. So let's go here again in the motion estimation of this clip. Let's click it, and the options that we have here are those options from the standard faster to the speed warp, and from here the top option to the bottom option we have the faster processing option but with the less quality, and going to the bottom we have each time a heavier option with more quality. So this option is faster than this one but it has less quality, and same thing from this one to this one, and this one to this one, and so on. This option, the speed warp, is obvious the best option, but it is very heavy, very heavy. It can crash your DaVinci Resolve sometimes, and this option is only for the studio option, the paid option of DaVinci Resolve. So if I play here, it doesn't even play it needs to cache here. I recommend you to use the cache option here in the playback menu. Render cache is smart, and you wait for this line to become all blue. That means that it is cached. I will turn off the cache here because I don't want to cache this clip with the speed warp option. I only want to show you that it's the DaVinci Resolve Studio option, so you will have this watermark here, so you can use it in the free option only to see the results, but you will have the watermark that makes it unusable in the free version. The best option that we have in the free version of DaVinci Resolve is Enhanced Better. This one is a heavy option, but it has the most quality possible in the free version of DaVinci Resolve. So let's play it to see. It's not anywhere near as heavy as the speed warp option, but it is not as good as the speed warp. You can see here that sometimes you have more distortion than the other options, so you need to choose carefully what option you choose from the motion estimation list to create the better new frames for your slow motion, trying each of those options. Let's see this one, for example. Let's play here, let's scrub it, let's see this one. Surprisingly, the standard faster option looks better here, but we have some cutouts here, some problems. But in the enhanced better, we have some other problems here, as this very distortion of the car. Let's see another car here. This one, it doesn't work so good in all options, in all situations. Let's see other one here, for example this one. This one, if I put here in the enhanced better, let's see here in this part, for example, we have some distortion here. We have some distortion with this building, and if we use here the enhanced better, it's not distorting the building anymore, so it becomes somewhat better. And that's it. You need to try in your situation, in your clip, to see what option works better to use, but in general the enhanced better will deliver better quality than the standard faster and will be heavier. Another technique that's very useful to do is to change the color of this edge, because you have here a greenish edge and you can change it in the configuration of the Prism Blur Open Effects. And I want to show you how to change this color, because if you want to stylize, to have more control over your editings, that's possible to do. So to change this color, I will right click in this compound clip, then open timeline, then here inside the compound clip, I will go to effects, then generators, and I will grab a solid color over the clips. I will position at the beginning and I will trim to the end. I will press N to snap, and this color I need to change it to the color that I want to put in the edge. So let's say I want to put red at the edge, so I will change it to red here. Now I need to go to the settings tab and change the composite mode to something like overlay. Now I have this red edge, very nice. Then I will go back by double clicking here to my timeline, or I can go to my timeline that's opened here in the stacked timelines. And that's it, we have the result, the red edge. And if we need to change the color, we go again to this compound clip, open timeline, and change the color of this solid color at the generator tab. So for example, if I want it to be blue, I change to blue, go back to my timeline, and now we have a blue edge. Very nice. Hey people, in this lesson let's take a look in the edit modes that we have here in the edit page and what we can do with those edit modes. The main edit modes that we have here are those ones that we have here in this first block. That is the selection mode, the trim edit mode, and the blade mode. What can we do with each of these modes? The first one is the normal mode, the selection mode, where you can select and move things, clips here in the timeline. And when you trim a clip, for example this one, you will leave a gap with this selection mode. So let's go back here to close the gap. And let's see the trim edit mode. The trim edit mode, as you can see, we have a chip there that says the name of the mode and a letter that's the keyboard shortcut to access that mode. So you have the A key for the selection mode, the T key for the trim edit mode, and the B key for the blade edit mode. So let's see the trim edit mode, what it does. What's the difference between the trim edit mode and the selection mode? Here you can trim your clips and ripple the rest of your timeline, as you can see. If I trim here in the start, or if I trim here in the end of a clip, we always ripple the rest of our timeline, and that's like the ripple on of the cut page, basically. But there are other things that we can do with the trim edit mode, like the sleep of a clip inside itself. As you can see, if we go here over a clip, we can see a different cursor, and that cursor says that we can drag and sleep the clip inside itself, as you can see. So I'm changing the first and the last frame of the clip, and the clip itself, the position of the clip inside itself. And here in the viewer, when I am sleeping the clip, we can see in the top left corner the first frame of this clip that I'm sleeping. In the right we can see the last frame of this clip that I'm sleeping, and in the bottom we can see the last frame of the clip before this one in the left, and in the right we can see the first frame of the next clip after the clip that I'm sleeping. When to use each of those modes, we are going to talk about the blade edit mode in a moment, but before this we need to explain when to use each of those two modes. So for example, if you want to trim a clip here in the timeline and not leave a gap, and that is what you want most of the time, you will press the T key in keyboard, the T keyboard shortcut, to go to the trim edit mode. You will trim a clip here and ripple the rest of your timeline, and you will press the A keyboard shortcut to go back to the selection mode to continue your normal editing. Another example, let's say we have a clip here, for example here, and you are in the trim edit mode. If you want to trim this clip, you will have a problem. You will ripple the rest of your timeline, and usually that's not what you want when you are trimming clips that are not in the first video track. So, if you want to trim this clip and do not mess with the rest of your timeline, you press the A keyboard shortcut to go to the selection mode and you trim this clip. And if you want to trim a clip in the first video track, you press the T keyboard shortcut and trim this clip. Or here, for example. And you can ripple the rest of your timeline with the trim edit mode. So let's press again the A keyboard shortcut to go to selection mode, and I will move this clip back to the end of my timeline. And let's see the blade edit mode. I will press the B keyboard shortcut to go to the blade edit mode. And now we have, when I put my mouse over a clip, a blade, and as you can see, as I hover my blade back and forth, the viewer shows exactly the frame where my mouse is over at the moment. That way we can know exactly where we are splitting our clip, because the blade edit mode is to split a clip. So if I click here, I can split this clip in this part. And when to use the blade edit mode. That's the case when you want to make many splits in the clips. So for example, you want to make a split here, another here, another here, and so on. Mainly if you have a audio track with narration, for example, if you want to cut out silences, you can go and split with the blade edit mode the silent parts of the clip, for example, so you can delete it later by going back to the selection mode. I will press the A keyboard shortcut, and now I'm back to the selection mode. I can select the clips that I have splitted. I will hold Ctrl to make this, to select multiple clips, and I will select those ones. I will press delete, and now I have deleted that parts of the clips that I have splitted. So these are the main edit modes that we have here in the edit page. Hi people, in this lesson we are going to make the next guided exercise of our course. So I will ask you some things and you will pause the video and answer me, or you can answer without pausing the video. So let's go. The first question that I have to you is where you can see the total duration of your timeline here in the edit page, and where you can see the current position of the playhead, the time code of the current position of the playhead here in the timeline. Two questions in one. So let's go, answer to me. So we are back to answer this question. Have you answered correctly? So let's see. We have over here the total duration of our timeline, our current loaded timeline, that's the car's timeline, and it says 3 minutes, 1 second and 12 frames. Okay, and the second question of the one question that we have made, where we can see the time code of the current position of the playhead. There are two places where we can see this. This one is the current position of our playhead, the time code that says 1 hour, 1 minute, 12 seconds and 1 frame. And here we have also the same time code. If we change the current position of our playhead, we can see that the time code changes. But wait, why we have 1 hour? Because our timeline only have 3 minutes. That's because by default DaVinci Resolve uses this timecode starting from 1 hour. So we have here in the start of our timeline 1 hour timecode. That's by an historical reason that I will not explain here, because that's not our purpose here to explain the historical reason of this timecoding starting from 1 hour. But you can change this in your timeline when you create the timeline. That's not a problem. So you ignore this 1 hour and we have here, for example, 1 minute and 14 seconds and 4 frames. Now, the next question that I have to you is about the thumbnail mode and the icons that we have here. I want you to answer me the type of media that we have based on the icon that it shows in the thumbnail mode. Here we have the thumbnail mode, and I will ask you what type of this media is. Based on this icon, you can pause and answer me. I will ask you about another types of media and I will answer to you later. So this one, based on this icon, what type of media do we have here? Now let's go to this one, and what type of media do we have here with this PXY icon? And last, I will ask you about this one that we have the PXY, and we have this other icon here. What type of media do we have? Let's go, answer to me. So now we are back for the answers, and let's go to see this one. This icon indicates that we have here a timeline. Same thing with this one and this one, those are timelines. And also we have a timeline here, but this little gear with the icon of the timeline indicates to us that we have a timeline with different settings from the project settings. So that's why we have that little gear there. And the second icon that I have asked you is this one. This one indicates that we have an image. So we have an image here, here, and so on. If you tell me that you could see that it was an image because it has an image extension, I will say to you that we can have here the name changed, for example B, and without the original name with the extension. So we cannot base yourself in the name of the clip to find what type of clip this is, what type of media, because sometimes it won't have the extension with it. So we need to be based on the icon to discover what type of media we have. This one, the PXY, indicates that we have a video here with a proxy media attached to it. So we have created a proxy media by right-clicking and going to generate proxy media. And this one, we have a video again with a proxy media attached to it. And we have an audio track attached to this clip because we have this audio icon. If you have just a thumbnail without any icon, we will have a video. And if we have a audio waveform like this one, we have an audio. And let's go to the next question. I will go here to the cut page because I want to ask you something about the cut page. And my question now is, how can you make a fast assembly of a new timeline using the resources of the cut page? The tip for you is that we have a button. That's the first step to make our fast assembly. So pause the video and try to answer me which button of the cut page we can use to review our footage and make a fast assembly. Let's go. So we are back for the answer. This button right here, we have the source tape, and when we are inside a bin, you can click in the source tape to see all the clips in a sequence here in the viewer, and you can review by playing the clips or by scrubbing here, or you can scrub more precisely using the jog wheel. And the next step to make the fast assembly, I want you to answer this one too. So let's go try to answer. Okay, we are back. Have you answered correctly? So let's go to the answer. The next step to make the fast assembly is to use the I and O keys in the keyboard to mark an in point where we want. We need to go to the part of the video that we want to put an in point, so I will press I will go to the part of the video that I want an out point and I will press O, and answer me the next step that we have to do to make our fast assembly. The tip for you is to use a keyboard shortcut to make your insertion in the timeline faster. So let's go, answer me the next step to append this part of the video to the end of the timeline. So we are back for the answer, and the next step is to press F10 in the keyboard to make our insertion, to append our video to the end of our timeline. I have clicked here. We should not click here if we are assembling in the timeline to make it faster. I only clicked here to show you that the clip have been appended in the end of the timeline, but now I go back to the source tape and I continue to make our marks in the clips with the in point and the out point and press F10, and then we are going now to the next clip and mark an in point and the an out point and press F10 again, and so is the process of making a fast assembly of our timeline using the source tape of the cut page. Now the next question, that's the last one for you. I will go back to the edit page and I will put this clip over here just to make the question for you. And now I will press Shift Z for you to see the entire timeline, and I want you to see carefully our timeline and tell me what's the clip that I'm inspecting right now in the inspector. Let's go. Do you have the answer? So let's go to the answer to see if you are correct. The clip that I'm inspecting right now in the inspector is the drift2.mp4, that is this one, and that's because I don't have any clip selected in the timeline, and my playhead is over this clip, and this clip is the topmost clip under the playhead. If I don't have this clip over here, if I drag this clip to here and deselect it, the clip that I will be inspecting will be this one, the Drift1 clip. As we can see here, the name of this clip in the inspector. If I click this clip, for example, now this clip is in the inspector, besides the fact that I have the playhead not over this clip. So it's in the inspector only because it's selected. If we don't have any clip selected, the clip that is inspected in the inspector is the topmost clip under the playhead. So this way we have ended our second guided exercise, and now let's go to the next lessons. Let's take a look in this lesson how we can remove media in the media pool and some aspects of the media pool here in DaVinci Resolve related to removing and changing medias. So first thing, I will select these two medias, Waves 1 and Waves 2, in the media storage panel, and I will import it to my master bin here in the media pool. It's selected, I will drag it here, and now it's imported in the media pool. When we delete a media here in the media pool, we are not deleting the media in the disk, we are just deleting the media from our project. That's because the media here in the media pool is just a reference to the media in the disk. So, for example, to delete this media that I have just imported here, I select it in the media pool and I can press the delete button or the backspace button. Both keys work for deleting media. So I will press the delete button and I have deleted the Waves 2 from my media pool. As you can see in the media storage panel, the Waves 2 file is already here. it's not deleted. I can even double click it here and see it in our viewer. It was not deleted from our disk. I can even re-import it by dragging it again. But take care, in the other way, if we delete something here in the media storage, we are really deleting the media from our disk. We won't have the media anymore. We cannot even delete the media by pressing the backspace key or the delete key here in the media storage. I will press the delete key here. It cannot delete this way, but we can delete the media by right-clicking in the file and go to the option Delete Permanently. It says here permanently like an advice to us to let us know that we will delete it from our disk permanently, like the name says. So take care. I will do it here now to show you what happens. DaVinci Resolve also asks to us if we really want to delete this file from the disk, and if we really want, we go to delete, and now the file is not in our disk anymore. Let's click in done, and let's see what happened here. The media waves 2 that we have imported here to our media pool is not found anymore in the disk, so we don't have access to it to work in our project. If I double click here in the media, it says media offline. Media offline is a problem that happens every time that we don't have the right reference to our medias in the media pool. For example, if I have deleted a media like I have just did, it will say media offline. If I have changed the media folder, we will have the media offline too. And if we change the name of the media, it will say media offline too. For example, if I go to my Explorer here and change this Wave 1 media name, like Waves 21, I will go back to DaVinci Resolve and my Waves 1 is offline too, because now it can't find the media anymore. It is still loaded here in our viewer in some parts, because it's loaded in the memory, but now DaVinci Resolve will have some problem to access this media, since the reference to it is waves1.mp4, and in the disk, in our folder, the name is other, waves21.mp4. And when this happens, we can do some things. One thing is to relink our medias to make the right reference again, and to do so I can right-click in the media and go to Replace Selected Clip. That's because I have changed the name of the clip, so I will need to replace it by the clip with the right name. I will navigate here to Course Video Editing DaVinci Resolve folder. I will go to the media folder, and here we have the Waves21. That's the same file but with different name. I will select it, and now I have the media relinked here, and it's not offline anymore. And another thing that we can do is to just delete those medias that's offline and re-import it. It was not offline anymore because I have replaced it already, but if it was still offline, I could delete it and re-import. Hey people, how is it going? Now in this lesson we are going to learn how to replace clips that are offline. Let me show you the thing. First of all, I have put in the resources of this lesson the elephantdramark.drt timeline for you to download. So I want you to download this timeline and import in your project, as I will do here. So I will right click to import this timeline. Here I'm in the timelines bin inside the master, and then I will go to timelines, import, and this first option that has the DRT DaVinci Resolve timeline option, and then I will go and find my elephantdramarkzoom.drt timeline. That's the file that's in the resources of the lesson. I will double click it to load my timeline, and this message appears. I will close this message because it tells me that we have offline media in our timeline. Let's see, we have here this offline media, and we can see nothing special here, not any video. And what that means, when we have a media offline in our timeline, that means that we don't have the media that we are, or that DaVinci Resolve is referencing through those clips that were imported to our media pool. So we have here the timeline imported, and the clips of this timeline, that are 2 clips, are imported here and here with the name Leões na Praia in Portuguese and Elefantes Família in Portuguese. But those medias aren't between your medias in your computer. DaVinci Resolve can't find those medias with those names in the folder that this timeline indicates, and that's the reason for the media to be offline. Every time you go to a folder and change the name of a media, for example, if you go to the folder of, let's go to the folder of this media, for example, or this one, sunset, I will right click and then open file location to go to the folder of this media. We have the sunset.mp4 here. If I change the name of this clip, I will put here something, for example. And if I drag this to the timeline, this media tells me that it is offline. If I don't have a proxy media, here I have a proxy media, and that's why the media still appears to me. If I click here, right click and unlink proxy media, my media will be offline because the proxy media won't be there to replace my media anymore. The same thing happens if I change the folder of my media, because DaVinci Resolve will not find the media in the right folder. So I will go back here to the previous name, the sunset, and now if I go to DaVinci Resolve, it can find the media again, because the name is the name that it references. So what can we do about those media that are offline in our timeline? Let's go here again to timelines, and we need to replace that media by the medias that I have already provided you in the first lessons that are with different names. I will right click in this clip, Leões na Pedra, then I will go to the replace selected clip option to replace this clip. Then you need to find between the media that I have provided you in the first lessons, the right clip. I will tell you what's the right clip, so I will go here in the media and then animals folder, and here we have the right media that you need to choose to replace that media. So you will change the Leões na Pedra by the lions on the stone. That is what it means in Portuguese. So I will double click here, and I have again my media here in the timeline. The same thing I need to do to this media, the Elephants Família. I will right click, then replace selected clip to replace, and I need to go to the Elephant Family. This one is the clip that I need, so you can click in this, double click to replace. DaVinci Resolve will accept the clip because it has exactly the same time code and the same attributes. So this is the same clip with different name, and then we have here our editing again, our clip appearing. So in this lesson, let's take a look in some keyboard shortcuts and some techniques to make faster assemblies here in the cut page. First of all, let's see how we can load our media from the media pool in the viewer and how we can load the timeline in the viewer. That's a thing that can be somewhat difficult sometimes to the beginner, so I will teach some things about it. First of all, we need to know what's loaded in the viewer at the moment. To know this, we have over here this name that says drones. So by this name, we know that we have the drones timeline loaded in the viewer. and we know that the drone's timeline is the timeline opened under here because it is checked with this orange or red check. And look at those 3 buttons that we have here. This one indicates too that we have the timeline loaded in the viewer because it is white, it's activated. And this one, the source clip, if I click it, it loads the media pool in the viewer. We are not seeing nothing at this moment because it's like the live media preview that we have saw in the media page. So if I hover my mouse cursor over the clips, I can see the clips like the live media preview by going back and forth over the clip's thumbnails. And if I click in a clip to select it, it's now fixed to the viewer and I can scrub it through it or to play to see my clip. And now if I click here in an empty space of the media pool, I go back to the live media preview mode where I can hover the mouse over another clips to review it. To load now my timeline to the viewer, it's very simple. We have 2 ways to do that. One way is just by clicking here in the space of timeline and it's loaded in the viewer. Another way is to use this button, as you might have guessed, and we load our timeline. And this middle button, what does it do? The source tape. That's a very good option to review our media in a bin for fast assembly. It's only present here in the cut page, that's why I like the cut page for making fast assemblies. So first of all, I will not click here to not load all the clips that we have in the media pool at the moment because I am the master. If I click here now, I will load all the clips here in the viewer. It will be somewhat heavy. So first thing, I will open this people bin, for example. We have here some media. And now I will click in this button to load all the clips that we have in the people bin here in the viewer. As you can see, it has some separations here that indicates the duration, the proportional duration of each clip that is loaded in the viewer now. And now we can review our clips to make our assemblies, but first of all, let's create a new timeline to start an assembly from 0. So I will right click here and create new timeline. I will name it people. I will hit enter to create. It have gone to the master, so I will click here in the source clip. Let's go again to the people bin and source tape. And how can we review our media? The best way to assemble our timeline. One way is to click in this button, the fast review, that will play through our media, and the shorter clips will play slower and the longer clips will play faster. Let's see, this one is a short clip, it plays slow, and the next one will play faster because it's a longer clip, and so on. This one, for example, it will play faster because it's a bigger clip, a longer clip. Let's see. So this fast review adapts to the duration of the clip to play slower or faster. We can also review by scrubbing through our timeline. And if I want to scrub more precisely in any moment, we can use the jog wheel. I click it and move right and left, and I can review my media, scrubbing my media through my media, slower in this part of the video. Let's say we have, let's go to the beginning of our source tape. I will just press the spacebar to watch at normal speed. Let's say I don't want this vertical media, neither this. Let's say I want to start with this one, that's a horizontal media, and I will play. Let's say I want it to start in this part. I will press the I key to insert an in point, and I will press the spacebar to play and to C or L to play 2 times. the speed. And let's say I want to put my out point here, I will press O. And now we have some options. Instead of just going to this button, the append button, each time we want to insert a media to the timeline, we can use these options that we have here in the edit menu, but we will not use the edit menu, we will use the keyboard shortcuts. I'm showing you the commands in the edit menu because if you forget any of the shortcuts, you can come here and take a look in the commands with the shortcuts to remember. So the most used is the append to end of timeline F10. Remember this shortcut F10, and that's the same thing as clicking in this button right here. It will insert the clip in the end of our timeline, so I will making my assembly in some order. So I will press F10 after I have put my in and out point, and now my clip is in the timeline. I can continue reviewing my clips. For example, I will go to the next one and I can press L. Let's say I want to start in this point, I will press the I button. I will press L 2 times to see in 2 times the speed. Let's say we want to end at this point, I will press O to put an out point, and I press F10 to append to the end of our timeline. So as you can see, we have the first clip here, and from here to the end we have the second clip. And that way we can make fast assemblies of our timeline. Let's see, we want to go here in this clip, I will jog wheel here. Let's say I want to start at this moment, I press I will play double the speed by double pressing the L button. I want the out point here, I will press O and I press F10. And when I'm done with assembling my timeline this way, I can go back clicking the timeline button, for example, and I can see my timeline here in the viewer again. So the source tape is a way to make faster assemblies of our timeline, using in and out points in our clips, and using the F10 keyboard shortcut to append to the end of our timeline each portion of clips that we choose with the in and out points. Now I will show you the options that we have in the track header of the video tracks. The first thing is that we have the name of the track that you can rename like you can do in the audio tracks. You just click here in the name and type what you want. For example, here I want to put the adjustment clips. So I will put the name adjustment, press enter. So I changed the name of this track for my organization, for my information. The auto track selector works the same way as in the audio tracks we have seen before. If you want to turn off all the auto track selectors of the video tracks, you hold shift and click in any of the buttons, and now you can turn on this one, for example, and this one. And if you trim a clip or delete a clip and close the gap, you will ripple those tracks with the auto track selector enabled. For example, here those tracks moves, this one and this one and this one, and the other tracks that don't have the auto track selector enabled won't move. I will press Ctrl Z here, then I will hold shift and click here to disable those track selectors, and again I will hold shift and click in any of the tracks to activate the auto track selector of all the tracks, all the 7 video tracks that I have here. I will take out here the out point that we have by pressing Alt X or Option X in the Mac. Other thing that we have is the option to disable the video track. So for example, if I go here, I will turn off the snapping by pressing N. I will go here and hold Alt and turn my mouse wheel to zoom in my timeline horizontally. And I have here some colors in my editing. Let's play to see. So that's it, but let's say I want to see some details of some video track that I have made without any other video tracks over it. So I will hold shift and turn my mouse wheel to make smaller my tracks, and I can, for example, disable these two video tracks to don't see those colors that I have put here, and this one, for example, if I want, and I take out all the colors that I have put by disabling those video tracks. That's an option, and doing this, disabling the video tracks, is different from disabling the clips. Here, if I press Shift Z, you can see that we have the clips all grayed, and if I put any other clips here in this track, it will be grayed too, because this track is disabled. Differently from this is when we have, let's make it again here by holding shift. If we go to the selection mode and select those clips, for example, and press D, we disable only those clips and not the entire track. Those clips in the track are not disabled, and if I put another clip here, it won't be disabled because the track is enabled. So I will press D again to reactivate those clips. Other option that we have is the lock track that works the same way as in the audio tracks. And one thing that I haven't talked about, but works both in video tracks and the audio tracks, is the destination track. The destination track is selected with the red outline. So if I want to insert from the media pool a clip in the video 5 track, for example, I will click here to select this track. Now this track is the destination track if I want to insert any clip, and I can go. Let's go here. I will close the smart bins to make more space here. I will go to the cars bin. Let's load this clip. I will make it bigger here. Let's select just some portion here. The entire clip is 3 seconds. And if I put my playhead here, for example, with this video 5 track as the destination track, I can click here in the overwrite clip, and it will be inserted in this track. I have forgotten to change the destination track for the audio track that comes with this video, so I will undo this action by pressing Ctrl Z. I will click here in the audio 2 track as the destination track for the audio track, and then I will click again in overwrite clip. And now my video goes to this video 5 track, and the audio goes to the audio 2 track. This audio has nothing, but it is a track. Let's undo. I will make it bigger here. And last, we have also that options that we had in the audio tracks by right clicking, and we have here the add track, add tracks. If I want to add multiple tracks, I can put a number of video tracks and audio tracks here and choose the position of the tracks or the new tracks, the type of the audio track, and then I will click in the add tracks to add the tracks. I have here also the option to move the track up or down, and that's different from moving the audio tracks, because if you move a video track to a different position, you can have a different image in that part, because the video tracks that are above appears on top of the video tracks that are under those tracks. And we have lastly the option to change the track color, and that's also an option that we have in the audio tracks. You can just go here and change it, for example, to lime, and you will have all the clips in that track with this color, the lime color in this case. So those are the details about the video tracks in DaVinci Resolve, everything that we can do in the video tracks. And let's take a look here in a practical use of the blade edit mode. Here we have just a lesson that you have already watched, the lesson edit page viewer. But that is the raw recording, and I make many mistakes. I stay much of the time in silence thinking what to say, so I need to cut out the silent parts of my recording. So I will use the blade edit mode to show you how I do this work. First thing, I will position this playhead in the start of my timeline. I will go to this button to zoom in the timeline. And as you can see, we have here the audio waveforms of this recording. We can drag this line to make it bigger if we want to see better the audio waveform. If you don't see this audio waveform, you can go here to the timeline view options and you select this option to show the audio waveforms. And now I will go to the blade edit mode by pressing the keyboard shortcut B. I will position this playhead to the left and I will start to split my clip in the silent parts. And before I split the clip, let's take a look what we have here. I will play this clip. Let's take a look in this lesson in the options that we have in the viewer here in the edit page, how it works here, because it's a bit different from the viewer of the cut page. So as you can see, we have many spaces with silence that we need to cut. We have a cough here, so I will go to this part before I start speaking and I will click to split, and again in this part and in this part and here and here and here. I know that is a cough because I have played it, so I will cut out that cough. Now to roll our timeline, I can click with the middle mouse button to drag my timeline to see another part. You can also hold down Ctrl and roll your mouse wheel back and forth to go back and forth with your timeline. It is easier than dragging this roll bar, and we can continue to split the clip here and here and here and here and so on. And when we are done, let's say we have already made all the cuts that we need to cut the silence parts of this clip, we can go back to the selection mode to delete those parts. So I will press the A keyboard shortcut. Now I'm back to the selection mode. I will zoom out my timeline a bit to see better the parts that I have splitted. I will select the first part. I will hold down the Ctrl key and select the other ones. Take care to not click when you are in an edit point like this one, because you will lose your selection that you have already made, so take care with that. I will select again here and here and here, 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 here and here. If you need to zoom in, you can hold down the Alt key and roll forward your mouse wheel to select easier your part of the clip. And now you can press the delete key to delete all of those parts. And you ripple the rest of your timeline, not leaving the gaps. So that's a practical use of the blade edit mode to cut out silences of your clips, based on audio waveforms that we have attached to our clips. And now people, in this lesson, let's take a look in what we have here. If you scrub or play your timeline like this, in this part of the Lion's clip, you can see that you have an error of synchronization between those two clips. We have one clip here, if you can see, and another clip, the face of the lion is to the side and here is to the front. And those two clips that are not synchronized here needs to be synchronized. You will understand why in a further lesson of this sequence of lessons about this editing. But now to fast correct this problem, you need to do the following. Select this clip in the middle, then press backspace to delete this clip, and then press N to activate the snapping and go here. Now hold Alt and grab this clip up to make a copy of this clip exactly synchronized at the same position of the other one, and then now trim the start of this clip until here to be exactly aligned with this solid color clip, and then grab this little icon that we have here like so, and that's it. We have it synchronized again, no problem anymore. and we can continue with our editing. That's a very good thing that happened, I think, that in some moment I have messed with this clip and I have not noted that it became unsynchronized with the bottom clip, and that's nice because I can show you how to deal with those type of problems that easy. Now that you have your timelines edited, it's time to export your timeline to a video file, so you can distribute that video file or upload in a streaming service, for example, and there are two ways to do this here in DaVinci Resolve: the quick export option and the deliver page. The quick export option is not so powerful like the deliver page, but it is, like the name says, an easy and quick export option. So let's take a look in this lesson in how this option works. You can find this option here in the edit page and in the cut page, and even in the file menu you can find the quick export option here too. I will open it, and here we have this window with some presets that we can choose to export our video. And as you can see, we can't configure the export settings of our video, so we can just choose a preset and export. The main preset that we have here is the H.264 and the H.265 master presets for general purpose, and we have also options like the YouTube, Vimeo, Twitter and the other streaming services presets. So if you, for example, click here in YouTube, you will be exporting with the best settings for YouTube. You have also the option to upload directly to that streaming service, but first you need to sign in that streaming service. For example, in the Vimeo streaming service, I'm not signed in, so I have the option to sign in by clicking this button, and then we follow the steps that are proposed to us. We have also those options to sign in here in the DaVinci Resolve menu, then preferences, and you go here in the internet accounts and choose which account you want to sign in here in DaVinci Resolve. So let's go again to the quick export options. Let's take a look in the YouTube option. If I click in the upload directly, I can choose a privacy mode, for example, private, public, unlisted. We can put title, description, and so on. And here in the H.264 option and in the other options, if we click in the export option, we need to choose a folder where to export our file, and then we click save. So DaVinci Resolve will export our file. Let's take a look. It's exporting now. It says the remaining time, and that's it. I will cancel here because I don't want to export now. And then when the exporting finishes, you have your video file in that folder. Another thing that's important to see is that you can select a part of your timeline to export. If you don't want to export the entire timeline, let's say you want to see the result of some transition or some editing that you have made. So for example, let's say I want to select this transition, this part, to see the result. And to do so, I need to go to the beginning of the part that I want and press I to put an in point in that part. And then in the other part I need to press O to put an out point. So now I have selected this part of my timeline with in and out point, and when I go to export my file, I can see here the duration that I'm exporting, that is rounded to 6 seconds. So I'm exporting only 6 seconds of my timeline, this part. I can also change the points by dragging them, or I can go with my playhead to other part and press O to change the out point, or I to change the in point. And when I want to take out those in and out points, I can press Alt X, and now I can export again my entire timeline. So that's the first option that we have, that's the quick export option. And the last thing that you need to know about the quick export option is that you can save a preset be created by you, but you need to use the deliver page to create that preset. So it can be very useful to save a preset if you want to always to export with some settings that are the best for you, and you use that preset through the quick export option. When you have our media imported here in the media pool, it's a good idea to watch what we have in our material that we will use to work with to make our edits. And that's not just going to one clip like animals, selecting one and playing, because we have so many options here in DaVinci Resolve to better preview our media. So let's take a deeper look about the preview of our media here in the media page. First thing that you can do is to show medias from many bins at a time, and to do so you can select those bins that you want to show the media in the media pool. Like this one, animals, I have already selected, and I want to select drone, for example. I hold Ctrl and select it, and now we have the drone footage and the animals footage here, all at once. I can hold Ctrl and select cars, for example, and we have the car footage, we have the animals footage and the drone footage. And when we want to see just a bin, we click not in the name here in the side in the bin, and we see just the animals. To load a clip in the viewer, we just click in the clip. And to play, we have those options like you guessed. This one is to play forward, this one is to stop it, and this one is to play in reverse. But we can also use keyboard shortcuts that we have here configured in DaVinci Resolve. That's JKL. Take a look in your keyboard and you will see that JKL are all together, and the J key plays reverse, the K key stops, and the L key plays forward. Furthermore, we have the option to press the L or the J key to play in a different speed, not just in one time. For example, if I press one time the L key, I play forward in one time the speed, but if I press the L key two times, I can play two times the speed. But as you can see, it has ended the clip and the playback stopped. I can put the loop on, and now I can press again in the K key to stop and the L key to play, and I can play two times the speed by pressing the L key again. I can press the L key again to play four times the speed, and so on, always doubling the speed of my playback each time I press the L key. If I press again and again and again, I have 46 times, and I can do the same thing in reverse by pressing the J key. 2 times in reverse, 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, and so on. You can also play in half time of the speed by holding the K key and pressing the L or the J key. So I'm holding the K key, I will press the L key, and it plays half the speed. Another option that we have here in DaVinci Resolve is to go to these 3 dots and activate the live media preview. What it does: when we have the live media preview activated, like you can see now, I can just hover the mouse cursor over the thumbnail of the videos and scrub back and forth to see a preview of my video in the viewer. If I put my mouse over this one, I can see this one. If I put the mouse over this one, I can see this one, and so on. I will disable my live media preview. And just a thing, it's not possible to use the live media preview when we have our media shown in the list option. So if I put the live media preview, I cannot preview my media by hovering the mouse over the media name. So I need to be in the thumb mode to use the live media preview. And of course, you can use the space bar to play the video and the space bar again to stop the video. In this option that I have here, when I press the space bar, and press again to stop the video, you can see that the playhead goes to the last position that I have put it, and it happens because right clicking here in the stop button we have this option. It's not enabled for you when you first open DaVinci, but you can go here and activate, and this happens just when you use the spacebar to play and to stop. If I uncheck this option, I can press spacebar and press again to stop, and it will stop where the video is playing now. Let's see in this lesson some details about removing media from our timeline. It's not so trivial, it can be tricky sometimes for the beginner, so I will need to explain it to you. So first thing to know is that this button, the ripple on, it affects the way the timeline behaves when you delete some media from the timeline. So for example, to delete this media, this clip, I can click to select it. I will change the clip color just to make it clear that it's another media that I'm deleting. I will make the same thing for this one. I need to go under here. It's not possible to right click here. The menu doesn't appear. So I will go under here, clip color, and change this one to pink, for example. So I will go to this medium, I will select it, and let's see what happens when we have the ripple on off. It's off because it's not white, it's gray. The default is on, but I have it off now. I can press the backspace button or the delete button to delete this media that is selected. I can even make a selection of other medias and delete all at once, so I will delete just this one. And when I press backspace, you can see that we have now a gap here that shows just a black screen in our viewer. So we have not the ripple effect in our timeline when the ripple is off. And what is the ripple? Let's press Ctrl Z or Command Z to undo this action, and let's understand what's the ripple in our timeline. The ripple means that when I delete this media, for example, the rest of the timeline here to the right will close the gap. All the clips that we have, if you have 10 clips, even in other layers, it will come synchronized and close the gap. That's the ripple effect. So if I put the ripple on and delete my media by pressing backspace or delete, all the rest of my timeline comes to close the gap and stay synchronized. If I had another layer here, this layer will come together to my timeline stay all synchronized, making this movement, closing this gap. But let's say we don't have the ripple on for accident, for example, it happens sometimes, and you delete some medias, and we have in here a gap. You can ripple the rest of your timeline already, but you will need another step to make this when the ripple is off. To make this, just select the spaces that's empty, that's not a clip, this gray space. I can press delete or backspace, and now we have closed the gap, and all of the rest of our timeline comes together. If we have another clips here in the right, it comes together too. So those are some tips that you can use. I recommend you to maintain the ripple on. You don't want a black screen in the middle of your timeline. So if in any moment you delete a media and the timeline doesn't close the gap, you will know that your ripple is off. Hi people, in this lesson we are going to see how to use the retime controls options that we have in DaVinci Resolve. That's a much better way to make speed changes in our clips, mainly if you want to make the clip with different speeds in each part. For example, if I want this clip from this part to be slower and before this part to be faster, we can use the retime controls and the speed points to make it much easier. So I will reset here the speed of this clip by double clicking here, Now I have it 100%. I want to focus only on this clip, so I will select those clips and press delete, not backspace, delete to close the gap. To remove the clips and close the gap, I will press Shift Z to fit this clip in the space of my screen. I will close the inspector and the media pool, and I will make it bigger here, and I will grab this. And to use the retime controls, I will right click in this clip, and I have here the retime controls, or better than this, I recommend you to use the keyboard shortcuts every time that you can remember it. So you have the Ctrl R keyboard shortcut to use. So you select the clip and press Ctrl R or Command R in the Mac, and here we have the retime controls. Under here we have the option in this little arrow. That's a menu where we can make many things. I will explain to you the speed points option in the next lesson. The other ones that we have are to reset to 100% or the original speed of the clip. We have the change speed with some predefined speeds here to choose. And here we have the freeze frame. That's an option nice to explain to you, because when you have the speed frame here in the inspector, when you click in this option that also freezes the frame, you make some different thing. If you remember, when you click here, you split the clip and freezes the rest of the clip. So if I have here, for example, in this part and click in the freeze frame in the inspector, I have a freeze frame to the end of the clip here, and not freeze frame before this part. That's not very good, so I will press Ctrl Z, and here, as you can see, we have a freeze frame in this part of our video, and not in this part, and not in this part. And that's a very good thing that we have in the retime controls, because we don't need to split the clip, and you can change the point of your freeze frame at any time that you want. So to change the point of this freeze frame, first you can drag over here to change the point where it starts. And if you want to extend your freeze frame, you can go here in the top of this speed point that we have here and grab, and you can extend or reduce our freeze frame. So all this part that you have here between this speed point and this one is a 0% speed. So we have here a moving clip, and here we have a freeze frame, and here again we have the moving clip again, 100% speed. If you want to take out this freeze frame, you can click here and remove freeze frame. Let's see another options that we have here. I will reset this clip by clicking here in the reset clip. So we don't have anymore those speed points that we had, and I will go here, and we have the option to reverse the segment. That's the same options as we have here. The rewind will make the clip at the end rewind. Let's press Shift Z. It will go back from the end, and then it will go again forward. And you can change the position of this rewind clip. So we have here, for example, it ends here and rewind. You can extend this rewind portion by dragging under here, this speed point, not over here, but under here. So I'm extending to this part, and I go forward, then rewind to this part and back forward. You can even change the speed of each segment by using this top part of this speed point. This one is a speed point. So if I grab here, take a look in this minus 100%, because it will change. So I'm making this part faster, or if I extend, I make this part slower. Same thing with the other parts. For example, this one I can make it faster by grabbing over here, not under here, and by going to the right I can make it slower, as I can see here. And for the last part of the clip, we don't have here the speed point, but we need to go over here, not here that we have the trim option. We go over here when the cursor of the mouse becomes this way, and we drag to make it faster, as you can see here, or to make it slower by going to the right. This way we can change the speed of each segment separately. So here we have 72%, here we have a reversed segment with minus 110%, and here we have 78%. And to use properly the retime controls, we need to understand a little better how to use the speed points. So in the next lesson, we are going to talk about the speed points of the retime controls. Let's go. In this lesson, we are going to see how to change the position of our clips in the timeline. So to do this, I will put this clip into the timeline. I have already inserted an in point and an out point here to get just this portion of my clip. And I will use the Smart Insert button. My clip is selected and I'm near to an edit point. So the edit point that's nearer to my playhead is the one where the clip will be inserted when I click in the Smart Insert. So I click it and the clip is here. I will change the color of this clip just to identify it better. I will put olive. And let's say I want to put this guy's clip before the olive clip, the clip of the girl. And to make this, I can drag this clip to here, to this edit point, hold for a second, and I can release. Now I have changed the position of those two clips. Another way to reposition clips in our timeline is by cutting and pasting. We have the options of cutting and paste here in the edit menu. We have cut here or Ctrl X or Command X in the Mac, and the paste option, the famous Ctrl V. And to make this, we go here to our timeline. I will select this clip. Let's say now I want this clip before the guy's clip. I will press Ctrl X and I need to put my playhead exactly at this edit point, because if I don't do so, I will split the guy's clip or the other clip, the ballet dancer clip. For example, if I paste my clip over here, not exactly at the edit point, I will press Ctrl V, and you can see that I have splitted the guy's clip. We have just a tiny portion of the clip here, then the clip of the girl, and the rest of the clip of the guy. That's obviously not what I want, so I will press Ctrl Z, and we need to know the snap feature. The snap feature is that one that we have here in this button, timeline options. We have much options about the timeline here, and we have the snap. The snap is not checked at the moment. I can click here and now it's checked. And with the snap on, when I drag the playhead near an edit point, you can see it snaps to that edit point. It makes it easier to go to that edit point, so I will use it to easily position my playhead. If I'm not with the playhead in the edit point, I activate my snap and go near the edit point, and it snaps there. And I can press Ctrl V to paste my clip exactly between those two clips. To toggle on and off our snap, we can press the N key in our keyboard. So if I have the snap on, I will press N and I disable the snap. And when I press N again, I enable again the snap. So remember the N key, it will be very useful to you because sometimes you don't want the snap. For example, if you are scrubbing through your timeline to see your clips, if the snap is on, you will be snapping in that edit point, for example here, and the snap doesn't let you scrub through your timeline without snapping to those edit points that we have near the playhead. So you press N and you have the snap off. You can just scrub through the edit points without any problem. Another thing that you can do here is to change the layer of a clip just by dragging to an upper layer. For example, this one I can drag up and I can release here, and we have a new layer, the V2 or Video 2, where I have put the guy's clip, so it's over the girl clip. And if I want to get it back to the video 1 layer, I can just drag it here and reposition, and we have the clip there again. And a nice tip that I have to you to reposition clips in a very busy timeline. Imagine that you have a timeline with much clips. Let's put all those clips here from this one to this one. I will press F10 with all these clips selected. So I have many clips here in the timeline. The clips becomes small in this upper presentation, and let's say I want to move this clip to another part of my timeline, for example here, I can grab from this bottom presentation of the timeline to the upper presentation. I go to the position of my timeline where I want to put my clip, and I go back to the bottom timeline presentation and position here in an edit point, and now I can position this clip exactly at this edit point. Instead of just grabbing through here, that would be very time consuming, I can just drag from the bottom to the upper, and then from the upper I go to the bottom again. And as you can see, sometimes when I press Alt Tab here, the Alt key disables the ripple on, and now we have two gaps. As you can see, those gray spaces are two gaps in our timeline. We just have a black screen here and here. That was an accident when I moved my clip. So when we have the ripple off, this problem will happen when we move clips through the timeline. And another problem, let's remove all those clips to see it more clearly, those two. Then I will select both gaps and press delete or backspace. We have another space here, another gap. I will click here and press backspace. And if I have the ripple off, I will have a problem changing the position of a clip in the timeline, because the clip will overwrite another clip if I cut and paste the clip. So I will select this one, I will press Ctrl X, it will leave the gap because the ripple is off, and if I put it over here, I will press N to snap to this edit point, and if I press Ctrl V, it overwrites the guy's clip in that part that I have pasted this girl's clip. So it's always a good idea to have the ripple on when we work here in the cut page, to move our clips or to delete a clip or to copy and paste clips and so on. In this lesson, we will take a look in a common problem that we can have when editing our videos. That's the chop playback, especially if we have a high resolution video to play or to scrub through, like a 4K video, and how we can deal with this problem. First thing, I will close this media storage panel, I don't need it anymore, it has made its work, and let's watch this elephant walking video. I will just scrub it by dragging the playhead back and forth, and as you can see, I have not much problem here in my computer scrubbing through this video. It's a little choppy, but not much. That's because my CPU can handle well this video that's a full HD video, like you can see by clicking this I button when you put your mouse cursor over the video. Here we have some informations about the video, like the resolution. But if I go here to the people bin and I load this video, that's 4K video, like we can see here. Not 4K, it's higher than 4K video. 4K is 3840 by 2160. This one is higher than 4K. And if I scrub through this video, you can see it's very choppy. I cannot see it smoothly. Let's say I click in this part. It takes half a second to load this frame. Let's go to another part, for example. It took even longer to load this frame, for example, and that happens because we have a type of media coded in a codec that's very processor intensive. And now, to deal with this problem, to make faster editings, to make my video play smoother, mainly when I scrub it through the video, I can use a thing called proxy media. So I will generate proxy media here for my video, and to do so I can select the medias that I want to make the proxy medias. So I will select all those medias and right click, and I go to the option generate proxy media. Just an advice before you do it. The proxy medias are medias that play much easier in your computer than the media in the codec H.264 or H.265, like the majority of medias that we have in the internet. But the file size of the proxy media is much larger than those that we have here, something like 10 times bigger. So you need to take care of the size of the files, or to say we need to have much disk space to create proxy media, and you need to manage it. To do so, you can go to the project settings and you go in the master settings down here in the bottom. In working folders, you will have where your proxy media are being generated, and you can go to this folder and manage your proxy media. The proxy media that you don't use anymore, you can delete from your disk to make more space. So let's create the proxy media, right click, generate proxy media, and it goes in the process of generating proxy media. It can take some time, and when it is done, the proxy media will be linked to your clips. Let's jump to the future. And now DaVinci is done generating the proxy media, and you can see here the PXY icon that indicates that those medias have the proxy media linked to it. So now by playing this media here in my viewer, the proxy media instead of the original media is the media that will play here. So I can just scrub here and it will be much smoother now, as you can see. And now it will be much easier to play and to edit our videos with the proxy media. Let's see in this lesson how we can move things here in the edit page with much precision. First of all, what we can move here? We can move a clip, we can move the start or the end of a clip, that's what is called trimming. We can go to the trim edit mode and move a clip inside itself, that's what called slipping the clip. And it is possible to make all those movements with the clips with total precision. So for example, let's say we want to move a clip to the right or to the left only by one frame. To do this, I can go to the selection mode. I will select the clip that I want to move. Let's say this clip is over here. It's a B-roll clip, for example. It's over the main subject. So if I want to move it only one frame to the right this clip, I can select this clip and press period period will move this clip 1 frame to the right, and comma will move this clip 1 frame to the left. So as you can see, I press period, I move 1 frame to the right. I will even zoom in here to you see better. So we have here 1 frame, and here we have the next frame of our timeline. I will press period, we have moved this clip 1 frame to the right. I will press comma, and I have moved this clip 1 frame to the left. The same thing we can do with the trimming. I can select, for example, the end of this clip. I want to extend this clip. Now with this edit point selected, it becomes green to say it's selected. I will press period, and I have added 1 frame to this clip. I extended this clip by 1 frame. If I want to take out 1 frame, I will press comma. Let's zoom out here. Another thing that we can do here with this technique is by going to the trim edit mode, and I will select the start and the end of this clip with the trim edit mode that selects not the clip but the edit points, and I can press period to go 1 frame with both of the edit points of this clip to the right, or I can press comma to go 1 frame to the left. So I will press comma, and I will go many frames to the left, or I press period to go many frames to the right. Now with the trim edit mode, let's say I select this clip and I want to slip this clip just 1 frame to the left. I will press comma. I have now slipped this clip 1 frame to the left, or I press period if I want to slip this clip 1 frame to the right. So period, I have slipped this clip 3 frames to the right. Another thing that we can do here, now not with the comma and the period, is to move things a certain amount of frames or seconds. So for example, if I want to extend this clip exactly 15 frames, for example, I will select this edit point of the end of this clip, and I will press plus. As you can see, we have here a selection in the time code with the plus sign. Now I will press 15 in the keyboard. As we can see, we have now 15 frames. We have still the selection here, and now look here at the end of this clip. When I press the enter key, this clip is trimmed or extended 15 frames. Same thing we can do to move an entire clip. So for example, if I want to move this clip 10 frames to the right, I can press +10 and press enter, and this clip is moved 10 frames to the right. We can also move things by seconds. So for example, if I want to move this clip 2 seconds to the right, I select this clip with the selection mode and I press +2 period. So now I have here +2 seconds and 0 frames. If I want to make it 2 seconds and 10 frames, for example, now I can press 10 and I press enter, and this clip is moved 2 seconds and 10 frames to the right. And as the plus sign goes to the right, you can also use the minus sign to go to the left, to go back. So if I press -22, for example, I can see here -22 frames. And when I press enter, I go with this clip back or to the left 22 frames. If this doesn't work to you, go here to the playback menu, then time code, and see if you have those keys assigned to the increment time code command and decrement time code command. If you don't see here the plus and the minus sign, you can go here to DaVinci Resolve menu, keyboard customization, you search here by time code, write time code entirely, we can go down here and find the playback option, expand the time code option, that's the same thing as going here in the playback menu and then time code as you can see, and here we have the option to assign a keyboard keyboard shortcut to those commands. If you don't have the keyboard shortcut assigned here, for example, so with nothing here, we can click in this box and I will press the minus button or the minus key. I can assign also another key, that's the minus sign of the numpad keyboard, and the same thing for the increment timecode. I will press here, I will press the plus button or plus key, and I will press here again to assign another key, and I will press the numpad plus, and now I can hit save and close. Now I have here the keyboard shortcuts to the increment timecode option or command and to the decrement timecode command. So with this we can move things with much precision here in the edit page by using the comma, the period and the addition of the timecode. And now in this lesson, let's make from the zero, along with me, this editing of the elephant dramatic zoom timeline. So to make this, I will use this clip that was imported with my timeline that I have imported the timeline and the clips, those two clips came together. I will select this clip and right click and then I will create a new timeline with this clip. I will name it elephant editing and hit enter, and I will click in this lions clip and press F10 to put it in my timeline. Hold Alt and select the clip, the audio clip, and press backspace to delete. And I want a similar duration for those clips, so I will press T to go to the trim edit mode, and then I will trim this clip here, and I will press Shift Z to fit in the screen. Now I'm going to make the editing in this part of the clip, that animation of the zoom in the face of the elephant. To make this, I will go to the selection mode, select this clip, I will set a keyframe in this position for the zoom attribute, and I will go some frames after, and then in this frame, this one, I want to change the zoom attribute to make another keyframe in this part, so I will zoom in. But as you can see, we need to go to the elephant's face. To make this, we need to work the zoom together with the anchor point. We can change the anchor point here in the inspector, but I want to go to these transform controls on the screen to change the position of my anchor point. We don't need to animate the anchor point, so I will not put a keyframe in the anchor point. If you are not with this rectangle that represents the transform controls here, you can click in this arrow and you go to transform. You have another options here that I will teach you in a further lesson. So for example, the crop option, dynamic zoom, you have already used this one, the open effects overlay that we are going to see in the future, the fusion overlay, and so on. So this one is the anchor point. I will put it to here to centralize the face of the elephant. So when we zoom in, we have this, the zoom in the elephant's face. Let's play it to see in real time. We have a linear animation of our zoom, but I want to make an easing of my animation. I want to smooth my animation at the beginning and at the end. I will take out those screen controls, and to make this easing of the animation, we have seen before something about easing our animations in the dynamic zoom options, but here we need to go to the keyframe, so I will navigate to my keyframe by pressing this arrow. Now I'm over the position where I have a keyframe for the zoom attribute. I will right click in my keyframe and I will ease in this keyframe. What ease in means? That means that when the animation comes near to this keyframe, it will slow down smoothly, not abruptly. Same thing I can do with the first keyframe, so I click in the left arrow to go to the last keyframe, the previous one. I will right click and then easy out. It's easy out because it's going out of this keyframe, and the other one is easy in because it is going in this keyframe. If you want, you can put in the linear option, that's the default option, that makes only that linear animation, an animation with a linear velocity, or to say, a continuous velocity. So now let's see what we have here. Now our animation is smoother. And another thing that we should know is that when we have 2 or more keyframes, that's when those options appears when you right click here. If you have only one keyframe, you will see only the linear option. You will not see this easy in or easy out option. You only see those options when you have 2 keyframes. And if you have 3 keyframes, for example, I will put another keyframe here just to show. I will go to the middle keyframe, I will right click here, and now we have the options to easy in, because we have a keyframe before this one. We have an easy out because we have a keyframe after this one, and we have the option to easy in and out because we have keyframes before and after this one. So then I will take out this last keyframe, and now I want to make an even smoother animation by clicking this button. This button only appears when we have keyframes in the clip, so I will click here to open this part. I will make more space to see what we have here, and now as you can see we have a graphic here, and that graphic shows us the change in values of the zoom X attribute over time. So from here to here we have the animation. This one is a keyframe and this one is the first keyframe. I will zoom in this part by holding Alt and turning my mouse wheel. I will select only this one to see the handle of this keyframe. This handle lets me adjust the animation curve. So if I drag more to here, I have an even smoother animation at the end of this keyframe because the change of values is in the vertical axis. So if you have a more horizontal line here, you have a slower change in the values, so a smoother animation. Same thing I will do with this keyframe. I will grab this handle to make this animation even smoother at the beginning, and here at this middle we have the faster part of this animation. So I will play for you to see. And we have this. And obviously you can select your keyframes and adjust your curve grabbing this handle, and you are adjusting the animation curve or the smoothing of the animation of the zoom parameter, not only the zoom X but the zoom Y and X, because the zoom X is attached, it is linked to the zoom Y value because of this chain. So if I change the zoom X animation curve, I'm changing the same way the zoom Y animation curve. And when we are done, we can close this graphic by clicking here again, and that's it. We can make much more customized animations using the animation curves graphic. Now in this lesson, we are going to talk about the speed points. So I will reset this clip by going this arrow and then reset clip to show you the speed points. I will press Shift Z, and let's say I want to put a speed point at this moment of my video. So I will click in this arrow. Almost everything in the retime controls we do through this arrow. So I will click here, and I can add a speed point here. That determines that we can have a different speed in each part of our clip. So in this part we have an independent speed from this part, and if I want to put another speed point here, for example, I will scrub to the part that I want, and then I will go to this part of the clip, not this one. I will go here in the arrow, I will put another speed point. So we have here one speed point, and here we have another speed point. And we have 3 parts of clip that we can change the speed independently. So if I want to change the speed of this part of the clip, I will grab over here. So I'm changing the speed of this part of the clip, as you can see here, that indicates the speed of this part. And if I go here, the continuation of the clip stays correctly between those parts. Same thing with this part here. If I change the speed of this part of the clip, for example, if I make it 40%, the continuation of the clip continues in the correct way. Another thing that I can do with the speed points is in this handle under here of the speed point that changes the frame where this portion of the clip ends. So if I grab this to here, I can see it there in the viewer where my clip in this part of this speed point is ending, and if I release the mouse button, it goes back to show the part where my playhead is currently. So now it has ended before, because I have dragged the left, and the clip continues accordingly in this clip. So under here I can change the frame where each speed point starts and ends. So if I want this one to end later, I will grab it to the right. And as you can see, I don't change the speed of this part of the clip because I'm only changing the ending frame, not the speed. The speed I change over here. And let's say I want to remove a speed point. To make this, I can go here in this part to remove this speed point, and I will go to the arrow and clear speed point. So I have removed that speed point. I can change the speed by dragging here. For example, if I want to make it 100%, I go this up. Let's say I don't want to make this, I want to make it easier. I go to the arrow and I will reset to 100%, and it is easier to make this clip go back to the original speed. And when we are done with the retime controls, I can press again the Ctrl R to close the retime controls, and we can see an icon here indicating that this clip has a speed change. And if we want to go back to the retime controls, we press again the Ctrl R. We can access our speed points and change the speed of the segment by dragging here, or the position where the segment ends by dragging in the bottom here, and we close the retime controls again with the Ctrl R. So those are the speed points. Very easy to use, very nice to use too. You can put a speed point where you want and change the speed of only that part of the clip without splitting the clip. Hi people, in this lesson we are going to see additional tips about the input size of our timeline. So let's say we have here a timeline with a horizontal resolution, and that's the case here. As you can see, we have a horizontal timeline, and let's say you want to put here video clips with a vertical resolution. This one, for example, let's click in this clip and press F10 to append to the end of our timeline. Here we have just a problem because we have put the solid color in the video 1 track, so I will just delete it. I will delete this track by right clicking here and delete track. And now I will click here and press F10, so I have this clip in the end of our timeline. And as you can see, our clip is cropped because our scaling option, our input scaling option by default in the project settings is the fill option. We can see it here. I will go to the image scaling option and then input scaling, and we have the fill option here. That's the scale full frame with crop. I will cancel here. As you can see, if I select this clip and move it down or up, we can see that we have the clip cropped. And let's say, obviously I don't want to crop it this way, I want to use the fit option, so I will select this clip and go here to the fit option. I want the clip to appear entirely here in my frame, but let's say I want to put multiple clips with a vertical resolution here, and I don't want to go in each clip and change the scaling option individually. How can I do to make my work easier? So let's search here by the resolution. I want to search for 1080 by, so I find all the clips in the people bin that starts with the resolution 1080 by, and let's say I want all those clips in the timeline with the fit scaling option. I don't need to put my clips to the timeline to make this option. I can select the clips here in the media pool and change the scaling option of those clips directly here in the media pool. So I will select, as you can see here, we are inspecting those clips from the media pool, multiple clips, and I will click in the scaling options to put fit, and now I can click again here, not in an empty space of the media pool, because I will deselect the clips. I will click over here, for example, to focus on the media pool without deselecting the clips, and I will press F10 to put all those clips to the timeline already with the scaling option fit applied to them. So if I press here Shift Z and review my clips in the timeline, I can see that the fit scaling option is applied to those clips. And this tip of selecting clips in the media pool and changing an attribute of the clip applies to all attributes that you can change here in the inspector. So if you want to change any other attribute here from the clips of the media pool, you can select the clips in the media pool, change an attribute, for example the zoom attribute, and you can put those clips in the timeline with the zoom changed. I will reset here because I don't want to change the zoom of the clips in the media pool, and that's it. We can change the attributes of the clips directly in the media pool before we put the clips in the timeline. In this lesson, we will see how to create subclips. And what is subclip? Let's say we have a long scene from where we want to take some small parts of that long scene and make new clips from those parts. Those new clips is what we call the subclip. So let's say, for example, let's go here to the sports bin. I will put in the list view so I can see many informations of the videos just right here, and I will click here in the duration column to see it ordered by duration. So here you have the smaller clip in duration, and here in the end I have the bigger clip in duration. I will click in this one to load it to the viewer, and let's play this clip to select some parts to make subclips. Let's scrub it through it to be faster. So let's say I want this part where the guy makes this stunt. So I will get here from this part. I will press the I key in the keyboard to mark an in point. As you can see here, this is the in point. And let's scrub it through it. I want it to end, let's say here, where the guy is staying fit again. And I will press the O button to mark an out point. As you can see here, this one is the out point. And now I can just grab this from the viewer to the media pool in any place here, and the new subclip window appears where I can put a name for this subclip. Let's say breakdance stunt 1, and I will click create to create it. And I will have here the breakdance stunt 1, this one. If I click to load it to the viewer, I can see that it starts where I have put my in point and ends where I have put my out point. And let's make it again. Let's load this clip again. I will go forward here to this guy. Let's say I want the second stunt, so I will press the I button, I will scrub it till the guy go to his feet again, let's say here, and I will press the O button to mark the out point, so I will have the in point here and the out point here. I will drag it to the media pool, I will put the name breakdance stunt 2, press enter, and I will have here the breakdance stunt 2. So that's the way that we have to create subclips here in the media page of the DaVinci Resolve. We can extract parts of clips to make new clips with just the parts that interests us. Hi people, now we have a guided exercise, a very good, a very nice type of exercise that I have created for you, where I want you to answer my questions about what you can do to make such editings that I will propose to you, that I will demand for you, like I was your director, for example. So let's go, let's dive into it. First thing that I will ask you is that I want you to change the clip of this guy. We have the guy here. I want you to change for another clip. Let's say I want to go to master, then I go to animals, and I want you to insert in the place of the guy's clip, the lion's clip. Let's double click in it to load in our viewer, and I want you to put this lion's video in the place of the guy's video. What could you do to make this with fast and easy? I will give you 3 seconds. If you want, you can pause the video and answer me how to do this. And then after the 3 seconds, I will come with the right answer to you. So let's go. Then have you the right answer? So let's go, I will give you the answer. What can we do to replace the guy's clip by the lion's clip with fast and easy? To make this, I will select the lion's clip. I don't need to load this in the viewer right now. I just need to select in the media pool. I will position my playhead over the guy's clip, and I will press this button, the ripple overwrite, that will change the guy's clip by the lion's clip. But let's take a look. The lion's clip became very long here in our timeline, where we have smaller clips. So let's say I demand you to make different. I just want you to put the lion's clip with 4 to 5 seconds, not the entire clip. Let's say I have demanded it the first time to you, then I will press Ctrl Z to undo the last action. And now I ask you how to do that, how to put the lion opening mouth, this video, with only 4 to 5 seconds in the place of the guy's clip. Let's go, try to answer. And then I expect that you have the right answer. So what can we do to make this editing? I will load by double-clicking this clip to see it in our viewer. I will position the playhead in a place where I want to put an in point. I will press I will press the spacebar to play my clip 4 to 5 seconds. Let's say here. I will press the key O to insert an out point. Now I can see over here the duration of this portion of the clip that I have selected with the in and out points, and not the entire clip duration anymore. If it don't says something like 4 or 5 seconds, like I said before, I can drag those in and out points to make it change the duration to something like 5 seconds, and I will press this button, the ripple overwrite button, with the playhead over the guy's clip, and I will be replacing the guy's clip with 4 to 5 seconds, in this case 5 seconds and 7 frames of the lion's clip. And the last thing that I want to demand you is the following. Let's play this lion's clip to see what we have. As you can hear, we have some sounds in this clip, and me, as your director, I ask you to don't use the sound of this clip in our timeline. I want you to insert just the image, just the video, and not the sound. That's not a thing that I had teach you before, but I want to give you a tip. I want you to go to your DaVinci Resolve and take a look in this middle here and try to guess what button you could use to insert just the video of the lion without the audio. Pause the video, go in DaVinci Resolve and try to find that button. Let's go. Okay, we are back for the answer. The button that we need to use is this one that says video only. We have also the audio only. How those buttons works? Let's press Ctrl Z to undo the last action. I already have the in and out point in the lion's clip, as we can see here in the thumbnail. It has markers here and here. It's selected. I will press this button that says video only. So now I will put only the video of this clip when I press my ripple overwrite button. Now let's play to see if we have what we want. And now that's okay, that's what we want, the lion's clip without the audio. And we can disable this button because we don't need it anymore. And that's it. That was our guided exercise number 1. Have you answered right for my demands? So let's go for the next lessons. Hi people, let's see in this lesson some details about how to reposition clips in the timeline here in the edit page. So for example, let's say I want this clip to go before this clip in this edit point. That can be a bit tricky here, because if I just drag this clip, it overwrites this other clip, and that's not what you want. So let's press Ctrl Z. You just want this clip to go before this one, and obviously this one after this one. And to make this, it's very simple. You can hold down Ctrl and Shift, and you drag the clip, and now you can reposition this clip before this one, or you can even make this clip go in the middle of this clip. That's not a problem if you want this. But in this moment I just want to reposition them. And take care to make the snapping on when repositioning clips this way, because you want to reposition the clip without leaving a tiny bit of this clip before this one by accident, for example. So with the snapping on, you can go to this edit point with much ease, as we have saw. Another way to reposition clips here in the timeline is by cutting out a clip. So let's say this one, now I want to put here before this clip, this green clip. I can press the Ctrl X keyboard shortcut to cut this clip. We can even see here in the edit menu the options to make the cut, the ripple cut, the copy, the paste, and so on. We have here the Ctrl X keyboard shortcut. And now I can go to this edit point with the snapping on to go exactly to the edit point. But we have a problem. If you use just the Ctrl V, you again overwrites the other clips. So let's press the Ctrl Z. And now to paste insert this clip that I have cut, I need to press, let's see here in the edit menu, to make the paste insert, I will press the Ctrl Shift V. So Ctrl Shift V, the clip is pasted and the rest of the timeline is pushed. That's a paste insert. So remember Ctrl Shift V. If you don't remember any of those keyboard shortcuts, you can go here to the edit menu and see in this part those commands to see the keyboard shortcuts, or to click here if you want. And another thing that we can do here, let's say I want to cut this clip out of this place and now put this clip in the start of my timeline. If I use the Ctrl X, I will leave a gap. I don't want it. I can even click in this gap and press backspace to delete that gap. But let's say I want to make those things in just one step. So I will select this clip and I need to make a ripple cut. Let's see here in the edit menu, the ripple cut, the Ctrl Shift X keyboard shortcut. So I will press Ctrl, let's select again, I have clicked here outside, Ctrl Shift X, now I have cut that clip and rippled the end of my timeline, the rest of the timeline, and I will go here to the start of my timeline and I will press Ctrl Shift V. So this way I can reposition my clips in the timeline with much ease. But now let's say you want to paste a clip in a different track. Let's say you want this clip to be repositioned to this track above, the video 2 track. Let's press Ctrl X, and as you can see, if I go here and press Ctrl V, the clip will paste in the first video track, because it was in the first video track. By default it pastes in the same video track that you had it before. So let's press Ctrl Z, and to paste in the video 2 track, I need to turn off the auto track selector by clicking here in the video 1 header. Now the next track that we have the auto track selector on is the video 2. So if I press Ctrl V, I will paste this clip here. Let's press Ctrl Z if you want to, for example, to paste in the video 3 track. I can deselect the auto track selector in the video 2 too, and then I can position my playhead where I want to paste my clip and press Ctrl V, and I can paste my clip in the video 3 track. And now I can turn on again the auto track selector for those tracks. Now people, let's see here how to change the position of the keyframes, because sometimes you want to change the timing of your animation, and that's possible only here in the edit page. It's not possible in the cut page, so that's another feature that we have in the edit page that makes it more flexible than the cut page. So when you have keyframes applied to a clip, those two icons appears here, and here this one is the keyframe position icon. You will click in this icon to see your keyframes. Just a note here, if your clip is not zoomed enough, you will not see the keyframes here. You need to have some zoom to see the keyframes, like this. So I will zoom more and more, and then those are the keyframes. As you can see, for the transform section attributes, if we put another keyframes from another section of the inspector, you will see those sections here with its keyframes. So you can just, for example, if you want to make your animation is lower, let's play our animation. It's a very nice thing to do to review our animation every time we make the animation or we update the animation. So I will click here and play. And let's say we want the animation to be slower than this. I can go here and grab this keyframe, and we can see here in this black rectangle how many frames we are grabbing the keyframes to the right now or to the left. It's shown as negative values. So I will put here 5 frames to the right to make it slower, and I will review my animation again. And I have another tip for you. Let's say I don't want to always click here to review my animation. Click here and press space or L, or click here to play. Then we can do this. I will put the playhead here, I will mark an out point by pressing O, I will go here just before this keyframe and I will put another mark with the I key, the in point, and now I can go here in the playback menu, I will go to play around 2 and I will play around in 2 out points. The default keyboard shortcut for you there probably is Alt or Option and the bar, but if this shortcut is not good for you, you can go here. You just see the name play around 2, play into Alt. Remember this name. You need to go to DaVinci Resolve keyboard customization. You search here for the name of the command play in to Alt. So you go here in the sequence of menus, so playback menu, then play around 2, and here you have this command to assign the keyboard shortcut that you want. You can click here and you press your keyboard shortcut. I use Alt A and then you will save and then close. Now I will put here in the loop option to loop my playback and I will press Alt A to play around the in and out points. So I can review my animation in loop. One thing to know is that we can change the position of our keyframes here in the curve graphic too. You can grab this to the right, to the left to change the position of the keyframes, but here you can change the value by grabbing up or down, and if you drag the position of the keyframe here, you can mess with the value, and that's not a very good thing. So I prefer to use this keyframe position space to change the position of the keyframe. So I grab the keyframe and change its position. As you can see, we are changing the same keyframe here. Those are two presentations of the same keyframe, and here we don't mess with the value of this keyframe. Here we can even select two keyframes and grab all of the keyframes at a time, 2 or more keyframes if you want to change the position of the animation. So if I drag to the left, I have my animation sooner without changing the duration of my animation. And when we are done, we can close all those spaces or panels, and that's it. Let's see in this lesson how we can add new tracks to our timeline and how to insert media in those new tracks. To add a new track, I can right-click here in the header or in an empty space of my timeline and go to the Add Track option. I have now the V2 and A2, that's the Video 2 and the Audio 2 tracks all together. And I want to place my Lioness clip in the V2 or Video 2 track. And to make so, I will determine first an in point where I want to insert the Lioness clip in the timeline. It's another thing that we can do here in DaVinci Resolve to have more control over our insertions in the timeline. So here in my timeline, I will position my playhead where I want the Lioness clip to start. I will press the I key. Now I have an in point in my timeline here, and I will go forward to this point where I want my Lioness clip to end. Then I will press the O key. Now I will double click in the Lioness clip and I will choose a place where I want to put an in point in the Lioness clip. To say DaVinci Resolve that I want the clip to be inserted from this point. And now in the timeline, my playhead can be in any place because I have put an in and an out point, and I will press the F12 key. As you can see, I have inserted the Lioness media over the other medias in the V2, exactly in that portion of my timeline selected by the in point and the out point. That's another way to insert medias in the timeline using in points and out points in the timeline. the F12 option is over here. It says place on top. So I will place the clip on top of the other clips that I have in the moment at that point of my timeline. And let's say we have another track here. I will add a third track. And I want to insert a clip in this V3 track and not in the V2. How can I do that? I need to select this track by clicking here. I can also click here, and now it's red, indicating that it is selected for my insertion. I will again select a portion of my timeline with the I and O keys to mark in and out point in my timeline. And now I want to insert this elephant family clip that I already have marked an in point here. And I need to go to the option here in the edit menu, overwrite. But let's say I want to use a shortcut for the overwrite. You can see that the overwrite doesn't have a shortcut by default. So I will configure a shortcut for the overwrite option. To do this, I will go to the DaVinci Resolve menu, then Keyboard Customization. I will type here the name of the command, that's overwrite. I have already found it here. I will click in overwrite. It shows a space where I can insert the shortcut that I want. I will click here and then I will press a key in my keyboard to make the shortcut for the overwrite command. I know that the F8 key is not used for other commands, so I will press F8, that's in the side of the F9 and F10, that's a good key to use. I will save and I will close. Now, as you can see here in the edit menu, we have the F8 keyboard shortcut assigned to the overwrite command. So I will press ESC, just to show you that if I press now the F8 key with the V3 selected and in the media pool my elephant family clip also selected, the elephant family will go to the V3 track starting from the in point that I have put in the elephant family clip in the space that I selected with my in and out point in the timeline. And now DaVinci Resolve has automatically created another track for us. And let's say we want to delete our tracks. We have two options. One option is by right-clicking over the track header and go to the delete option, or you can right-click in any track header or any empty space in your timeline, and you don't need to know what tracks are empty. You just go to the option delete empty tracks, and DaVinci Resolve will automatically delete the empty tracks for you. Hi people, in this lesson let's take a look in the linked clips. What's the link between clips and how can we work with a link between clips? First of all, let's put this clip that have an audio track in it in our timeline. So I will select this clip and press F10 to append this clip to the end of my timeline. I will press Shift Z to see the entire clip. And as you can see, we have an audio track here attached to this clip. And you can see that we have this chain here in the video clip and another chain in the audio clip. It means that those clips are linked together, and if I select this one, for example, I'm selecting both of them, or if I select this one, I select both of them too. So if I drag this clip, I'm dragging both of the clips that are linked. If I trim this clip, I trim both of the clips. Same thing with the audio clip, I will trim both of the clips. If I select one of the clips, I select both and I can remove both of the clips at a time, and that's because the clips are linked together. But as this audio track has no audio in it, because I don't see any audio waveform here, I will change this clip by another clip with some audio. Let's reposition here in the timeline these clips, and I will drag a music, a song here, this song and song, I will select it. I will go to my timeline in the start of this clip. I will press the I key to mark an in point. And here in the end of this clip, I will mark an out point by pressing the O key. And with this song selected, I will press in this button the overwrite clip. And I will select this clip in the media pool. And I will click in the overwrite button to overwrite that audio track with my song. And now you can see that we don't have anymore that link, because that link was between this clip and the other audio track that we had, the audio clip. And if I drag this clip, for example, my song doesn't go together. If I want them to be linked, I will need now to select both of them, right click in one of them, and then I need to check the link clips option. Now I can see the chain here and here, indicating that those clips are linked now. If I move one of the clips, both will be moved. If I trim one of the clip, both will be trimmed, and so on. And we can even select multiple clips, like many video clips and many audio clips, and link all of them. So I will right click in any of the selected clips and link clips, and now they are selected. If I click on any of these clips, they all will be selected together and will move together or trim together. But now let's say I want to select only one clip or trim only one of the clips that I have linked. I can do this by holding Alt or Option in the keyboard and clicking in that clip. Now I have only this clip selected, even if they are all linked together, and I can trim this clip. I can select again and move this clip apart of the other clips. Let's press Ctrl Z to undo that action, and I can also disable this linked selection button to make the same thing. I can now go to any of the clips and click to select them apart of the other clips. The linked selection is a good thing to make clips to be linked, like the name says, because when you have the clips synchronized with each other, you don't want to change the synchronization of the clips, mainly when you have the video synchronized to the audio. So that's very useful to link the clips this way, so they move together, they trim together, and do all of the stuff together. Hi people, now in this lesson we are going to make a editing here that I want to leave in this editing of the elephant timeline, but it is so important that I want to show you how to do this. That's about reversing the animation by changing the position of the keyframes, but if sometime you come here and try to reverse the animation by dragging the keyframe, you can see that you can't reverse the animation. The keyframe doesn't pass the other keyframe, same with this one. So to do this, first of all, I will make a copy of those keyframes. I will select, then I can press Ctrl C to copy and Ctrl V to paste, or we can just hold down the Alt key or the Option key and drag the keyframes, and then we have a copy of this animation. But obviously we need to reverse this animation now, because we don't want the animation to happen between this keyframe and this one. I only want to have the zoom in here, and then it stops to zoom here, and then here we need to zoom out to make the reverse animation. To make this, I will just grab this keyframe to here, near this other one. I will select the other one. I will press Ctrl X to cut that keyframe, and I will press Ctrl V to paste this keyframe here. Now we have the opposite. As you can see, let's play. We have the zoom in. Let's take out those in and out points. I have pressed the Alt X to remove the in and out points. So let's go again. We have the zoom in, then it stops, and then we have the reverse, the zoom out. So that's how we can copy and reverse keyframes here in the edit page. In this lesson, let's see what's scene cut detection and how we can do it. So first of all, I will close this Smart Beans panel because we don't need it by now, we will use it soon. And to make this, I will go to these three dots in the media pool and choose to uncheck the Show Smart Beans option. Now we have more space here in the left. I will go to the master. I will right click here in the master to create a scene cut detection bin. I will go to the new bin. Here it is with the name bin 18 and it's ready to be renamed. So I will put scene cut detection, enter. I will open the media storage panel again. I will import new media with the scene cut detection feature. I will click in this media favorite folder that I have put in the favorites earlier to access my medias. And here we have the scene cut detection clip that's already in the resources that I have put in the first lesson of this class. So let's click in it to load it in the viewer and let's scrub through this clip to see what we have here. We have just a first scene here, and we have a scene cut. Another scene, let's scrub through it to find another scene. And we have here another scene cut, one scene and the other scene. Here we have not a scene cut, but just a zoom that I have made in this clip. So technically it's not really a scene cut for us. Let's scrub it more. We have another scene cut here, another scene, and we have just this. So, what's scene cut detection? Let's say we want not to just import this clip as it is, but we want to import each scene separately. How can we do this? We could go to the scene cut and to put an out point and in point and make subclips. But manually we have much more work to do to find the scene cuts, to put the in and out points in the right place, and to make the subclips, to put the names, and so on. And DaVinci Resolve can do it automatically to us, the scene cut detection, where each part, where each scene that you have in this clip will be a separate clip. So to do this, we will right click here in the scene cut detection clip where we have many scenes in just one video, and I will go to the scene cut detection feature. Here it is, it's a new window that opens here, and we need first of all to ask for DaVinci Resolve to auto-detect the scene cuts by clicking this button, so it will analyze the clip and decide what it understands as a scene cut. So let's do it. DaVinci is analyzing the clip. Here we have the analyzing indicated. And now what we have here? DaVinci has ended the analysis of the scene cuts, and we have some indications here like this one, that's a green line, this one too, this one too. These lines indicates where DaVinci Resolve understands that the clip has a scene cut. Let's see, let's scrub through it to see if DaVinci really detected well the scene cuts. So here we have a scene cut, DaVinci is right about it. Let's see this one, we have really a scene cut, and this one, it's really a scene cut. And the height of the green line indicates how much DaVinci Resolve understands that it's a scene cut. So here we have 100% sure that it's a scene cut. DaVinci Resolve understands as 100% sure. This one is almost 100%, but not so much. And this one, that's our zoom. DaVinci Resolve is not much sure that it's a scene cut, and as we said before, it's really not a scene cut to us. It's just a zoom. So DaVinci understands like it could be a scene cut, but not much sure about that. And this purple line determines that every line that passes this purple line will be considered a scene cut, and everything that's under this line will not be considered a scene cut. So this one is not being considered a scene cut, and those that's above the line are considered as scene cuts. That's alright to us, but if it was not right, let's say this one we want to consider as scene cut, we could just drag this line, this purple line down, and now we have another scene cut here, another green line. So DaVinci Resolve will understand this one as scene cut too, and it will cut this part of the clip from here to here as a clip, and from here to here as another clip. But we don't want it, so I will drag this line up, and in this right side we have exactly the time code and the frame of each scene cut detected, auto-detected by the DaVinci Resolve. And to go to each scene cut, we can click over here. So we go for the first clip, the start of the first clip. Here we go to the start of the second clip. We can see here the frame where the playhead is at the moment. Here we have the first frame of this scene. Here we have the last frame of the previous scene to see if it is really a scene cut, and so on. We have the others here. We can analyze by clicking in each scene cut. So we have the first frame of this clip here and the last frame of the previous clip here. So we can see it's really a scene cut. And this one is the last. We have also a scene cut, as we can see. If you would like to delete any of these scene cuts auto-detected by DaVinci Resolve, we can go here to a cut, like this one for example. Let's say we don't want to put those two clips, this one and this one, separately. We want this one all together. So to delete this green line here, we go and click in it, and when we are over the green line, we go to the delete point and we will delete this green line, so it will not be considered as a scene cut. And if you want to put another scene cut, for example here, it's not really a scene cut, but let's say it is, we can just add a scene cut here, and we have a green line added by us. So I will go to this one that I have added and it's not a scene cut, and I will delete. So we have now just the auto-detected scene cuts, the right ones, and I can end my work here with the scene cut detection by clicking this button, Add Cuts to Media Pool. DaVinci has already added the clips to the media pool. I can close this window, it is not closes automatically. And here we have the scene cut detection clips. We can rename those clips. Let's put here in the thumbnail mode. I can click here in the name and rename, like Woman Looks to Come. We can rename the other clips as well. And that's how we work with the scene cut detection feature here in DaVinci Resolve. We can split automatically many scenes from a clip with this feature. Hi people, in this lesson we are going to see the stabilization section of the DaVinci Resolve to stabilize video clips. I will show you the stabilization options in 3 different clips, those ones that we have here, and how the stabilization option works in each of these clips, because the stabilization cannot work well in all situations, and I will tell you in what situations the stabilization is good and in what situations the stabilization is not good. So, in the first clip, this one, let's play it. We have here just an image not much shaking, so I will put the playhead here. I will select this clip, and in the stabilization options, the first thing that we can do is to just click here in stabilize. DaVinci Resolve will analyze our clip, and we will have a stabilization. That's like using a gimbal to record our video, so let's see it. We don't have the video perfectly still, like a video recorded with a tripod, but it is less shaky than the original video. Let's play it without stabilization, and then I will turn on the stabilization again in the middle of the video. Let's see. Without. With stabilization, it makes the video more stable, as you can see. This one is another good video to make this type of stabilization. For example, let's play it to see. We have a very shaky footage. And now I will click here to stabilize the video. And let's play without stabilization, and in the middle of the video I will turn on the stabilization that DaVinci Resolve have made in this video. So, very shaky, and then we have a more stable video. It's not totally locked, but it is more stable. But now let's say I want to make my video to look like it was recorded with a tripod, or to say a video totally locked, not shake at all. And to make this I need to mark this camera lock option, and then I will go to the stabilize option again. I need to click here for DaVinci Resolve to analyze the clip and stabilize again with the new option, and that's it, it's done. And now if I play the video, you can see that it looks like it was recorded with a tripod. It's totally stable now. Same thing I can do with this one. If I go to the camera lock option and stabilize and I play, I can see a totally locked video. But as you can see, if I turn off the stabilization, the video becomes bigger, and if I turn on the stabilization, it is more zoomed with less of the video in the frame, and that's because we are using this option zoom. This option makes the video zoom in enough to not show those parts, those black parts like here for example, or here as you can see. That's the result of the stabilization made by DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve needs to change the position and the scale and the perspective of the video to make it stable. So if you don't use the zoom option, you will have those black bars in the sides of your video to make the stabilization. And that's why when you use the zoom, you cut out those black bars, but you have less of your video in the frame. It's more zoomed, as the name says. But now, let's see this clip here, what we have here, and let's understand in what situations the stabilization of our video, especially if you use the camera lock option, is not a good thing to do. I will select this clip and I will put in the camera lock option, and then I will stabilize the video. You can already see here that the video won't be any good with this option because it is totally distorted. Let's play here to see what we have. We have the camera lock. It looks like it is recorded with a tripod, but to make this, DaVinci Resolve needs to distort totally this clip, and that happens because this clip without stabilization originally it has much movement to the side, to the back, or here you can see the cameraman goes to the side, it changes the perspective, it looks like it is going back. So those movements to the side, to the back, or to or forward, it makes the change of perspective of the video to be bad for stabilization. So your recorded video only will be good to stabilize if you have a video that doesn't have any movements of the camera that's not the shaky movement. If you have the camera moving back or forward or to the sides, it's not a good video to stabilize. It will distort the video, as you could see here. And to explain the other options that we have, I will select this clip, I will take out the camera lock, and we have those options here. The strength, if you put it to the right, it will be a more strong stabilization, and to the left a less strong stabilization, a weaker stabilization. The smooth, if you put to the right, will be stronger too, your stabilization, and the cropping ratio is the opposite. If you put to the left, it will be stronger, your stabilization, and if you put totally to the right, you will have no stabilization at all. And every time you change those options, you need to click here again to stabilize your video again, to DaVinci analyze the video again, and make the stabilization using those changed options. So the main thing to understand when stabilizing a clip is if that clip is a good candidate to be stabilized or not. And then you choose if you want the camera lock to look like a tripod video or just without camera lock to look like a video recorded with a gimbal. Let's see in this lesson how we can use metadata and how to insert metadata in our media and why it can be very useful for our work. I will close again the media storage panel, we don't need it anymore, and I will close this side of the media pool to make more space here. I will put the thumbnail mode on because I will use the live media preview, as you will see. So now, the metadata is the data about our media. It can be a description of our media, we can be the can that we used, we can be many things that describes our media or that delivers us an information about the media, and we can use each to search our media with filters and to organize better our project. So I have activated here the live media preview. I will need it to review my media, and let's say I want to put a description for each video here. For example, with this girl, let's say it's a movie that we are editing, and this girl is a character of our movie. So let's use the live media preview to search through our media in every clip that this girl is. I can even make bigger our thumbnails to see it better. I can see she's here, 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 and here again. If I have any doubt, I can use the live media preview to put my mouse over the clip, hover over it, and I can see the girl is there again. Now I will put the metadata identifying that those clips have this girl on, and to do that I will open this metadata panel. It says nothing to inspect because I have not selected any clip yet. So I will select this first one, for example, and for you will see probably this information here, the clip details. This one are metadata that's already in the clip, like the start time code, the end time code, the frame count of the clip, the frame rate, and so on. But I will go in this button here and I will open the shot and scene metadata. We have much options here to put metadata. We can see even all these groups together by clicking all groups, as you can see here. But I will use the shot and scene, that's this one. I can click in shot and scene and I see the same thing, but not the rest of all groups here, like we saw before. And as you can see, we have much options here to put metadata like shot, scene, take, angle, and much more. And here we are going to use the keywords. That's very useful to identify a clip. We can even make the keywords work together with the smart bins. That's our next topic. So we will use it. And I will click in this box, and let's say the character name of this girl in our movie is Julia. So I will put the Julia here, and now I need to put a comma to make our keyword to be inserted, and now we have our keyword here. I can put another keywords, like for example, the cloud sky. So I can put cloud sky and a comma to make this one a keyword. And with the live media preview enabled, I will scrub through this clip and I can see the girl is dancing here, making a performance. So I will put here in the keywords dancing, comma, and that's it. We have the keywords inserted in this clip, but I don't want to put the metadata, the keywords, in each clip separately. It will be very time consuming, so I will preview each clip by hovering the mouse over each with the live media preview and see what we have. Here we have the same situation as this clip, or to say Julia dancing with cloud sky. So I will select this one, I will see this one is the same thing again, this one again, this one too, and this one she's not dancing. So I will select this one, hold shift and click in this one. So I select this sequence of clips that have the same situation, and now I can put our keywords in all these clips all at once. To do this, now that we have many clips selected, multiple clips, I need to select the keywords. It's not needed when we have just one clip selected, but with multiple clips, we need to select this box. And I go to the keywords box, and I will put Julia. I can even press enter. I can go to the cloud sky. It has the suggestion there. I can press enter to accept that suggestion. And I can write dancing. It suggests dancing because I have put this keyword before. I can press the enter key. And now we have almost done our keywords insertion in those clips. We just need now to click in the save button. This happens because we have multiple clips selected. It's a difference between multiple clips and one clip. One clip we do not to click in save button. It don't even appears the save button, but with multiple clips we need to check this checkbox, put our keywords and click in the save button. So we have saved now. If I click in each of these clips, we have the same keywords. This one and this one, we have not put our keywords. We have a different situation here, but we have Julia again. So I will select those two, holding Ctrl or Command in the Mac. I will select the keywords and I will put here Julia, enter, and I select only this one. I forgot to save, so I will apply. I will select only this one and I will put the name of the other character. Let's say she's called Rebecca, comma. Let's put the situation of light, golden hour, comma. And they are standing still, so standing, comma. I will select this one. I will put cloud sky, enter, and I will put standing, enter, and that's it. We can do the same thing for the other clips. For example, those one. Select the keywords checkbox, go to the box of the keywords and put, let's say she's called Carmen, comma, she's in the lake, so I will put lake, comma, and let's say that's it. So I will save. So you have understood how we can put metadata here. And now let's say I want to find all the clips that have Julia in. So I will go to the search magnifier to open my search. I will filter by keyword. I can go up and down to find the keyword. And I will put in this box Julia, and I will find all the clips that we have Julia in. If I want a cloud sky, I can put cloud, and we have a cloud sky filter to find our cloud sky clips. If I want the clips where Carmen is in, I can put Carmen, and I find the clips where we have the Carmen character. When we are done making our filter, for example, we can do it even here in the edit page. For example, we have the filter here. We can go to the filter by and go to keyword and make the same thing. Let's say Rebecca. We have Rebecca here. I can put to our timeline. I will teach you how to do this later in the course. And when we are done making our filter, our search, we can close our search by clicking the magnifier again, and we have all the clips of that bin shown again. Now in this lesson we are going to finish our elephant dramatic zoom timeline, but before I want to show you some optimizations that we can do in our workflow, some features that we have in the edit page that make it more flexible. So I will close here the bin list to make more space for our timelines, and I will go to this button that opens some options that we have. And the first option that I want to activate here is the stacked timelines. So we have now some tabs here with our loaded timelines, because I want to change between our new editing timeline, the elephant editing, and the last editing that we had, that's our reference timeline. So I will double click in this timeline to load it, and now we have two tabs here. This way you do not need to go here to open a timeline or here in the media pool. You can even close the media pool if you have loaded the timelines that you want to see at the time. And another thing to make it faster to edit here, to alternate between those timelines, is again by going this button, and then in the video view options we are in this option that makes the clips loads all the thumbnails in each part of the video, and then I will put in this option that makes it don't show any thumbnails in the clips, and that makes the timeline load faster because the thumbnails are heavy to load. And I will make the same thing for the other timeline. I will change here, this setting is individual for each timeline, so I will go in this one and make the same thing, the simple view without the thumbnails. And now if I change the timeline, it loads much more faster. And now to finish our dramatic zoom editing, I will see here what we have. We have a cropping animation in the top and in the bottom, and we have a grayscale image. It comes from a color image and then goes to a grayscale image. We are going to make those animations now. So we go back here to our new editing. I will press N to activate the snapping, and I will go to this keyframe with this panel opened. I want my animation of cropping starting here with this other animation of zoom. So I will go to cropping, and I will put a keyframe in the crop top attribute and the crop bottom attribute, and then I will go to this keyframe and I will crop top. We can activate the retain image position to make our cropping don't be messed by the zoom. So I will go to this position, and then I will make the same thing here. I will put 140. I will open the animation curves panel. I will make more space to see it here. And I want the animation of the crop bottom and crop top to have the same curve as the zoom animation. So I will select both of the keyframes. I will click here to make both keyframes smooth, and I will play to see what we have. So we have the cropping animation, but I will want to select this. I will zoom in with the Alt option. I will make more space here. I will drag more this handle to here to make our animation smoother at the end and faster at the middle. Again, with this keyframe I will make the same thing. I will grab the handle here, and I will see what we have now. We have this. I think it is okay. And now I will close the curves animation panel. Here I will select those two cropping keyframes. I will press Ctrl C and press Ctrl V to paste here. I will make it the reverse of the first animation. So I will click in this one. I will press Ctrl X to cut out this keyframe. I will move this one to here. And now I will paste with Ctrl V the other keyframe here. And we have this. the opposite. Now I will close this panel and I will make the grayscale image animation. I will again open this to see our keyframe. I will position it here by pressing N, snapping. I will zoom in, and what I need to make that effect of grayscale image, I will need a solid color using a composite mode. That's the color composite mode. Let me show you. I will go here to the effects tab and then the generator, and I will grab a solid color here in this position, starting in this keyframe. I will make it this size. From this keyframe to this one, I will use it as black. Then I will select it and I will go to settings. In the composite mode, I will put it here color, so I will have the black color colorizing our clip of the elephant, and that's why the elephant's clip becomes a grayscale image, because the black has no image, the black is solid color. I will grab this icon here, this little fader that appears here, to make it all the way to the next keyframe, and same thing I will do for this one. That's the fade in and fade out of the clip, and that means that this clip will start to appear gradually, and that's why we have a gradual animation of the grayscale image appearing instead of the color image. And the same thing here, the grayscale image goes out and the color image comes. If we don't use the fade in or fade out, we just go from the color image to the grayscale image abruptly. We don't want it, so I will grab this here and I will make a gradual change to the grayscale image, like an animation. The last thing that I want to do is to make a stronger contrast in our grayscale image, and to keep it simple, I will just create a new track over the video 1 track, so I will right click here and add track. This solid color goes to the video 3 track, and I want to grab a copy of this clip over here, so I will hold down Alt in the keyboard, I will drag it, I will trim this clip to here, I will zoom out to trim the end of the clip, I will press N again. Every time I want to toggle the snap, I will press N, so I will grab here and snap in this end of the solid color. I want to put this copy of the clip in the composite mode overlay, so I will put here overlay, and we can see that we have now a stronger contrast of this video, because we have the copy of the video over here with the overlay mode. This technique makes the contrast of the video stronger, but I don't want so strong, so I will grab here the opacity of this clip a little bit less, and then I will, with this clip selected, I will press D to deactivate and see what we had before without this copy of the clip, and then I will press D again to see what we have now with more contrast. I will make the same fade in here and the same fade out for the contrast, because I don't want it to kick in so abruptly. And then we have this. I will press N. We have this animation. Very nice, very good. Here in the end we have this, and that's it. Let's play to see. Nice, that's okay. And now the last thing that we need to do is to make the same thing for the lion's clip in the next lesson. But now we are going to use a technique to copy all those editings and paste in the lion's clip much more easily. We don't need to make all the editing again. Let's talk about the lens correction options that we have in this lesson. When to use the lens correction? First of all, you need to know that this option only works without watermark in the studio version, the paid version of DaVinci Resolve. So here in the free version, that's the case here, because it doesn't have studio in the name. The lens correction is here, it works, but it will give a watermark watermark in our video, so it's not usable in the free version. But I will show you a nice option to use besides this one with the free version. So first I will show you this clip that we have here, because this clip has a lens distortion, as you can see in the lines here. For example, we have a line that should be straight, but because the lens distortion, the line is curved. That's the type of video that you could want to use the lens correction, because it has a lens distortion, and it is very simple to use. You just click here to analyze the video, so DaVinci will analyze the video and apply the correct distortion to counteract the distortion of the lens. In this case, as you can see, DaVinci has applied 0.266 positive distortion to correct the lens distortion of this clip, and the watermark was applied to it. If you have the paid version, you can even change the lens distortion here manually if you are not satisfied with the result of the automatic analysis of DaVinci Resolve. I will click here to reset the lens correction. And now I will show you a nice option, an alternative to the lens correction that works in the free version. To make this, I will right click in this clip, I will go to Open Fusion Page. We are going to the Fusion page. Don't worry with the Fusion page now, because I will teach you about how to use the Fusion page in a further section of this course. Everything about the Fusion page, the nodes work. But now I will just show you how to use an alternative of the lens correction using the Fusion page. So with this media in one selected, you can press Shift space and type lens space distort and press enter. Now you go to the inspector with this node selected, leave it as it is here, and goes to lens distortion model, double click, and you can drag the distortion here to make a distortion or a correction of the lens distortion as you would like. As you can see, this value is a good value to leave this line somewhat straight, and that's it. It's in the free version, it doesn't put a watermark in our video, and you now can go back to the edit page and it is done. So that's a very nice option to use to make a lens correction in the free version by using the Fusion page with the lens distort node. It applies the correction in the distortion option and you go back to the edit page, and that's it. It's not exactly the same thing as the lens correction option here in the edit page, but you can do a similar work that will work very well. Let's go, people, to another lesson where we are going to see some details about how to remove clips from our timeline. That can be a bit tricky to the beginner, and I will show you what's the problem that you can have when trying to delete clips from your timeline. So let's say I will see what we have here. Let's play. And we have just a light leak transition like you have learned in a previous lesson how to do it. But let's say now we want to delete this light leak from here, and if you just select this clip and press delete, let's see what happens. It eats a part of this clip, as you can see. Let's press Ctrl Z to see again. Let's select, press delete, and we have trimmed a part of this clip and rippled the rest of our timeline. And I don't want that, so let's press Ctrl Z and let's see how we can properly delete this clip from our timeline. So first of all, we have two ways to delete clips or to remove clips from our timeline. One way is by pressing the delete key. This option will ripple the rest of our timeline. So if I delete this clip, for example, they are linked now. So I will right click and unlink those clips by clicking here. I will click here to deselect the clips and click here again to select only this clip. And if I press delete here in the edit page, I will delete this clip and the rest of my timeline will come to the left to close the gap. That's the ripple of my timeline. Let's undo this action by pressing Ctrl Z. I will select again this clip, and if I press the backspace key, I will leave a gap, so my timeline will not be rippled, with this second option that we have to remove clips from our timeline. So let's press Ctrl Z and let's see when to use the delete key and when to use the backspace key. The delete key, by default, you will want to use when you are deleting a clip from the video 1 track, the first track that you have, because you want to maintain everything synchronized with the video 1 track. That's the main track, the A raw that we call. So when you delete a clip from the first video track, you will probably want to use the delete key to ripple the rest of your timeline, and don't mess with the synchronization of the clips that you have already edited. And if you want to remove a clip from a track above the video 1, or to say any other video tracks that's not the video 1 track, you will want to use the backspace key to don't make the ripple of the timeline. So I will press now the backspace key to delete this clip, and then I can delete this clip, don't messing with the rest of my timeline. So those are two ways to remove clips from the timeline: the delete key for the video 1 track most of the time, and the backspace key to delete clips from the tracks above, because the backspace key here in the edit page, don't confuse with the cut page that we could delete with the delete or backspace key with no difference. So here in the edit page, the delete key will ripple the rest of your timeline, and the backspace key will not ripple the rest of your timeline. Let's see in this lesson how we can trim clips in our timeline. What's trimming? When I go to the end or the start of a clip, for example, I go here to the end of my timeline, the end of this clip of the girl looking to the cam, I can position my mouse cursor exactly here in the end of this clip when I see this cursor that you are seeing now, and I click and drag it to reduce my clip or to extend it. Obviously, we cannot extend beyond the last frame of the clip, and that's the reason the clip is showing now red in that trim point. And when I reduce the clip, I can see this white line over here indicating until where I have video frames to extend my clip. This act of reducing or extending my clip by dragging this point is called trimming. So I'm trimming my clip here, and this white rectangle here is called the handle of the clip. I will release my mouse button now, and we can do the same thing in the start of the clip. If I click here and drag to the right, I'm now reducing the clip and extending the handle. And if I drag to the left, I'm extending the clip and reducing the handle, till we have the trim point red, indicating that we don't have more handle. And take care when you are trimming a clip, because when you have this cursor, positioning your mouse cursor over the edge point between one clip and other, and you click and drag, you are trimming both clips at a time and not just one clip. You are reducing one clip and extending the other clip. And of course, if you go to this side of this clip, the end of the lion's clip, you can click here and reduce this clip or extend. And as you can see, our timeline comes with my trim point, that's the ripple, because the ripple is on. If I turn off the ripple and I trim my lion's clip, for example, the rest of my timeline, that is this girl's clip, won't ripple as before. We will have a gap here, And if I extend this lion's clip with the ripple off, I will overwrite this girl's clip because it's not with the ripple on. So again, the ripple on is a good option when you are trimming the clips in your timeline, because you probably want the rest of your timeline to come together when you reduce the end of a clip, or to be pushed to the right when you extend a clip. You can also trim a clip a frame at a time by selecting that trim point, for example, the start of this clip. Now I have selected this trim point and I see it because it is highlighted in green. And if I press comma, I move that trim point one frame to the left, and if I press the dot key, I'm moving that trim point a frame to the right. So I can, for example, move 3 frames to the right, 1, 2, 3, and I have reduced that clip exactly 3 frames. I can select this clip of the lion in the trim point. It becomes highlighted in green. And let's say I want to reduce 3 frames. So I will press comma 1, 2, 3 times. And I have it trimmed to reduce the lion's clip by 3 frames. So that's the trimming. We can reduce or extend our clips in the timeline. And now in this lesson, the last step that we need to do is to copy the editing that we have made in the elephant family clip to the lions on the stone clip. To make this, first we need to select this elephant family clip, then I will press Ctrl C or Command C to copy this clip with all of the attributes and the animations that we have made, and then I will click in this lion's clip, but instead of pressing Ctrl V to paste the clip that will overwrite the other clip, we need to press Alt V. Alt V is to paste attributes. We can also, I will cancel here, we can also right click here and see the paste attributes with the Alt V keyboard shortcut here in the menu. So I will click here or press Alt V or Option V in the Mac. And now I need to tell DaVinci Resolve which attributes I want to paste in this other clip that I have copied from this one. And that's no problem if I tell DaVinci Resolve now that I want to paste all the attributes. So I will click here, Video Attributes, to select all the attributes that we have. But if you want to paste just some attributes and not others, we deselect it and select here the attributes that we want. For example, the zoom attribute that we have animated there, and the crop attribute with all of the cropping options that we have, or we can deselect any of the options here. And then now that's okay, that's what we want here to paste in this clip. So I will press apply. Oh, but before doing this, I will explain these keyframes. That's an option for the animation that we are pasting if the clip has keyframes in it, and that's very simple. The maintain timing will maintain the position, the absolute position of the keyframes. So for example, if we have a keyframe here and another keyframe 1 second later in this clip, the same thing will be pasted here in this maintain timing option. So the animation will have the duration of 1 second, for example, in this example. And if we choose here the stretch to fit, if this clip has, for example, half of the size of this clip, a 1 second animation in this clip will be a half second animation in this clip because it stretches to fit. It will have a relative size duration of the animation in the clip that we are pasting the attributes. So in this case, I can see here that the animation in this clip can be pasted with the same timing in this clip, because this clip has almost the same duration of this clip, and that's the reason that I'm choosing the maintain timing. I want the same time of the animation for this clip. If I don't want it, if this clip is much smaller or bigger and I want it to have the animation retimed for this clip, I will choose the stretch to fit option. So I will apply to paste the attributes, and now let's see what we have here. Let's scrub, and we have the same animation for the lion's clip. Just to see, we have some problem here with the keyframes, the sizing between those two keyframes. As you can see, we have made something wrong here in the elephant's clip. It changes the value, and that's because we have this message with something here in the animation curve. It's curved here and we need to fix it. So I will select this, I will make it this way to be linear here in the left and curved here in the right, and the same thing with this one. That's right, I need it to be curved just in the left, so we have a straight line here between those two keyframes. And this one I need to change it to this option and grab this little handle here. I will zoom in, I will grab this handle because it's a little low, and this one I will grab a bit down. And the same thing I will do with the lion's clip. I will click here to open this panel. I will select this one and click here. This one is right. I will select this one and click here. And I will grab this handle. And this one I will grab this handle. And that's it. What we have now, let's see. We have this. That's okay. The value is not changing between those two keyframes. I will close this. And this one, I will just open this one and zoom, and I need to copy this solid color. I will press N to activate the snapping. I will press Alt and grab here to make a copy. I will position over those keyframes of the lion's clip. Now we have the grayscale image or animation here in the lion's clip too, and we just need now to copy the lion's clip over here and make it to be an overlay like this one. So I will hold down Alt, I will grab here, I will trim this part to here, I will press N to snap. It's a temporary snap. If I'm grabbing something and I press N, we can see that we have the snapping activated, but it is a temporary snapping. If I release the mouse button, it's not activated anymore. We can do it, so I will select this and then I will put in the overlay mode. I will grab down the opacity, and the last thing I will grab this fade in to here and the fade out to here, and now we have our animation, our editing. We just need to change the anchor point. I will grab here in the screen controls. I will make more space here. We need to select this clip and go here and change the position of the anchor point. We can see that we have a message with the copy. The copy doesn't go together. So I will select this one to copy the anchor point, and I will press Ctrl C. And I will select this one to paste the anchor point. To do this, I will press the Alt V, and then I will deselect all the video attributes, and I will select the anchor point attribute. That's the only one that I want to paste here. Then I will hit apply, and that's it. It's aligned now with the clip in the bottom, and we have our animation the same way that we had in the elephant's clip. So that's it. That's the way to copy and paste attributes in the edit page to optimize our workflow when you want to use the same editing that you had made before. Now in this lesson, I will show you what's a resize filter. What does it do? So let's put here in this clip in this position, and I want to zoom in her face. To make this, I will click in this button to show the screen controls. I will grab here the anchor point. As you can see, I'm changing the values of the anchor point here, the X and the Y values. So I'm putting in her face. I can turn off the controls here, and now I will zoom in her face with the anchor point. I will zoom many times. I will hold Alt for a precise change in the anchor point value. I will grab here to the left, here to the right, and that's it. We have a very big zoom in her face. And when we stretch the image, when we give a zoom in an image, obviously the software needs to create new pixels between the original pixels to make that image bigger, because the pixels are being stretched out. And how the software creates those pixels between the original pixels. To make this, the software makes some math, or to say some calculation, and that's what the resize filter does. It makes that calculation to create the new pixels between the original pixels of the image when you stretch the image making a zoom. But as you can see here in the list of the resize filter, there are many resize filters, not only one, and some filters can be better for your purpose than others. And I want to make you some recommendations about the filters that you can use in your projects. First of all, you can try all the filters here to see what happens. For example, if you put this one, you can see a slight change in the image. If you put the box, for example, you can note that it makes the image all pixelated. If you go to the Gaussian filter, for example, you have a matte smoother and blurred image. If you go to the Lanxos, for example, you have an image sharper than the Gaussian filter, but also more noisy. But a nice filter that I recommend you to use, that's good in many cases, is the Catch Move Run, especially if you have a screen record like this one that I have here. I have already put here a zoom. Oh, I need to make Ctrl-Z to undo. I have reset the zoom for this clip because this one is selected. I have made it wrong, so I will select this one and I will take out the zoom just to show you. I will reset the position by double clicking here too. I will activate the screen controls and put here the anchor point, and I will turn off and zoom in this part. I will put in the project settings here, and as you can see, we have some ghosts around the edges of the screen elements here, and some noise caused by that ghosts, and that's not a very good look for our zoom. And the resize filter from the project settings that we are using now, let's see here, we go to the image scaling, and you see here the resize filter. We are using the sharper resize filter. So the sharper resize filter is not a good filter for screen recordings like this one, because the elements of the screen will be with those ghosts around the edges. If I put here the Catch Move Run resize filter, you can see that the ghosts have gone, and we have a much nicer look when we zoom with the Catch Move Run resize filter. And if I go here to the other clip, I will put here the Catch Move Run filter, and as you can see, that filter is not bad for camera recording like this one. If you try another filters, you will see that the Catch Move Run delivers an acceptable result for our zoom. So I recommend in most of the cases that you put here in the project settings, image scaling, the option custom, then you choose the method Catch Move Run and save for your project, because that's a very good resize filter for many situations, especially if you have a screen recording that you want to make a zoom. And in other situations, if you want something like a pixelated image, you go to the box option, for example, or you try another options of your resize filter to see what's better for your video clip. Now in this lesson, I will show you how to slip a clip inside itself. What is slipping a clip? Let's look at the start of this lion's clip, and we have the clip starting from this place, and let's say we want to make the clip start later, but I don't want to trim my clip. I want it with the same duration in the timeline. I just want to change the place where it starts. So to do this, I will slip the clip inside itself using this button. So I click here and drag left. You can see in the upper presentation of my timeline that I'm not changing the duration of the clip. I'm not trimming it. I'm just changing the position of the clip inside itself. You can see in this black rectangle how much of the clip I'm slipping right now. And it says minus 22 frames. So I'm slipping the clip to the left, minus means left, 22 frames. If I slip more, I can see there, for example, 1 second and 18 frames to the left. If I slide to the right, I can see the positive, and now I'm sliding to the right 9 frames. So I will drag it to the left, and I can see in the viewer some things. I will delete this lioness clip to make it clearer to us what's happening. So I will press backspace or delete, and again I will click here to slip the lion's clip. And in the first frame that we have in the viewer now, in the upper left corner, we are seeing the current frame that's in the start of my clip. That's the first frame of my clip now. And in the upper right corner, I can see the last frame of my clip right now. So if I move, I can see the first and the last frame of the clip while I'm slipping the clip inside itself. And the both frames in the bottom of the viewer, I can see in the left the last frame of the clip in the left of the lion's clip, and in the right the first frame of the clip in the right of the lion's clip. So I will release the mouse button and I end the slipping of my clip. And that's the way that we can reposition a clip inside itself in our timeline without trimming. Now in this lesson, let's take a look in how we can use Smart Bins and what Smart Bins is here in DaVinci Resolve. First of all, Smart Bins, like the name says, is Smart Bins. It's a type of bins that automatically make filters in your media to show your media in those bins based in those filters. So to show the Smart Bins here, first we need to open it here in the media pool. I can do it here in the media page, but I also can do it in the edit page, so I will make it in the edit page so we can get more used to the edit page, because in the future we will be using the edit page to make our edits. So here we have our media pool again. If this side that shows the bins is closed to you, you can click here in this button to open the bin list. And I will open the Smart Bins by clicking those 3 dots and check Show Smart Bins. Now we have the Smart Bins here, and see, we have here keywords. The keywords in Smart Bins are created automatically by DaVinci Resolve when we have keywords added to our media, like we have done before. So I will click here in the keywords, and as you can see, we have now a URL here that I can click to expand and see all the keywords that I have in my project. I will grab this line to make more space here, this one too, and see, we have here the Carmen keyword, the Cloud Sky keyword, the Dancing keyword, And if I click in any of those smart bins based on the keywords that you have added to our media, I can see automatically a filter that shows all the media that we have with the keyword dancing applied to it in its metadata. If I click in the Cloud Sky, we can see all the clips that have Cloud Sky. If I click in Carmen, we can see all the clips that have Carmen, and so on. In Giulia, for example, we have all the clips that have Giulia. So these smart bins with keywords are automatic. Every new keyword that we add here to our medias will make a new smart bin to appear in this list with a filter to show all the medias that have that keyword applied to it. So I will close it, and let's take a look in the collections smart bins. We have another type of smart bins here, as you can see. I will expand it too, and here you can see that we have smart bins that filters our media based on some characteristics of the medias, like video clips. Here we will have all media that have video or audio only, or music, or effect, based on certain metadata that we can add to our media. And in fact, it's even possible to add metadata here in the edit page. You see that the metadata panel is here to open. But I want to show you that it's also possible to create new smart bins that will have the filters that we want to show our media based on those filters. To make this, to create new smart bins, we can go here and right click and go to Add Smart Bin. Here we have the space to put a name in the smart bin. So for example, I will create a smart bin that will have all the clips, all the videos with less than 20 seconds. So I will put here less than 20 seconds. And as you can remember, it's not even possible to make this type of filter here in the search. So the smart bins are more powerful than searching with filters. It's possible to use the same filters as we have here in the search and much more. Here we can check this showing all projects checkbox to do what the name says. And here we have the rules that we can add to our smart bin to make our filters, and this plus button makes it possible to add new filters, like so. I can add new and new and new filters. I will delete it in the minus button because I don't want more than one filter now. But when we have, for example, 2 filters or more, we can determine if we want that the smart bin match all of the following rules or any. All obviously is more restrictive. The media that will show in our smart bin must match all of the rules, and any, if the media attends to any of the rules, it will show in our smart bin. So I will delete again. It doesn't matter now if I put any or all because I have just one rule here. And the first thing that we will put here is from where we want to get a parameter to make our rule. You have match options here, and I will get from the media pool properties. And what I want to get? I want to get the duration TC. Duration time code. Now I will put the rule, that is, if I want the duration exactly such duration, or the opposite of that duration, every duration that's not that one, or greater than that one, or less than that one, or in the range of that duration. In this case, we want that duration time code is less than, and now we will have to put here 20 seconds, like we have said before, 20 seconds, and click Create. Now my smart bin is created, and it shows all the clips that you have less than 20 seconds. Let's click here in the list mode to see this information about our media. I will make more space here by cutting this column of the name, and I will drag here the roll bar to see our duration. and let's see if you have attended to the less than 20 seconds duration rule. I will click here in the column name to sort our clips based on the duration, and here we have 1 second, 1 second not, it's 1 frame, it's a still, or to say here we have the shorter clip, and in the bottom, let's go to the bottom, we have the longer clip. The longer clip is 19 seconds and 29 frames. So our clips in this smart bin matches the rule of bin clips with less than 20 seconds. And every new clip, every new media that we import to our media pool, if it have less than 20 seconds, it will appear here in our smart bin with this rule. But now let's say we want to make another rule. We don't want anything but videos. Here we have match videos, but we have stills too, images. We don't want images here in our smart bin that shows videos with less than 20 seconds. So I will right click in our smart bin and go to the edit option, and I can add or change our rule. I will add our new rule. And again, I will get the parameter from the media pool properties. I will go to the parameters and I will choose the parameter clip type. And that's it. I want the clips type is video. I click OK. Now I will put here to match all of the following rules, because if I put any of the following rules, I will have a problem, because my smart bin will show everything that's less than 20 seconds and everything that's video. That's not what I want. I want to attend both rules. So I will put all and click OK. And let's take a look now if it's alright here. We have videos with duration from 2 seconds and 6 frames. All videos till 19 seconds and 29 frames. So that's the way we have to create a smart bin, and that's how they work here in DaVinci Resolve. And they are especially important with large projects, when you have a bunch of media to organize automatically without the need to make new searches for your media every time you need to find them. Hi people, how are you? Let's see here in this lesson this editing that we are going to work on in this lesson and the next one. Let's play it. So in this lesson, we are going to make this first part to show you how to make the motion paths here in the edit page. The motion path is the way to make this curved movement of any element that we have. Here we have a little b that makes a curved, not a straight line movement. So we are going to use motion paths. Here I am in another project. I will change to my English project to make from zero this editing. So let's go here to the project manager. I will go to my folder over here, and then first project. I go to the people bin and I want this clip, the woman with hat horizontal. I will right click and create a new timeline using this clip. I will name it little b and I will hit enter. I can delete this audio clip because it has no audio in it. I will hold Alt to select only this clip and press backspace to delete. I will go to the photos bin and I will grab the B, my little B here, to the timeline over here, and I will trim to extend my little B. I will press N to temporarily snap the end of my B to the end of the clip. I will select this little B because it is too big here in the screen. I will go to the options, retime and scaling. We have the project settings here that just fills the screen, and now I will use for this clip, instead of project settings, I will use the cropping option. But this image of the B is big, is very big. I will make it smaller with the zoom. If I want a more precise change of the attribute, I will hold Alt and then I will drag, and that's it. I want the B to be this size, and now I will make the motion path of the B, the movement with the curved line. To make this, I need to be in the first frame to start my animation. I will activate the screen controls of the B. I will grab it outside of the screen to start from here, and now I need to put a keyframe in the position X and Y. I will go to a frame after this one, this position for example, and I will reposition my B, and with the screen controls activated, as we can see here, we have now in this here in the screen this red line that indicates the motion path of our B. We can go to the next frame and move the B again. Don't click here in the middle because it will take you to the last keyframe. Take care. So we need to click here in an empty space, not in this dot. So I will click here and grab to make another movement of our B. The crop option is making our B to be offset of the screen control. So I will change here again to project settings to make our B to be inside our controls. This way I can see exactly the path that my B is following through the screen. I will put here to another place, to another position. I will reposition my B again and again and again. And in the end, here, before the end, because I want to make the B to zoom in from this part to the end, for example. So here I will reposition my B to the center, and now we have the motion path that we need, or we can work on this motion path to make it curved. To make this, I can right click in any of these dots and I need to go to the smooth option. With this I can have a curved line, and the same thing I will do for all of the keyframes of our motion path to make curved lines. Now when I click in any of the keyframes, I have the handles to configure our path. Here I have grabbed the little B. I need to zoom in here with my mouse wheel to grab this little handle, and I can change the curviness of our motion path. We can go to this one and make the same thing if I want. Here I don't want to make this, and to change only one side of our handles, not both sides, we can hold Ctrl and then I can grab only this one and don't move the other one. Let's make the same thing with the other positions. I will click in this one. I will zoom out to see better what we have. I want to make it here, to be here. I need to zoom in to grab this little handle. I will click in this one, and we can make those adjustments in each of the keyframes. I will make it and jump to the next step. Sometimes we need to zoom in much more to grab the handles. I think that's a problem here working with the motion paths in the edit page. It is much more flexible to work with motion paths in the Fusion page, and that's why I'm going to teach you about motion paths in the Fusion page in a future lesson. And that's it. I will press Z to fit my screen, and I will play to see the movement of our B. I will take out the motion path, the screen controls here to see better, and let's see what we have. The movement of our B is now curved, not a straight line movement. Very nice, and I can make another nice thing here, that is changing the rotation of our B to make it looks more alive, not just a still B that's not so good. So I will go here, for example, and make our B to be this way, and then when I come to this point, I want my B to, let's go to the start, I will put a keyframe, let's go to the next one, and in this one I want my B to be this way, and then in this one I want my B to be this way, in this one I want my B to be turned this way, and in this one, this way, this one I want it to be this way, and the last one I want to rotate this way. And then I will put here and turn my B to the other side, and here again to the other side, and here again to the other side. And I will click here to see the rotation angle keyframes to make it more smooth. So I will select all the keyframes and I will press in this button to smooth all the keyframes, and then we have this. Our B have some rotation to make it look more alive. And the last thing is to make the zoom of our B from here. Let's say I want just 1 second before the end of my timeline. So I will press N to go to the end. I will deselect everything. I will press -1 period, enter. Now I'm with 1 second before the end of my timeline. I will select my B. I will right click here to change the color. I will change to yellow to identify better our B clip, and then I will put a keyframe in the zoom, and in the end of our timeline I will press the left arrow to go back 1 frame, and I will zoom in our B. And the last thing that I need to do here is to put a solid color, a white solid color over here. I want it to have 1 second duration. As you can see, we have the chip there in the bottom which says that we have 1 second in this clip. I will zoom in here to focus my attention to this part of the timeline. I will select and go to generator to change the color to white. Okay. And I will fade in this solid color, so we have this like a transition that I will do to another clip by going to white. In the next lesson we are going to make the second part of this editing to finish this timeline. We are here again, and now in this lesson I will teach you how to sort our media here in the media pool and how to search too. First thing, everywhere that we have our media pool, like in the media page through the Fairlight page, it's possible to sort media and to search those media. And so I will go to the edit page, because the functionalities of the media pool here in the edit page is the same as the media pool in the media page. I will show you too how to search and sort media in the cut page soon. So to make the sorting of our media here, first of all I will make it smaller, our thumbnails. I will open my people bin. Let's go to the people bin here, and you know that we can sort our media here in the list mode by clicking the column name. When I click 1 time, I'm sorting in an ascending order, as you can see. We have the shorter duration here and the longer duration here. And when I click again in the column name, I'm sorting in descending order. But in the thumbnail mode, it's possible too to make a sorting of our media by clicking this button. We have many options here to sort our media, like by the file name, by the duration, by the type of media, and so on. And we can also choose to sort our media in ascending order or descending order. I would like to show you the cut page options for sorting. It has some sort parameters here, but it is less than what we have in the edit page and in the media page, as you can see. I will put here in the thumbnail mode, like in the edit page. So I will go to the edit page and show you how can we search our media here and other details. We have seen it before, but I will show you another details now about the search feature. First of all, I will close my smart bins here to make more space for my normal bins. I'm in the people bin at the time, and let's search for dancing, for example, dancing, and now I'm filtering my clips by the file name with the term dancing, that I don't need to complete the name. I already have what I want, that is dancing in the file name of my media. If I want to find, for example, lion, I cannot see any clips of lions because I'm in the people bin. But if I want to search in all bins, I can go to this down arrow and choose all bins. Now I can find, even if I have just the people bin opened, I can find in all bins by the file name every media that has in the file name the term lion. And let's say we want to find media by a specific resolution. For example, I will go to the filter resolution, I will put here 1920, and now I can find in all bins all the clips that have the resolution 1920. And let's say I want to find all the clips that have Giulia in it, and I will put Giulia here. And I can't find by the resolution Giulia. And let's say I don't know, I don't remember, or I don't know in which parameter Giulia was inserted. Now I know that's in the keywords. Where is keywords? Here, keyword. But let's say I don't know, and what I can do to find the clips where Giulia is in. I can go to the all fields, and now I'm searching through all fields, and as you can see, I will make it bigger to see the name. Neither of these clips has in the name the term Giulia, the name Giulia, but as I used the filter all fields, I can search in all fields, and those clips have Giulia in the keyword parameter, like a metadata. That's why I can now find clips that have Giulia in it. And when we are done, further on I will show you many ways to insert clips in our timeline and what a timeline is. And we can do this by searching clips and then inserting in our timeline. And when we are done, we can clean our search by clicking this X button, or just close our search by clicking the magnifier button. And now we have back our people bin shown here. A difference from the edit page to the cut page search is that in the cut page search we can only search by the file name. So I put the name here, like dance, and I can find all clips in the people bin. I cannot search in all bins like in the edit page and in the media page. So I can only search in one bin here in the cut page by the file name. And when we are done, we clean our search by clicking the X button, and that's it. Okay people, let's start another lesson, and in this lesson we're gonna see how to split clips here in DaVinci Resolve, and the reasons why we should do that. One of the reasons to split a clip is to remove a part of a clip that you want to remove for some reason. You could also want to apply an effect to a part of a video and not in the other part. You can cut out some part of the video that is boring to jump right into another appealing part, and so on. So there are many reasons why you would want to split a clip. So let's see how can we split a clip here in DaVinci Resolve. The first thing that you can do is the obvious scissor button that we have here. You position the playhead where you want to split and you click in the split clip button, the scissor button, and the clip will split in that part. I will press Ctrl Z or Command Z to undo that action. And let's see another way to do this, because this way is much laborious. It can be very painful to go with the mouse every time to that button just to split a clip, because let's say we have a video to edit, like an interview, where you will make many cuts, many splits, to remove the silences, for example. So it can be very painful to go every time to that button just to split many parts of that video. So we are going to see the next option that we have that's better than this one. That's the keyboard shortcut. So we can press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl B or Command B in the Mac, but I will show you another better option that we have. But before this, I will choose a part of our timeline. Let's see what we have here. We have a new timeline with the name Elephants Walking that I have created. Now we have here, let's scrub through it, we have some elephants walking, and we have another clip here with other elephants walking. As you can see, we have a blank frame in the end of this clip. It's not a problem because I will cut out a part of the end of this clip by splitting it. So I want to match the elephants walking in those two clips in different angles. Let's say we have this same situation, and we can see here that this elephant is not following the same movement, the same walking of the other elephants, and we have some grass here, and those elements are not present in the next scene, in the next shot. We don't have grass here, we don't have an elephant that's not following the same direction of the other elephant. So I will cut here in this part. Let's go to here, that's okay, where we don't see the grass and the elephant that was not walking in the same direction. I will use the Ctrl B shortcut to cut in this part or to split. I will select this part to remove it. As you can see, I don't have the ripple on at this moment, so I will click here to activate, and now I can press the backspace button or the delete button to delete this part and to ripple the rest of our timeline. Now what you have, let's see, we have a nice cut here. It's okay by this moment. We have the elephants walking in one direction, all in one direction, and here again we have the elephants walking in one direction. But what I wanna show you is a way to make a shortcut even better than that one, because it can be still painful to spread your fingers from the Ctrl to the B key in the keyboard, and sometimes you need to make many splits in a clip. So let's assign another shortcut that's just one letter, one key, to use to split our clips. We are going to the DaVinci Resolve menu, then Keyboard Customization. Here you can press the virtual keyboard buttons or keys to find a command of DaVinci Resolve. So I will press the Ctrl and the B, and it says we have the previous and the razor commands associated to the Ctrl B shortcut. I will click in the razor. It opens here in this side, so as you can see, the keystroke or the keyboard shortcut is Ctrl B. Here I have already assigned the C key as a shortcut for the razor. For you, it will show as nothing here. So to associate another key for the razor that splits clips, you can go here and click in the razor. You will click the plus button here, and now you can press another key to associate with the razor. That I recommend you to use the C key, because in the DaVinci Resolve default keyboard customization, the C key is not used to any other command. So I will use the C, you press C, and then you click in the Save button, and you can now close this window, and we have the C button associated to the split or the razor command. And when we press the C, we have the split here, and we can do whatever we want with this, like removing or to put an effect in this part or in this part of the clip, and so on. Another thing that's very useful to do here is to join two clips. That's a sequence, that's a continuation of the other clip, like those two clips that I have just splitted. So if this clip is the continuation of this clip and you have just a split between those two, you can join these two clips to just one, or to say to make the reverse that we have just made, that was to split the clip. To make this, we select this edit point. When the cursor of the mouse shows like this, then we have both selected showing green, and I can press the backspace key to join this clip again. It cannot be made here, for example, because we don't have the continuation of the clip. I can select it, press the backspace key, and it gives an error. Another thing that you should know about splitting clips is that if you have a clip here in the track above another one, you can split all the clips that you have under the playhead. To do so, you need to deselect all clips by clicking in an empty area and press the Ctrl B or the C if you have assigned the C key as a shortcut for splitting. And then we have splitted all the clips that's under the playhead. Let's select those edit points and press backspace to join back again. You can also select a clip and split only that clip. So I will select this one and press C. So I will split just this clip and not the other. If you have 3-4 clips, you can select just the ones that you want to split and then press the C or Ctrl B and split just the clips that you have selected. Let's press Ctrl Z. And another very useful feature that you have here in DaVinci Resolve is a command to split a clip and remove the start or the end of that clip in just one key press. So for example, if I want to cut out this part of the clip, the start, I can press a keyboard shortcut to make this in one time. So as you can see, it splitted in that part and deleted the part that was to the left. To make this, let's see again here the commands that we have in the keyboard customization, and now I will search here for a command that I know that's called start to playhead. We have the command inside those options. Let's open it, and we have here start to playhead. As you can see, you have 3 start to playhead. The one that I want to say to you is the ripple one. So let's use this one, start to playhead, with the ripple. You have a keystroke or shortcut assigned to it, but you need to press 3 keys to make this shortcut. It's not very good in my opinion. So I recommend to you to use just one key, and I use the H key to do this because the H key is not assigned to any other command. So you can use it, save and close. To remember, you will press in the plus button and press the H key, press save, then close. And now you can go to a part to split the clip in that part and delete the starting part of that clip. So those are some efficient ways that you have to split clips here in DaVinci Resolve. And now in this lesson we are going to see the last section of the inspector, that's the super scale. Here in the video tab we have the other tabs still, but here in the video tab the last one is the super scale. This option is available only in the studio version without the watermark, so I will show you briefly this option. We need to activate this. You can see already the watermarker here, and the super scale is just an option to try to make a better looking image when you have a very high zoom applied to that image. So instead of the resize filter that is also applied, DaVinci Resolve will use artificial intelligence to make an enhancement of the image when it is very zoomed. I will leave here in the default options. I will activate it. It is very heavy in your processor. Take that in account. I recommend you to use the playback render cache option smart to cache the result so you can play in real time your video. But we have some options here. You can try those options. This one is said to be the best option of the list, and you can control the sharpness applied to your video and the noise reduction, and you can compare the results by turning off here. You can see the normal resize filter applied, and if you turn on, you can see the result of the super scale. And to be honest, I don't like it very much. I don't think it's a very good result of sharpening or to make a better quality when you zoom the image. So I would not pay for the paid version of DaVinci Resolve, the DaVinci Resolve Studio, because of that feature. But if you like, it's present here to use. Hey people, out here with another lesson. In this lesson, before we finish the editing of our little B timeline, I want to show you a very useful feature that DaVinci Resolve has for you to find media in your folder structure. That's a very good feature for your daily work with video editing, and also to find media that you have in your timeline in the media pool. So let's see, I want to grab this song that I have in this timeline to another project, and I don't remember where I have put this song in my folder structure. So what can I do? I will go here in this timeline that has this song. We have the name of the song here, but we can right click in the song, in the clip, any clip that we have in our timeline. We can right click and go to the option find in media pool, or you just select the clip and press Alt F. So I will click here in this command, and DaVinci Resolve grabs me to the bin where we have this clip and selects this clip. And now I know where my clip is in the media pool if I need it for another timeline that I want inside this project. We can also right click in this clip or any other clip to know where this clip is used in our project. So I will right click, I will go to usage, and then here we have the name of the timeline and the starting time code where my clip is put in my timeline. If we had this clip in other timelines, it would show here in the list. We can also see that we have a red line under here that indicates the portion of the clip that is being used in our timeline, and as you can see, we don't have this in those other clips that we have here. So if I right click here, we don't have the usage menu option because this clip is not being used in any timeline. And now let's see how I can find this clip in my folder structure in my computer, because I want to use this clip in another project, so I need to know where this file is in my folder structure. To do this, I will right click in this clip and then the last option, the open file location. So my File Explorer will open with the file selected. Now I have here the folder structure where my file is, and I can copy my file to my other folder and import in my other projects as I want. So that's a quick tip that's very useful for your daily work with video editing, how to find your files in your folder structure. Now in this lesson, let's see what's a marker and how can we add markers here in our timeline. So a marker is a good way to make annotations throughout your timeline for you or for another person to make future adjustments, insertions or editings in your timeline. So let's see how we can add a marker in our timeline. First thing, we have the button again, the add marker button. So I will click here and we have added a marker here, the marker 1. And again, we have the keyboard shortcut to use, and I highly recommend you to use the keyboard shortcut to speed up your editing process. So remember, the M key is the keyboard shortcut for the marker. So I will press the M where I want to add another marker, and we have the marker here. And we can edit this marker by double-clicking over it. This dialog appears. We can put a name, let's say something like transition. We can make notes here to give the marker some description. We can even add keywords for the marker, and we can choose the color of your marker, for example this one. And when we are done, we click done, and let's say we have come back here in this timeline. We have many markers here. Let's add another one in this part. I will press M. If I don't scrub the timeline and don't play it, if I am with the playhead just above the marker that I have just added, I can press M again to open this same dialog and edit it here. And let's say we are now in the future reviewing our markers, and to make this to review our markers, you can go before the first marker and you will press the Shift and the down button to navigate through the markers. So now I have the playhead over the first marker. I can see here in the viewer the name of the marker and the annotation of the marker. This one don't have any annotation at the moment. I can press again the Shift and down arrow to go to the next marker. This one doesn't have an annotation. Also, let's double click it and put some annotation. I will press enter, and now we have the annotation here. And we can make the works that the markers are saying at this moment. Again, if we want to go to the next marker, we hold Shift and press the down arrow. And if we want to go to previous markers, we hold Shift and press the up arrow. So Shift up, go to the previous, Shift down, go to the next. And to remove a marker, you can click in it to select. It's now selected, as you can see, and you press backspace or delete to delete that marker, or you can just select all the markers with a rectangular selection like this. And now we have all selected. I can press backspace or delete to delete all the markers. Hi people, let's see in this lesson how we can change attributes of a clip in DaVinci Resolve, like the size of a clip, the position, the rotation angle, the composite mode to make artistic and appealing visuals, to make changes in the speed of a clip, to make stabilization, and much more. And to start, let's see in overall what we need to do to change a clip attribute. So, to do this, we need first to select a clip, for example this one, that I want to change an attribute in this clip. And now we need to open the inspector here in this side. The inspector is a panel where you have all the parameters or the attributes that you can change in your clips, and even make animations with those parameters. That's a thing that I will teach you in further lessons. So let's take an overall look here in the inspector, how it works. First thing, we have some tabs over here and some are inactive because we don't have, for example, audio in this clip at the moment. We don't have any effects applied to it. We don't have any transition and so on. So if we have some of these things, those tabs will be active and we can access those tabs to see the parameters of that type. So here we have the video tab that controls the parameters of the video, and here we have like sections of parameters that we can shrink by clicking in the name of that section and expanding by clicking again in the name to see those parameters. So here, for example, we have the cropping parameters. I can click here to open it or to expand. And if I want to hide it, I will click here in the name again. Another thing to note is that you can disable temporarily a group of parameters, a section, by clicking this red button. So for example, in this clip, I have added some changes in the parameters and now I have temporarily disabled the changes. And when I want to enable again, I click here and I have all the parameters set again for that group. We can also reset a group of parameters or an individual parameter. To make this, in this circular arrow that you have here with the plus sign inside it, I can reset all the parameters of the transform group, for example. So I click here and I have reset all. I will press Ctrl Z to undo that action. And if I want to reset, for example, the zoom parameter, I can click in the circular arrow in the side of the zoom parameter and I reset the zoom parameter alone. Again, I will press Ctrl Z. To change a parameter here, we go over the value field. I can click and drag to the left to make the value smaller or drag to the right to make the value bigger. We can also click here to select this value field and type a value in the keyboard, for example 0.5 meaning 0.5, and press enter, and that's another way to change the value of that parameter. We also have the slider control in some parameters, for example the rotation angle, that can be dragged to change that parameter. To make the value of the parameter to go to the default value again, I can double click here in the parameter name or attribute name, and that's different from clicking this button because further on when we learn about animations with keyframes, when you click in this button you will delete all the keyframes and reset the parameter to the default value, and differently from that, when you double click the parameter name, you just goes to the default value, but you don't remove all the keyframes. So that's the difference between this button and double clicking in the parameter name. So that's an overall look that we have here in the inspector to change the value of the parameters that we have in a clip, and in the further lessons I will teach you the details about each parameters because it can be sometimes trickier than you think. And to have much more control over your editings, it's very useful to learn that details. So let's go to the next lessons. A nice thing that you need to know is that the inspector is present in the majority of pages here. Almost every page has the inspector, like the media pool for example. We have the inspector from the media page to the Fairlight page. It's not present only in the deliver page, so the inspector is very important. And another detail about the inspector is that it works the same way in the media page, in the cut page, and in the edit page. So everything that I say about the inspector now in the next lessons will apply to the edit page that we will learn in further lessons, how to use it for more advanced editings, for more features to use. But I will use the inspector here in the cut page because we have just learned how to use the cut page in the previous lessons, so I will stay here by now, and further on I will start to teach you about the edit page too. So let's go to see the details about the clip's attributes. Now finally in this lesson we are going to make the second part of the editing of this little b timeline. The second part has nothing to do with the little b, it is just to practice more what you have learned before. So I highly recommend you to follow along with me so you can pause the video to make each step in your DaVinci Resolve. So that's the goal of this lesson. And if you have any doubts, you can ask me in the question and answer section under here that I will answer you the best way I can. So let's go. I will put this clip, the woman applying cream, from the start to this part. So I will press O and I will press the F10 key to put in the end of my timeline. I will delete this empty audio clip by holding Alt and then pressing backspace. Now we have this, we go from the B totally white, then we have the other clip, but I want a transition from the white gradually changing to this clip. To make this I will focus my attention on this area, so I will zoom in with the Alt key and the mouse wheel, and let's say I want until here the fade in from white, so I will grab this solid color. I will not grab, I will trim it to extend. I will press N to snap here in the playhead, and now if I put here this fade out this way, let's see what we have. As you can see, we don't have a smooth animation of this fade out because it's not possible with this control to make a smooth animation. We have just a linear animation of the opacity of this solid color that is a white color. So I don't want to use the fade out control now, I want to use the opacity control in the inspector. So I will select this clip, I will go to the inspector, then in the settings tab I will shrink here my inspector to make more space under here, and I will go to composite mode to animate the opacity of this clip. I have put keyframes here, I will delete those keyframes to make it again. So from this point I will put a keyframe with 100% of the opacity of this white clip, and then here at the end I will make it totally transparent, or to say 0% the opacity, with a new keyframe obviously. And now I will open this panel to change the linear animation to a more curved animation, a smooth animation. I will select this keyframe and I will press this button to make it smoother going out of this keyframe, and this one I will select and press this button, and then let's see what we have. Let's say I want this one to go faster at the beginning, and this one I want to grab here to make it goes slower at the end. I will grab it to this, I can review my animation. And we have this. I will grab again here the handle of this one, I don't want so fast, I will grab it so, and let's see. And we have this. I want it this way, a bit faster at the beginning and slower at the end, so I will close my panel. And now I want to animate the zoom of this woman applying cream, matching this fade-in animation. So I will disable this clip by selecting it and pressing G to see my woman clip. I will put here in the start of this clip, I will make it bigger. Oh, I have a message with this one is selected, imported, I will press Ctrl Z, I will select this one, and now I have it in the inspector. I will make it bigger, I will put a keyframe at the start of this clip, and then at the end of this clip, I will put another keyframe with the default value of the zoom. So I will double click here to make it 1, and I will go to the animation curves panel to make it smoother. I will select this one and I will click in this button, and this one I will click in this button, and then I will select here and make it faster at the beginning and slower at the end. And let's see what we have. We need to reactivate the solid color by pressing G, so I will have this. That's nice, let's close it. And the next thing that I want to do is those camera clicks that we have. So I will go to this part, I will make it bigger here, the zoom, to see better our frames, to move one frame at a time with much more control. And I want to split my clip, I will put it in this part here, when the woman has already applied the cream, so I will zoom in again. Then I will press C or Ctrl B to split my clip. I will go 1 frame, 2 frames forward, and I will press C again. I will delete this part. Then we have this. It starts to look like a click. We are going to make it here again. Let's see here, for example. I will split, go 2 frames forward, split again, and delete this part. And again, we are going to make here some frames ahead. I will split 2 frames ahead, split again, and delete this part by pressing backspace to leave the gap. I want to leave the gap. I will go back here, I will press the left arrow 1 time, another time, and I will animate the cropping attribute of the top and the bottom. So I will go to cropping, and in this frame, in this position, I will put a keyframe in the crop top attribute and the crop bottom, and in the next frame I will press the right arrow. I will grab it more or less to the middle or the quarter of my screen. I need to make some softness here to make it nicer. To say the shutter is closing in my camera, so we have this. We have the shutter closing in our camera, and then here we make the opposite. We are going to make a keyframe here in the first frame. We need to put here 3 to 7. Here the same thing, 3 to 7. The softness, something like this. In the next frame we are going to make it totally opened, and I will do the same thing with the other endings and the starts of each of these parts of the clip. And then now that I have made the animations for the crop top and crop bottom of each of these parts, I have this. And let's say to make it different from this part to this part to this part, I will change the zoom and the rotation of each part. So I will select this clip and I will reset the zoom keyframes. Same thing with this clip. And then here I will change the zoom attribute without any keyframes. Here I will just zoom in and rotate this clip. And if you see here, we are going to need the retain image position option. So here again with this clip I will zoom in and then rotate to the other side and then retain image position to don't mess with our shutter. So now we have this. Let's see. And then now we need to put the sound effects of our camera click. I will go to audios, then sound effects. I will search for camera. I don't have it here. I don't have it here. I want another one. So let's import it. I will right click, import media. and then in the audio sound effects I will import this camera focusing and shutter, and then I will hear what we have here. I want this one, I like this one, I will press I, and then here I will press O to mark in and out points. I will grab it to my timeline. Let's align it with this animation, and then let's play. As you can see, we have here a clip that has only one channel. We can see here in the information, we have one channel. That means that this clip is a mono audio clip. So we can't put a mono audio clip in a stereo audio track because it will play only in the left. As you can see, or as you can hear, let's play it. We have it playing only in the left, so I will right click here to change the track type to mono, and now we have the audio playing in both of the sides. Let's hear. That's it, nice. Let's copy it. I will trim it here. Let's copy it by holding Alt. I will copy it to here and here, and now we have this effect. This editing. Very nice. And the last thing that we need to do is to grab a 4-color gradient. Let's take out the search thing from here. Let's go to effects and then generators. I will grab this 4-color gradient to here. Let's see what we have. I want to start from here. When she makes this satisfying face, I will grab it to here. Let's press N. I will grab this fade in 1 second and the fade out 1 second. And I want this clip to be in the composite mode color with less opacity. So we have this, and I want to make this clip from this part. I will press N to snap to this clip. I want to put a keyframe for the zoom here. I want to zoom in to here. Then I will make it zoom in at this part. I will change the anchor point to focus in her face. I will centralize her face. I will right click in this button of the keyframe and easy in to easily smooth my animation. Then I will make the opposite at this part. I will put a keyframe here, and here I will put another keyframe with 1, and I will easy in again, and then we have this. I just want to make a speed change to make it slower at this part. So I will press Ctrl R to open the retime controls. I will add a speed point at this position, the starting position of the 4-color gradient clip, and then I will put another speed point at the end, and I want to make it slower here at this part. Let's say 40%, and I will grab under here to change the position of the end of this part, and now we have this. And that's it, we have made our editings. We can now put the song here. For example, I will go in the media pool, music. I will search here for the name of that song that I have searched in the previous lesson. I will import it. And here in the folder structure, I have saved in the audios folder, music, the Good Night song. That's the song that I want, so I will double click in it. Then I will mark an out point here just after the end of my timeline, because I want the music to end a bit later after the image disappears. So I will mark an out point by pressing O. Then now I will use the Audio 2 track to put my music. So I will select here the Audio 2 track as the destination track. Then with this music selected, I will click here in the overwrite button. or I can go to the edit menu, then overwrite, or I press the F8 key that I have assigned to the overwrite command. So I will press F8 to get used to this keyboard shortcut, and then I have my song there. I will use a fade in the start of the clip with 2 seconds and 20 frames, and then let's play our timeline to see what we have. Here in the end of my timeline, I want my song to go a bit more, and then I will make a fade out here too, and that's it. Let's play our timeline to see what we have. And that's it. In the other timeline I have made a synchronization in this transition here with another part of the music. You can do that in your editing. For example, you can adjust the timing of the motion path of the beat, for example, to make it faster and to synchronize the transition with this part of the music. And just another thing that I have noted here is that when we have the 40% speed, the slow motion, that's a good idea to use the optical flow option, because let's see what we have here. You can see that the video is not so fluid with the default option, that's the nearest. So I will open it, I will expand this inspector here, and the retime process of this clip, with this clip selected, I will put here the optical flow. So we have now a more fluid movement here in the slow motion part. Let's see. Very nice. We have finished the little bit timeline to practice even more the knowledge that we have learned until here. So people, let's see in this lesson much more details about the transform attributes. Obviously you can come here and change a parameter and see what it does by yourself. But doing this doesn't mean that you dominate those parameters to make exactly the editings that you want, or that your client wants, or that your director wants. So what I will be teaching you in the further lessons are all the details for you to dominate those parameters so you can make exactly the editing that you need. So let's start by resetting the transform parameters of this Lion's clip that I have already changed its parameters. It's shown over here. Don't care with the color of the clip that you see that's different here from here. That's because I have already made a color grading work here in the color page to make the color of this clip to match better with this clip of the elephants. The color grading is a thing that we will see further in this course. So let's reset the transform parameters by clicking here for the Lion's clip. And the first attribute or parameter that we have here is the zoom XY. It changes the size of the clip, as you can see. You can drag both in the X value or in the Y value, and it will change both values with the same amount of change at a time. And as you can see, we have a chain here, a chain button, and that's because when you change the scale of the X or the Y axis, most of the time you want to maintain the aspect ratio of your image, so by default the chain button is activated. But if for some reason you want to change the aspect ratio of your image, you can deactivate it, and now you can change the X, that's the horizontal scale, and the Y, that's the vertical scale, separately. And when you are done, you can relink it again, clicking here, and change both axes together. I will double click here to go to the default value. And the thing that you need to note here is that the zoom XY has a normalized value. What's a normalized value? It means that one that you have here is the 100% size or the original size of the image, and if you have here, for example, 2, let's put 2 here and press enter, now we have double of the value for that parameters, or to say double of the size of our clip. And if we put here 3, we have 3 times the size of our clip, and so on. If I put here 0.5, it's 0.5, we have half of the size of the clip, so that's a normalized value. Let's go again to the default value, that's 1. Let's see the position X and Y. Differently from the zoom, the position is measured by pixels and not a normalized value. That means that if I go here 147 in the x-axis, I have moved to the right my clip by 147 pixels. And to know that is useful to position a clip in the edge, in some strategic position inside your frame. For example, if you want your clip to stay exactly with the edge in the center of your clip, you can go here to the File tab of the inspector. You take a look at the horizontal resolution of the clip, that's 1920, and you divide 1920 by 2, and by doing this, you can come here, 1920 divided by 2 is 960, so I will press enter, and now I have the lion clip aligned exactly with the edge at the center of the screen. If I want it with the edge exactly just going outside of the screen, I will put here 1920. And now I have the clip outside. I can make an animation, for example, this type of animation, the clip coming in. So that's good to know that the position X and Y is measured by pixels. Now we have the rotation angle that's measured by degrees. You can go here to 360 and the negative 360 to the left, but you need to know that the slider is not the limit of your value. You can type here another value, for example 5000, and it goes to 5000 degrees. If you need in the future, when you learn about doing animations, to make any spin animation of your clip, it's good to know that you can put another value here, higher than that one that the slider goes, because that's possible. Let's double click here, and the next parameter is the anchor point. This one is a little more trickier than the other ones, so to show what the anchor point does, I will open the view controls by clicking here in the tools. In this first option we have the transform view controls. It will show in the viewer when we change any of the parameters of the transform section. So for example, I will change here the zoom. And now I see the view controls of the transform attributes. And this one is the anchor point. The anchor point is the point that's fixed in the screen when you apply a zoom or a rotation. So for example, if you rotate your clip here, this point is fixed, that's the anchor point. And if you apply a zoom, that point is fixed, and all the clip changes around that point. Let's again reset it, and now I will change the zoom slightly just to see the view controls, and I will drag the anchor point to here. and let's see what happens when I change the zoom and the rotation angle. So I will change the zoom, and let's see, as I moved the anchor point to here, this point is now fixed and the zoom is applied around this point. So the clip grows from that point or shrinks to that point. Same thing with the rotation angle. If I rotate, that point stays fixed and the clip rotates around that point. So this is the anchor point, and we can use also the information about the pixels, because the anchor point is measured by pixels too, like the position X and Y. So to fix a clip, for example, exactly in this corner, the upper left corner, I can go to the File tab, take a look at the resolution, and I will want the anchor point to go 1080 divided by 2 up and 1920 divided by 2 to the left. So let's make it in the anchor point. I will change here the rotation slightly just to show the view controls. And the 1920 divided by 2, we have 960, enter. The anchor point has moved to the right, so we need to go to the left. Then I will change it to negative 960, so enter. Now the anchor point is here in the left. In the y-axis I can bring it to see if it goes up or down. So it goes up with positive values, so I will put 540, that's 1080 divided by 2. So my anchor point have gone to this corner, and now I can zoom around that point. And let's say I want exactly to put this clip with half size of the original size. I will put here 0.5, and then the clip is at this corner with half of the size. Let's go, people. In this lesson we're gonna see the cropping attributes. If it's not expanded, you click here in the cropping name to expand the options, the attributes. As you can see, if you drag here, you will have black bars in the top, in the bottom of the image. And why to use the cropping attributes? It can be used to make some artistic looks to our video, like to apply a cinematic look, or to focus the attention of the viewer in some areas of a scene. For example, I personally don't like much the black bars in films to make cinematic looks, but if you like, you can do it with the cropping attributes. You can do even animations with the cropping attributes, like we will do in a further lesson with the opening of the drones project that I will present to you. It will be an animation of the video opening from black from the center to the top and to the bottom. So it has no secrets, you just drag here. Just one thing to know is that when you drag the slider all the way to the right, you will have a number that represents the total pixels that you have in that dimension. For example, the horizontal dimension, you have here 1920 pixels. Same thing, obvious, for the right. And the thing to note is that if you drag, for example, the left and the right, you will cross eventually both, and it will do the opposite thing of cropping, like this. So to make, for example, an animation of the cropping attributes opening from the center, like the crop top and crop bottom, with an exact value, you can just divide the vertical resolution of the video by 2. In this case we have 1080 in the vertical resolution, so I will divide that by 2, that is 540, and I will put that here, 540, and here 540. And we have the cropping exactly in the center, and then we can animate with keyframes that I will teach you in a further lesson how to use from this value to the 0 again. This softness option will soften the edges of your cropping, and this option, retain image position, is an important option to know what it does. It's not so obvious. So for example, let's reset it here. Let's say we have a black bar here in the top and in the bottom, for example, and we need to do a zooming of the image. If we do a zooming now, it will not maintain the position of the cropping, but if we use the retain image position, the cropping will maintain its position even if we change the zoom or the position or any other parameter like the rotation angle and so on. So that's the retain image position. That's what it does. Let's reset it here and here. And just to know, the cropping attributes are simple cropping options that we have here in the inspector of the cut and edit page. And if you wanna do much more advanced cropping of your image, like customized croppings, I will teach you how to do this in the Fusion page. Here you can make any shape that you want when cropping an image, like a custom shape, for example. It's not so limited like these cropping attributes. Hi again, people. In this lesson, I will take the opportunity to show you how to import and how to export timelines in DaVinci Resolve, because I will need to do this in this lesson because I have a drones timeline that I want to show you in the next lesson. That's the project that we will work on to make our editings for you to practice. And to do so, first of all, I have this drones timeline in this project that we are working on. That's the first project that I called. And the timeline that I will import to this project has the same name, so I will need first to delete this one because DaVinci Resolve don't accept the same name for two timelines in the same project. So I will select this timeline and press backspace or delete, and I will confirm. And now to import my drones timeline from another project, I will go to the File menu. I already have exported that timeline from the other project, so I will go here and then Import Timeline. I will find the folder where I have saved the drones timeline, that's here, and we have here the drones.grt, and this is our timeline that I have exported. I will double click here. And then we have imported here our drones timeline together with our media that composes this timeline. I have already our media here in this drone folder, but if I don't have the media imported, DaVinci Resolve will automatically import for us when we import our timeline. And how can we export our timelines here in DaVinci Resolve? To export, it's much simple. We click in a timeline that we want to export and go to the File menu, then Export Timeline. And here we have some options for the file format. And if you want to export the timeline to open in DaVinci Resolve again in another project, for example, like we have did here, the preferred format is the DaVinci Resolve timeline files, the DRT extension, because that is the most compatible format for DaVinci Resolve. The other ones can be used to open another software, for example, like the XML. So in this case, I have used the DRT file format, DaVinci Resolve timeline, because I wanted to open my timeline in DaVinci Resolve again. Here we are in another lesson where I will show you the drones project or the drones timeline that we have imported in the previous lesson. So let's take a look in this drones project to see what we have, and we work on this project throughout our course as we move forward in lessons, as you learn new things that we can apply in this project. So let's take a look in this. I will press the P key in keyboard to make it full screen, and then I will press the spacebar to play our timeline. Let's go. And that's it, a simple project that we can make in the first part of our course. We will work on this project till the end of the lessons about editing in the cut and in the edit page. And a very nice thing that I want you to know is that I'm putting this timeline to download in the lessons resources for you to download this timeline with the DRT extension. You already know how to use that, so how to import this timeline to DaVinci Resolve, so you can download and import it in DaVinci Resolve to follow along with this timeline exactly how I'm showing to you. And another thing that you should to know is, if you have some problem playing through these transitions, let's see, I will put here in the mute because I don't want to hear the music now, I want to speak while I play this video. So let's play here. We have this transition and this one, and if you have some problems, some choppy playback while playing this, I recommend you to go to the playback menu, then in render cache you choose the smart option instead of the none option. That's probably what's selected for you now. And this option will save in the disk your transitions after some seconds, and then the transitions will play smoother in real time. And in a further section of the course, I will teach you everything about the render cache option, what's this exactly, and how to manage the render cached files, because it can take much space of your disk. So don't forget to take a look in that section. That's the performance section of the course. Let's go to another lesson where we will talk about the scaling option of your video. That's because many times you can have an issue with image scaling, like we have in this clip where I have a top and a bottom black bar. And let's say I don't want those bars here, I want the image to fill the frame. And first of all, in your DaVinci Resolve, probably you have a black background here that you can confuse with the black bars. If you use this clip called Woman Applying Cream, you will probably have those bars. But if you don't see those bars, let's go here to the DaVinci Resolve menu, then Preferences, then you are probably in the System tab. You go to the User tab, then in the UI settings, check the Use Gray Background in Viewers and save. And now you will have the gray background. To don't confuse the background with the black bars that your video present. And why those bars happens? That's because the clip has a different aspect ratio from our timeline. If I click here in the media pool in my timeline 1 and go to the inspector, I can see here media pool timeline 1. So that's what I'm inspecting now in the inspector. And if I go in the file tab, I can see the resolution of my timeline now. That's 1920 by 1080. And if I click here in the timeline in my clip of the woman applying cream, now I can see in the inspector that I'm inspecting the woman applying cream clip, and in the file tab I have the resolution 2048 by 1080. that's a different aspect ratio between this clip and the timeline that this clip is on, and that is the cause of those black bars. If you want to fill the frame with this clip and don't have those black bars, maybe you are going to video tab and messing with the zoom to fill the screen, but that's not the ideal way to do this. Let's reset the zoom. The ideal way is to use the scaling options that we have here in the retime and scaling. Let's open it. And selecting this clip, I can go to the scaling options, and you see that we have here the project settings. That means that DaVinci is getting the scaling option for this clip from the project settings that we have set here in this little gear, exactly here in the image scaling. To be exact, we don't use those options yet. I will teach you in this lesson. So let's close it and let's see here in the inspector the scaling options that we have. Instead of project settings, we can choose crop, fit, fill, and stretch, and what each of those options means. The crop option means that the video will have just the size that the video has. So for example, if you have a 4K video in a full HD resolution timeline, the video will just appear with double of the size of the timeline and it will crop. That means that the crop option just don't scale the image in any way. It stays with the original resolution and aspect ratio. The fit option will fit the image to our frame, to the image appear entirely here, nothing will be cropped, and the aspect ratio will be maintained. The fill option, that's the option that we want now, will just fill our frame entirely and can crop the sides of our video, or if you have a vertical resolution clip, it will crop the top and the bottom of the video. So this option will fill entirely the screen and can crop the laterals or the top and bottom of the video if the aspect ratio of the video is different from the aspect ratio of your timeline. And the last option, the stretch, it cannot maintain the aspect ratio of the image if our clip has a different aspect ratio from our timeline. So, in this case, the video has a different aspect ratio and nothing will be cropped, but the video will be stretched to fill the entire frame of your timeline, and the aspect ratio of the video will be changed, squeezing or stretching it, if this clip has a different aspect ratio from our timeline. So I will put here the project settings, and I will change in the project settings what every clip that says in the scaling project settings will have as the option for the scaling. So let's go to the project settings, image scaling, and here in the input scaling I will choose this option here, scale full frame with crop. That's the same option that says fill here. The name is more descriptive here, but the options are the same. This one is the crop option that we have here, this one is the fill option that we have here, this one is the fit option that we have here, and this one is the stretch option that we have here. So I will put the fill option, that's the second, scale full frame with crop, and save. Now every clip that we have in the timeline will use the scaling option of filling the frame, and those black bars will not be a problem anymore. And if you want in any clip to use a different scaling option, you can go here in the inspector and not to use the project settings and choose another option. Let's see now what's the dynamic zoom and how to work with it. The dynamic zoom is an animation of the zooming of our video from the start to the end of the clip that we have in the timeline. So we can zoom in or zoom out of our video using the dynamic zoom option. By default it comes disabled here, as you can see, and to use the dynamic zoom in a clip, we select the clip as always, and then we enable the dynamic zoom. Now we have the dynamic zoom applied to our clip. Let's open it. And we can see that the options here are very few options. We have a list here that I will explain to you in this lesson. And we need to open the viewer controls to customize our dynamic zoom. To make this, I will go to these options that says tools. Now we have some tools here, some additional tools, and we need to go from the transform option that is selected now to the dynamic zoom option. Now we have the dynamic zoom controls on the screen that are the green rectangle and the red rectangle. And what these rectangles mean? The green one means the start framing of the clip, so in the start of our clip, in the first frame, we will have the zoom level or this framing, and in the end of our clip, we will have the framing of the red rectangle. So let's play to understand this better. Let's go. I will play and you will see the dynamic zoom animation going from this framing, from the start of the clip, to this framing, to the end of the clip. Let's go. So we have a more closed framing in the start, and we are going to the end to a more opened framing. Let's go again to this clip. And to change it, you can go to those white dots that we have in the corners of those rectangles and grab. So now I have a much more closed starting framing of our video, and let's see how it goes. We have a framing in the eyes now, and it will animate zooming out. We can also make the opposite of this by going the swap option, that's the same of those arrows that we have here. And then now we have the zoom in animation instead of the zoom out, because we have the start framing here in the entire frame and the end framing here in the eyes. So let's play to see what happens. We have the start framing wider, and we'll go zooming in. And what are the options that we have here? The linear, the easy in, easy out, easy in and out. That means that the linear is a linear animation, so the animation will zoom in or out in a linear speed. With easy in is the same option that we have here. As you can see, easy in, you will have a slower animation in the start of your clip and a faster animation in the end of your clip, as you can see here in this curve that shows in the start a more horizontal line and in the end a more vertical line. The vertical line means a faster animation, and the horizontal line means a slower animation. So let's play to see. We have a slower animation at the start, and it goes each time faster till the end. The opposite way, we have the easy out. As you can see, it means a faster animation in the beginning and a slower animation at the end. We have the easy in and out, that is a slow animation in the start and in the end, and a faster animation in the middle of the clip. And we also have some presets here that are the zoom preset, that is the first one that we used. We have the pan preset. If you click here, you will see that we don't zoom in and out. We just make a pan from the right to the left, or if you click here in the swap, you make from the left to the right. And this option, that's a diagonal movement without zooming in or out, that goes from this corner to this corner, or if you swap, you go from this corner to this corner. And of course, you can personalize those presets, changing those rectangles, for example, this. And you also can move the rectangles by dragging them to the place that you want. So that's the dynamic zoom and animation that you can make with zooming in an easy way. And if you want to disable the dynamic zoom, you can click here and now it's disabled. Hi people, in this lesson we are going to see the composite modes that we have in DaVinci Resolve and how to use some of the composite modes to make things like a burn transition and other things like this one that I will show here to you. Let's take a look. This is a film burn transition that's called. Let's see again. And to do this, we need to use the composite modes. Let's go here to the media pool to find our overlays that I have already provided you with the resources of the course. If you haven't imported it to the media pool yet, you can do it by right-clicking here, going to import media, and you can go to the overlay folder and import the overlays that you want. It's a good idea to import all of the overlays. And then I have imported them here in the overlay bin, and I will use the film burn overlay that I have here. Let's search here for film burn. We have here the film burn overlay. This one is also a film burn, but I want this one. Let's double click to open it in our viewer. I will take out the in and out point that I have already put here to show you how to select a portion of the video that we want. So let's see this part of the clip. You can use any part that you want of this overlay because it have many film burn overlays to make your transitions the way you like. And I will use this one here. I can scrub here and then I will press the right arrow to go one frame forward, and now I will press the left arrow to go one frame left, and I will press the I key to select, to mark an in point in this clip, in this part. Let's press the spacebar to play this part of the clip. We have also the audio of this film burn attached to this clip. That's a nice thing to have the sound effect. And I will press now the left arrow to go back one frame. Another one. You can see here that I'm going back. Let's press again and again and again. And as you can see, we have here the film burn ending. But I want you to notice that we have a sound meter here, since we have audio in this clip, and every time that I press the left or right arrow, we can see here if we have some sound being played or not. So I will press the right arrow and I can see that we have in this frame that I have gone, that we have some sound. So the sound doesn't end yet. So I will press again to the right. We have some sound again. I will press again to the right and we have any sound in this frame. So I need to consider the sound effect that we have here, not only the image. So I will press here in this frame the O key to mark an out point. And now that we have an in point and an out point in our clip, let's say we don't have the transition already inserted here like I have made earlier, so I will delete it. And let's say I want to insert here in this edit point. I will press the N key to activate the snap. So I will grab here to go exactly to the edit point, and with the clip selected in the media pool, I will press this button here, the place on top. This one will place this clip from the in point to the out point over the clips that we have here. So I will click and let's see what we have in here. I will press again the N to disable the snap option, so I will grab here, make a scrubbing. We have our transition, but it doesn't blend with the clip that we have behind it, and I want it to blend. I want the clip behind to appear in the black areas of this clip, and to do so I need to change the composite mode from normal, that doesn't blend anything. I will click in this clip and I will change it to the screen mode, to the screen composite mode. That's the option we use to make those transitions with the film burns or the light leaks. That's how we call those type of transitions. This one is a film burn, so we will use the screen composite mode. The screen composite mode makes all the black areas of our clip to become transparent. The white areas will stay untouched, and the areas that are not black or white will be semi-transparent with some color. So let's see what we have now. We have now our film burn transition, but let's see here in the start of the clip. Let's put here again to the normal, to doesn't blend, and as you can see, if I press the right and left arrow, we have already 2 frames with black in this clip, and I don't want it. I want this clip to start from this frame that's already a burned film, and to do this I will select this edit point of the start of this clip to move it. I can now see the first frame of this clip, the second one and the third one, and I will press the dot key in the keyboard to trim one frame and another, and now we have here the first frame in this clip that's shown here too, but now this clip is not aligned with the start of this clip, so I need to select it. I will press N to activate the snap option, and I will put here in the start of this clip. And let's put here again to the screen option, and let's see what we have now. It's better, but let's say we want to make this clip, this transition, this burn transition, to start 2 frames before the end of this clip. To make this, I will select this clip and press the comma 2 times, 1, 2, to move this clip 2 frames to the left, and now we have this. It's better to me now. And that's a way to use the composite modes with the screen composite mode. There are many other ways to use the composite modes, mainly for artistic purposes, and another example that we can have here is to use, instead of screen mode, we can use the edge mode that makes a similar thing as the screen mode, but it becomes much brighter than the screen mode. So if you want the transition to become much stronger, you can use the edge mode in this case. And if you want the screen mode to become even weaker, you can use the opacity slider to make it weaker. So we have this. And let's see another thing that we can do here in the composite mode. We can do many things, like I have said. It's possible to make many different artistic compositions with this. And the other option is to colorize a video with some color. And to do so, I will go here to the Effects tab. Then I'll go to the Generator tab. I will grab a solid color over this clip. I can trim this color to the end of the clip if I want, and to the start of the clip. That's not our need now, so I will leave it as it is. I will click in this clip to select it, and I will go to the Generator tab to change this color from black to another color, for example this green color, and I will click OK. But now we just have a solid color over our video. We are not seeing our video because it's not blending with the video. So we are going to the Settings tab. We are now in the Generator tab. We go to the Settings tab, where you can access the composite modes, and I will choose the color composite mode. This puts this color to this background clip. We can put less color or more color by dragging the opacity slider, and we can go here to change the color. For example, if I want this way or this way, and click OK, and that's a way to colorize our videos with some color. And to be clear, that's not a way to make color grading to our videos. If you want to make color grade, I will teach you in a further section of the course about the color page, how to make color grading. That's much more advanced than this, but that is a simple way to make this procedure of colorizing a video by using the composite modes. Another thing that's similar to this is by using the hue composite mode. That's different from the color mode because the hue will colorize only the parts that have some color in it. So for example, with this clip selected, I press D to deactivate it, to disable this clip. And as you can see, we have color in her skin, we have color here and here, and we don't have color here. We have just white, black, gray. Here in the towel we have just white, and those parts that don't have colors won't be colorized by the hue composite mode. So I have pressed the G key again to activate this clip, and as we can see, we have colorized only the parts of the image that have some color to it. So there are many ways to use the composite modes to make artistic compositions, and that's up to you now to test those composite modes in many other ways to see what you can get. I will show you further and other options to use the composite modes, but by now those are some